Part 34. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 332. Gu Lingxi never thought that he would one day ride a bicycle indoors. I didn't expect that it would take me 3 or 4 minutes to reach the other toilet mentioned by the assistant. This toilet is still resplendent, but it is no longer real gold. When he came out of the toilet, there was only one sentence left in Gu Lingxi's mind: is this the life of rich people? He originally thought that after his father found out about this, he would understand that the room didn't need to be that big. When Ji Chang's found out, he said, "What? You actually asked my son to ride a bicycle?" The assistant went to buy a convertible for my son just for his use in the house. Assistant. Gu Lingxi. Even if Gu Lingxi had never ridden in a convertible before, he knew why convertibles had their tops open. Forget about driving indoors. Why drive a convertible? What's the point of that? Next to him, Mr. Molly, who had gotten up early in the morning to start work, looked at Ji Chang's with a hint of subtlety. He was wondering if his nemesis had some unspeakable brain disease. Gu Lingxi struggled to make his father understand that he actually didn't really want to live in such a big house and use the toilet made of gold. Also, he has no interest in driving indoors. Especially convertibles. Ji Chang still looked aggrieved and regretful. Can an ordinary villa be okay? Including the garden, it is only over 1,000 square meters, which is already very small. Gu Lingxi, who has only lived in a small house of 50 square meters in his whole life. Dad, I have to go to school. Yes, I almost forgot, today is Monday, our family is going to school in Lingxi. Ji Chang's looked at the assistant beside him. Assistant, please quickly notify the team and bodyguards to protect the young master from going to school. The assistant nodded immediately. No problem, 80 bodyguards and 15 vehicles are already in place. Ji Chang's nodded with satisfaction and looked at Gu Lingxi eagerly. Dad will take you to school. Gu Lingxi imagined the scene of 80 bodyguards and 15 cars taking him to school, and silently retracted his outstretched foot. He said, "Can Daddy just send me to school? 80 bodyguards are too high profile. If they stop at the school gate." Gu Lingxi could not imagine how his classmates would talk about him. Ji Chang's was pleasantly surprised. He is indeed my son. I just want my father to accompany me to school and not them. That's right, that's right. Gu Lingxi blushed and nodded slowly. The newbie father, who was easy to coax, happily gave up on the idea of arranging a motorcade to send his son to school with 80 bodyguards. He only asked his assistant to drive out the newly purchased car, got in, and faced Gu Lin. West beckoned. "Son, come and sit with Daddy." As soon as Gu Lingxi sat down, he saw Tang Sheng speeding up and running towards the side. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He turned around and complained to them with sweat. "I said you guys are so dishonest. You didn't even call me when you sent my eldest nephew to school. If my friend who is the hotel manager hadn't told me, I would still be sleeping in bed right now." Ji Chang's was very wary of his attentiveness. "My son goes to school, why do you want to send him away so much?" Tang Sheng rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? Do you think I am Lu Pianran? I don't like children that much." As he said that, he looked at Gu Lingxi's obedient and upright appearance, and grinned. "Don't tell me, Nagasawa, Lu Pianran likes children like your son the most. If you don't look at him, it's like opening a United Nations. Just children. He has raised more than 20, I really don't know what he is doing, and it is not his own, but he is still raising it so hard." Ji Chang's was not interested and replied casually, "Then who knows, doesn't your family also have an adopted son? Doesn't your father also raise him vigorously? The eldest brother in my family is different. He is the posthumous son of my father's brother who lived and died. My father did it for kindness. Lu Pianran is different. He simply lacks a child and anyone else is willing to raise him. I really don't know what he thinks. Teng Sheng looked around and winked at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's understood instantly and reached out to cover Gu Lingxi's ears. Gu Lingxi sat obediently. Teng Sheng whispered, I heard that the beating Lu Pianran received more than 10 years ago was because he liked children and had been raising his half-brother as a baby. In the end, the guy stabbed him back. Now Lu Pianran has gained the upper hand, and that guy has the nerve to come to her door. Tisk, 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 how shameless. The assistant really didn't want to be curious, but the two people just talked beside him, and the person they talked about was Lu Pianran, a legend in the industry. Unable to hold it any longer, he asked in a low voice, Mr. Teng, is this Lu Pianran? The one from the Lu group. Ji Chang's also whispered, I remember that he really loved one of his younger brothers. It seems to be the one whose mother passed away long ago. The assistant quickly changed to Ji Chang's and asked, DRG, is it really that Lu Pianran? Teng Sheng clicked his tongue, no, Lu Pianran was like a filial brother at that time. When we asked him to come out to play, he would not come out. He had to accompany his younger brother to make up lessons. At that time, just because of his younger brother, many connections were lost. The assistant felt heartbroken and uncomfortable. Mr. Teng, the Lu Pianran you are talking about is the Lu Pianran I know. Teng Sheng opened his mouth, let me tell you, it is. Ji Chang's interrupted him, okay, you haven't figured out this matter yourself, so don't talk nonsense. After all, we also played with Lu Pianran for a while, so don't spread gossip. What you are saying seems to be made up by me. It was said by outsiders, and I heard it too. I am not thinking that if he is really stabbed by his beloved brother, I am afraid he will suffer a lot. Is it exciting? Let me tell you, I have a friend who is a psychiatrist and is very good at it. Don't worry, it's been more than 10 years. Even if he was really stimulated, he would have forgotten it after more than 10 years. After telling these dirty little stories that were not suitable for children, Ji Chang's took off his hand from Gu Lingxi's ear. Gu Lingxi was also good, knowing that they just did this because they didn't want him to know what they were talking about, so he didn't ask, just sat quietly and looked outside. Mr. Mari came over and knocked on the window. Teng Sheng put down the glass, what's wrong? Remind you, if you don't drive, young Master Gu will be late for school. And Mr. Mali looked at Ji Chang's and whistled, I have done what Director Ji asked me to do. Please pay the balance. Ji Chang's was a little surprised, you are quite fast. That is. Mr. Mali is quite proud, 80% of the news in our circle comes from me. You are quite proud? Teng Sheng was very excited, it seems that you are very talented as a reporter. I have a friend who works in a news agency. Okay, let's not talk about it for now. It's important to go to school in Lingxi. We'll talk about it when we get back. School today is unusual. Because a black car that looked expensive as hell and extremely handsome was parked outside the school. Most students do not understand car prices, but this does not prevent a small number of students from liking cars and doing some research on various types of cars. After recognizing it, his eyes widened in shock, isn't this that lie or something? One costs nearly 70 million. 70 million. For most students who still need pocket money from their parents, 700 yuan is a huge sum of money to them, let alone 70 million. Is it really 70 million? Did you read that correctly? I just saw it last time. It's exactly the same. It's definitely worth 70 million. And this car is very difficult to get. You can't buy it with money. 70 million, no, I want to check. The dean, who was watching the students entering the school at the door, his eyes lit up when he saw the luxury car. His spirit was shaken, and he could see in all directions and listen in all directions. A pair of eyes scanned the surroundings like lasers. When I saw a student in the distance taking out a mobile phone to take pictures, I immediately walked over quietly and patted the student on the shoulder. Asked gently and kindly, "What are you doing?" The student kept taking pictures. "I'm taking pictures. My cousin knows a lot about cars. Send it to him so he can see how much this car costs." As he was talking, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he looked back, he saw the kind face of the dean. "Student." The dean extended his hand. "Student, teacher, can I send you a photo?" The dean shook his head gently, "No." "Student." He silently handed over the phone, tears streaming down his face. After the dean wrote down the name of his class, he contentedly put his phone into the small bag in his hand. If nothing else happens, this phone will have to wait until the students are on winter and summer vacation before it can see the light of day again and return to its owner. The dean continued to observe the surrounding students with a focus on luxury cars. This luxury car is too ostentatious and parked in front of the school. Students of this age will definitely take pictures and search online after seeing it. After such a round, the director of mobile phone teaching alone collected more than a dozen. "I have received more this morning than I have in a week." He was very satisfied and looked at the car that looked extremely expensive at first glance with a bit of greed. It's a pity that he has no money. If he had money, he would buy a car like this and drive it to the school gate every now and then, just to wait and see. After imagining that all the students were invisible in front of him, the dean was satisfied and planned to go back to the door to check the appearance of the students. But before he turned around, he saw a young man in a suit and ties getting out of the car. After the young man got out of the car, he walked to the back and opened the door. A student got out of the car wearing their school uniform and carrying a school bag. The dean was stunned. "I haven't heard of any students in their school whose family is very rich. Don't all the children from rich families go to the next door? Although their school is a key school, the facilities inside the school are not very advanced. In addition, they do not accept buying points, so they are in an embarrassing situation of neither getting up nor down. He comes to the school gate almost every day to catch students who are late and look bad. He has never seen expensive cars to take children there." Thinking so, the dean didn't pay much attention to it. As a result, the student took a few steps forward, and when his face, which he could not see clearly, was revealed, he was shocked. "Isn't that Gu Lingxi, a freshman in high school?" There are so many students in the school, so of course it is impossible for the dean to remember every name, but he can clearly remember the names of the better and naughtier students in each grade. Gu Lingxi was the most impressive among them. He is good-looking, has a sensible personality, has incredible grades, and is also diligent. What teacher wouldn't like such a student? The dean of students knew that his family was not well off. To be precise, the principal and the teachers in the entire office knew about it. As soon as Gu Lingxi's grades came out, the principal once told them to remember to catch those students who were not motivated and bullied their classmates. Some students can be very confused. They actually bully students from poor families, because generally children from such families have low self-esteem and don't dare to cause trouble. Even if they are bullied, they will most likely not ask their parents or teachers for help. It would be a crime if a student with such good grades as Gu Lingxi was ruined in their school. The dean was deeply impressed by Gu Lingxi. This is a Qingbei player, and their school may hold banners to celebrate in the future. Coupled with the severe crackdown at the beginning, he knew Gu Lingxi's family situation very well. There is only one grandma on the household registration book, and the grandfather and grandson depend on each other. Grandma can't do much work at such an old age. Gu Lingxi wears school uniforms all year round, and the shoes on his feet are the same ones he got in the grade in the last test. A principal rewarded him out of his own pocket. And according to the latest news, this kid has to work part-time every day off. The dean was thinking about finding him a part-time job tutoring students. They didn't find anyone to talk to either. As a teacher, you have seen all kinds of students. Most of the students' personalities are from their original families. For example, in Gulingxi's case, his self-esteem may be relatively high. He is willing to let his classmates know about his part-time job, but he may not be willing to let his teachers know about it. No. The principal had discussed with him this morning how to ensure that the child graduated smoothly and went to Qingbei. Today he saw the other person getting out of a luxury car. The dean immediately became alert. Gulingxi is quite good looking. Don't let the rich woman fancy you. If it were true, it would be too much of a beast. This kid is only 16 years old. Shameless. He felt a surge of anger in his heart that the flowers in his garden had been destroyed by cruel hands, and he took 2 steps forward angrily. Before he even got close, he heard Gulingxi say, "Dad, you don't have to go in. The classmates are all watching. You can go back first." "Dad? Dad?" The dean was confused. "Isn't classmate Gulingxi a single-parent family? Not to mention my father, I have never met my mother once. Gulingxi and his grandma always come to the parent-teacher meeting, and the parents' signatures are all grandma's. Even the household registration book only has grandma." But since he was dad and not godmother, he was much less vigilant in his heart and did not move in that direction. When the students saw someone coming down and taking out their mobile phones to take pictures, he took another breath, for mobile phones were confiscated. Gulingxi walked awkwardly towards the school gate. A classmate was watching the excitement. When he saw him coming down, his jaw dropped. He hurried over and said, "Gulingxi, that's your car." Looking at him with such envious and curious eyes, Gulingxi was a little proud and a little embarrassed. "It's my dad's car." "Your dad is so handsome and drives such a handsome car." The classmates were amazed and pulled Gulingxi to ask questions. "Why haven't I seen your father come to a parent-teacher meeting before?" Without Gulingxi's answer, another classmate had already answered, "You must be too busy. Haven't you watched TV series? Those bosses are too busy to touch the ground." "Gulingxi, does your uncle run a company? What does he do?" This confused Gulingxi. He doesn't know what his father does. Fortunately, Ji Chang's had already got out of the car, rubbed his son's head affectionately, and smiled heartily as a group of children looked at God. "Yes, uncle runs a company. Although it has always been unprofitable and always losing money, it is still a company." As soon as he appeared, the chirping children suddenly did not dare to speak, but they all looked at him secretly with curious eyes. A student who thought he was familiar with Gulingxi boldly said, "Gulingxi, you and your uncle look alike." Ji Chang's touched his face and looked at the student with a softer gaze. "Yes, uncle feels the same way." "Classmate, are you in the same class as our Lingxi? How is he usually at school? What does he do?" Ji Chang's was good looking, and the clothes he wore looked expensive at first glance. In addition, he was followed by a respectful assistant who acted as a tool, and Teng Sheng, who looked confident at first glance. A group of children subconsciously behaved in front of him. When he asked, they immediately started talking. "Uncle, don't worry. Gulingxi's grades are very good. He ranks first in grade every time. He also won a scholarship. Yes, he is also the English class representative, and the English teacher likes him. The head teacher also likes him. No matter how popular he is, we all like to be with him." Among the students from all middle schools who were trying to tell their own merits, Gulingxi's face turned red. Ji Chang's touched his head again. "My good son, you really make Dad proud." After being praised, the child looked up at him. Her eyes were sparkling, as if she was about to cry with excitement. In Gulingxi's growing up experience, he had never experienced being surrounded and praised like this. This is also normal. They are all of the same age, and no one will be idle and praise a lot in front of him. Gu Lingxi's heart was beating very fast. He didn't know whether he was surprised that he was such a powerful being in the eyes of his classmates, or he was happy that everything his father heard about him was his good side. Dad said that he gave him a face. Gu Lingxi's happy mouth couldn't help but curl up. Every time there is a parent-teacher meeting, there will always be parents of classmates saying similar things. Gu Lingxi heard it several times. Of course he was envious, and Grandma also said he was smart, but the feeling was very different. When he was a child, he expected his mother to praise him like this, but until Gu Kui left home, he never heard one. And now, his dad says, he's awesome. Ji Chang saw that the child was so happy that he was a little dizzy while walking. He smiled and patted his shoulder. Okay, let's go to the classroom with your classmates. I'll take a leave from your teacher at noon and go to your grandma. The students surrounding Gu Lingxi suddenly became even more envious. Then you don't have to take a lunch break at school. Wow, nice. Someone else quietly asked. Gu Lingxi, your father looks so young. What company does he own? Is the person behind him a bodyguard? Why doesn't the bodyguard wear sunglasses? Ji Chang's watched the child being led into school by so many stars. After Gu Lingxi's figure disappeared around the corner, he looked at the dean who was still at the door catching the late students. Assistant, give me the school information. As a qualified assistant, even if Ji Chang's hadn't asked before, he would have expected this to happen. The assistant was very prepared and immediately took out the tablet from his briefcase and handed it to Ji Chang's. Director Ji, I checked and made a PPT last night. It contains detailed information about the school, teacher information, admission rate, number of students, and past record news. Take a look. Ji Chang's looked through it. The school spirit of this school is indeed good, and the admission rate is also very good. The most important thing is that Gu Lingxi likes this. Okay. He returned the tablet to the assistant and strode towards the dean. Hello, teacher. The dean, who had been paying attention to them just now, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Ji Chang's appearance was indeed a handsome man in the same line as Gu Lingxi. Just be your biological father. Seeing Ji Chang's greeting him, he responded with a friendly smile, hello, parent, what can I do? Is such that? Ji Chang's asked in a natural tone, I want to donate several teaching buildings and libraries to the school. Who do you think I should talk to about this? Dean. He looked at Ji Chang's clothes and the car behind him, and felt that it didn't look like he was telling lies, and the smile on his face suddenly became more affectionate. This should be addressed to our principal. Please wait a moment and I'll call the principal and ask where he is. He had a polite attitude and a gentle smile. He took 2 steps back very calmly, turned his back to a few people, and began to tremble with excitement as he took out his cell phone. He didn't want his hands to shake, but this was a problem left over from his early years. His hands would shake when he got excited. The principal over there is inspecting the campus. The focus was on walking around the canteen a few times. Class is about to start now, and there are not many students in the cafeteria. When they saw the principal, the students who were still eating slowly immediately purred like mice when they saw a cat, finished the porridge, put away the bowls and chopsticks, and ran out together. The principal didn't care and walked directly to the kitchen in the cafeteria to see what dishes were served today. After checking the freshness of the dishes one by one, he walked back with peace of mind. The principal was 58 this year, and his arms and legs were old, but he was still in good spirits. It was just that he slept a little late last night, and today he feeling bad all over. Just as I was thinking about whether to follow the radio gymnastics during recess today, my cell phone rang. When he saw it was the dean, his eyelids twitched subconsciously and he immediately picked up. The dean is the oldest person in the school besides the principal. He is usually a stable person and usually does not contact the principal unless something serious happens. At this time, he should be catching latecomers at the door. Why did he call him? A series of student tragic events flashed through the principal's mind. What happened? A parent of a student said he wanted to donate the teaching building. He also said he wanted to donate the library. The dean was so excited that he looked back at Ji Chang's, who was standing waiting, and whispered, "Where are you now? Let me tell you, the teaching building in our school should have been replaced a long time ago. It doesn't matter how dilapidated it is, every time I was so frightened when students came downstairs in large numbers. Also, the playground needs to be paved. The grass is raised, so what if students trip? It's tragic to say that their school saves money for maintenance every year, but ends up spending it all every year. Especially in the cafeteria, the principal thinks that children of this age are most afraid of not eating well, especially the students in the third year of high school, who are all very tall and have thorny buttocks. Is it okay if they don't supplement their nutrition? Then I have to get up early and come home late every day. In addition, I have to face the college entrance examination, which is very stressful. But time is tight, so I can't miss the morning self-study and late self-study. Except for students whose homes are very close to the school does not allow day study. If I can't eat at home, can I have to come to the school? The food in their school is definitely nutritious, delicious, fresh and cheap. But when the food is cheap, the school will bear a greater burden. This is not a matter of buying food for $1 and selling it for $2 to make a net profit of $1. Labor is a lot of money. Now that someone has finally come to donate the building, the dean is almost overjoyed. What? Are you sure the other party is serious? The principal was also delighted. I'm not sure what I'm asking you for. Let me tell you, the car they drove, I heard those kids talking about it costing 70 million. If you can drive a car worth 70 million, how much money do you have? That's right. The dean turned back to Ji Chang's and smiled, speaking in a normal voice, "Just a moment, it will be fine soon." Seeing Ji Chang smiling back at him, he took his cell phone and whispered, "You must not have guessed which student's parent this is, Gu Lingxi's." Gu Lingxi. The principal was even more surprised than when he heard someone wanted to donate the building. What's going on? Isn't Gu Lingxi a poor student? I've seen his file, and I remember you just told me that this kid will work part-time on his days off, and his family isn't there just one grandma? I don't know, but this is definitely Gu Lingxi's father. Gu Lingxi and he are exactly the same. In short, don't worry about this first, stabilize him first. It's a rare opportunity to refresh the school, and they want to keep people here no matter what. After making the call, the dean put down his cell phone and turned to Ji Chang's with a smile. The principal was inspecting the campus just now. Shall we go to the principal's office to wait for him first? Ji Chang's nodded and said with great interest, "I would like to ask this teacher to help introduce the school along the way." The teaching director understood instantly. He understands that these entrepreneurs are not taken advantage of. Even if their own children are in school, they must understand the situation before donating. No problem. I have been in school for almost 30 years and I am very familiar with this place. Come, please come here and I will give you a good introduction to our school. The dean took Ji Chang's to visit the school's blistered turf. It has been built for many years. Although it has been repaired every year, it still looks a bit dilapidated. Our school attaches great importance to cultivating students, because high school students have to face the college entrance examination, and we don't care about the children's academic performance. We also pay great attention to the students' physical and mental health. The psychology teachers are very professional, and the physical education teachers will also teach the students. They have some self-defense techniques and stuff like that. Because time is still very tight, the bathrooms we prepare for students are all instant heating, so students don't have to line up or wait for hot water. There are also some small cakes in the hot water room here, which are usually it will be given to them after physical education class. Ji Chang's looked at the small cake in the hot water room. This is a very cheap Yuzhong cake on the market. The taste is not terrible but not too delicious. The packaging is also very simple. Gu Lingxi wrote about them in his diary. The cafeteria and supermarket are closed at night. Students of this age are prone to hunger, so the school bought these small and medium-sized cakes and placed them in the hot water room on the first floor of the dormitory building, telling the students to eat this if they were hungry. The cakes are cheap, but they are always purchased by the school and supplied free of charge. Gu Lingxi is growing taller and gets hungry easily at night, and he is reluctant to buy snacks. Other canteen food can easily go rancid on this day. The existence of small cakes is very important. He rarely eats these packaged snacks. Some classmates who often eat snacks think they taste bad, but he thinks they are very fragrant and delicious. Sometimes when he is hungry, he can feel a strong sense of satisfaction after eating two. Usually after eating 2 or 3, he stops eating. He was afraid that he would eat too much and other classmates would not be able to eat. Ji Chang's looked at these small cakes one by one. This school truly cares about its students. They went upstairs again and took a look. Student dormitories were generally like that. The building couldn't be changed, so the principal gave the students new beds. Each dormitory was equipped with neat tables and chairs to make it easier for some students to study after returning to the dormitory. It can be said that I worked very hard to do my best. Ji Chang's asked, "Can I go to Lingxi's dormitory to have a look?" "Yes, of course I can. The dormitory for the first year of high school is on this floor. I remember Gu Lingxi's dormitory is 508. Students in the school who come from poor families and have relatively weak personalities will be noted by their class teachers. When checking dormitories, teachers will focus on checking their dormitories to avoid school violence. The dean often came to check the dormitory and remembered it very clearly. When they went there, a student in Gu Lingxi dormitory took sick leave and was resting in bed. When he heard the door opening and looked up to see the dean, he was almost scared to death. Is it possible that when I ask for sick leave now, the dean should come to check in person to see if he is really sick? The dean was also surprised that there was still a student there. Hearing that the student was sick, he glanced at the cold medicine and hot water on the table before nodding. "Classmate, which one is Gu Lingxi's bed?" The student quickly pointed to his lower bunk with trepidation. Then he watched the dean and the 3 men in very expensive clothes stand in front of him, looking down at his lower bunk. Gu Lingxi's bed was clean, the quilt was folded neatly, pillows were placed on top of the quilt, and there was a hook hanging on the wall. There was a bag hanging on the hook, which contained some test papers. Ji Chang's also saw a neat pile of books on the table next to him. The first book had Gu Lingxi's name written on it. He picked up the book and there was a notebook inside. The book was clean and neat. But the notebook is full of words. The characters are very delicate and beautiful. Ji Chang's read it and praised, "The character Lingxi looks like me." Assistant. Just your stupid words. He has always suspected that Ji Dong only learned how to write Chinese characters in English during his trip abroad. Teng Sheng complimented me sincerely, "The way I write is very similar to yours." They all like to use black pens, don't they? The dean also praised, "Gu Lingxi is not only handsome, but his grades in school have always been the first in his grade. He is also very sensible and well behaved. He is very serious in whatever he does. I see that you are very important in his education." Ji Chang sighed, "I never taught him, it was his grandma who taught him. She is very fond of Lingxi." Oh. The case was solved. I can't blame this man for being so rich, but Gu Lingxi was born in poverty. It turned out that his parents divorced and he married a mother who was not in a very good condition. But he had never met Gu Lingxi's mother. The dean only thought for a moment and then ignored the topic. Dad Lingxi, do you want to go and see the cafeteria again? Our school cafeteria is highly praised. Looking at our poor environment, maybe one of us can't bear it and donate to a canteen. No need to look anymore. Ji Chang said, I already understand the general situation. I think we can donate not only the teaching building, but also several dormitory buildings. I just took a look at the canteen from a distance and it is a bit shabby. I would like to donate another canteen, library, audio and video room. All of this needs to be donated. 6 students in one dormitory in the dormitory building are still too many. After all, they are high school students. If there are too many people, they may not sleep well. It is more suitable for 2 people to sleep. It would be better if there is a separate bathroom. I am not afraid of being smaller. There are a separate bathroom makes it easier to use the toilet and take a shower. Money is not an issue, as long as the children are comfortable. As he was talking, he suddenly said proudly, our Lingxi family is most afraid of not being able to go to the toilet in time. Assistant. Dean. This rich parent obviously wants to give his child a better environment, and he understands the truth, but why is your face so proud of your child going to the toilet? But what Ji Chang said costs a lot of money. I spent so much money just to make my children happy in the past 3 years. This hurts the child too much. Especially in libraries, children's education is a top priority, and books are indispensable. After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he asked again, if the money is in place, how soon can it be built? The dean understood what he meant. Don't worry, if you have enough money, you can build it after your summer vacation. But you have to put it aside for a while. After all, you are afraid of formaldehyde and so on. If students smell formaldehyde, their principal shouldn't go crazy. He chuckled and complimented Ji Chang's, you really love your children. It's not all for Lingxi. Ji Chang said with emotion, this child has never followed me and suffered a lot, I only know it now. I originally wanted him to transfer to another school and come back with me, but he said that the school has always taken good care of him. I checked you guys according to the school's information, it is indeed a good school. I haven't thanked you yet. Really, thank you so much for taking care of my Lingxi home. Obviously Ji Chang's didn't say too much exaggerated thanks, but seeing his grateful face, the dean's eyes felt hot for some reason, and so did his heart. Hey, it should be, it should be. After so many years of hard work, I have never seen such a formal expression of gratitude. He felt that his previous thoughts were too superficial. How could he only look at the money sent by the other party? They obviously wanted to express their gratitude sincerely, and true love is priceless. Ji Chang's, I'm so touched. I want to donate another swimming pool. Dean. True love is priceless, but the true love of this Lingxi father is still very expensive. When they arrived at the principal's office, the dean was about to introduce him. Teng Sheng, who had been following Ji Chang's and looking around, raised his eyes and saw the principal standing up to greet him. He was immediately overjoyed. Brother, you turn out to be the principal of this school. He happily took away the introduction job from the dean, dragged the principal over, and introduced him to Ji Chang's, this is my brother. We met while playing chess by the river. Ji Chang's was also full of surprise and reached out to hold the principal's hand. I heard Teng Sheng mentioned you. Hello, brother. Assistant. He looked at the 58-year-old white-haired principal and fell into silence. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 333. The assistant hasn't gotten used to Teng Sheng's brothers from all over the world, but Ji Chang's is obviously used to it. The key point is that not only did he get used to it, He also sat on the sofa very naturally and began to get along with the principal and his brothers. And it's very reasonable, I am Tangshen's brother, aren't Tangshen's brothers my brothers? Anyway, it's up to him to reason. The principal also accepted it well. Firstly, this reason is indeed tenable. Secondly, this is a big benefactor who wants to donate a teaching building. Of course, the benefactor has said what he wants. The dean was really stunned, but he had been teaching for more than 30 years and had never seen anything like this before. He was only stunned for a moment before regaining his natural expression, and then said yes, yes, this is normal expression rises. The whole place was enjoying themselves. The assistant, who felt very out of place among them, said he could only try his best to put on a wow, this is really normal expression. His face was very natural, but his heart was full of complaints, watching Ji Chang's getting close to the principal. I've already visited your school. It's really good. It's a pity that we met too late. If we had met earlier, I would have donated the teaching building long ago. The assistant stood aside and spoke helpfully, no, our director Ji likes to do charity the most. But deep down in my heart, I was thinking, just say it, Director Ji used to spend money when he had it, and when did he ever do charity? The principal did not care whether the sentence was true or false. It doesn't matter whether people did it before or not, it's better if they do it now. He actively found out the school's admission rate and other information and showed it to Ji Chang's under Tang Sheng's instructions. You see, our school's admission rate is not exaggerated, but it is rising steadily every year. Although the school's soft conditions are not very good, the hard conditions are still very good. Ji Chang's had read it with his assistant before, and now he is still reading it with gusto. Okay, I believe the principal. Your school is indeed good. I've looked around and it's very good. My Linksy family also studied very well in your school. Plus, brother, you are also a friend of Tang Sheng. I will pursue another canteen. The principal almost laughed out loud. Good guy, then they have a second canteen. In his mind, he decided where to go to the second cafeteria in an instant. The senior students and senior teachers have always been the hardest working people in the entire high school. It is not about other hardships, but mainly because they all have to get up earlier than chickens and go to bed later than dogs. In the future, the second cafeteria can be exclusively used for senior high school students to ensure that they can eat nutritious food whether they are dancing after hearing the chicken or digging through the wall. He thought happily, and Tang Sheng also felt happy. He patted the principal on the shoulder. It's my fault, I never asked you what you do before. If I had known you were the principal of Linksy, why would we bother like this? He leaned over and looked at the aerial view of the entire campus in the principal's hand, and said, it's all fate. I'll donate something too. I'm not as rich as Nagasawa. Didn't Nagasawa just say that he wanted to sleep with 2 people in the dormitory, and the toilet? I can donate some toilet supplies, like a toilet or something. Just in time to support the business of his brother who runs a toilet company. The principal was happy at first, then hesitated. Isn't this too expensive? Nothing to spend, just supporting my brother and nephew. Tang Sheng waved his hand very generously. In fact, he is not very short of money. He doesn't have much money. After all, his father is not the richest man, and his parents will not pamper him the way Ji's father pampered Ji Chang's. But he still has plenty of money. After all, he is still a rich second generation, and he is still a rich second generation in his 30s who can still spend time outside. His monthly pocket money is definitely not a small amount for ordinary people. Tang Sheng generally does not spend this money. He has a lot of friends and a sense of justice. He often helps connect friends and can be regarded as a friend by Tang Sheng. Except for Ji Chang's, who is a little boy, even if his character flaws are not serious, they are not serious. Flaws, the string he pulls is absolutely reliable. Friends have achieved a win-win situation because of him, don't they have to repay him? Teng Sheng doesn't want money, he doesn't want money to get involved in his pure friendship. So most of his friends' ways of repaying him were to give him a free payment at their own property, or simply treat him to food, drinks, and fun. So this guy went around looking carefree, but most of the time he didn't spend his own money. Isn't that pocket money just sitting there and useless? Anyway, let it go. Donating a building to students is also a good deed. It can help his two brothers and make his Linksy nephew live happily. Teng Sheng decided to donate his money without much hesitation. Out. I will probably donate this much. If I still have some leftovers after buying the toilet, you can buy some things for students. High school kids are under a lot of pressure. If you can make them live a better life, then you can live a better life. He told the exact number, and the principal could see that he was serious, and immediately nodded happily, "Okay, I will set up a monument for you at the door of the place where you donated." The more the three of them talked, the happier they became, and the more they talked, the happier they became. As he was talking, the principal suddenly remembered. He asked, "What is the situation with classmate Gu Linksy? Mr. G's conditions are so good, even if he divorces his mother, he shouldn't be as miserable as before, right?" As a principal, he would definitely not ask that. But isn't Teng Sheng here? He likes Gu Linksy, a little classmate, very much. Who doesn't like a child with good grades, a sensible personality and good manners? It is precisely because of my liking that I have always felt that this child is really heartbreaking. He was obviously the most wanton and youthful age, but he lived cautiously. The food in their school was considered cheap, but when he first started school, Gu Linksy still ate like an ascetic. However, later he got the first place in the grade, and the principal accepted his teachings. The director's opinion added a reward for recharging the meal card, so Gu Linksy didn't have to eat the cheapest meal 3 times a day. This money is really nothing to people of their age, and the principal never paid much attention to it before. But things are different now. If Ji Changs can donate a building, he will definitely not be short of money. Even if he is divorced, he still has to pay alimony to his children every month. Seeing that he can donate a house to Gu Linksy now, you know that he must have feelings for his son. If he has feelings, why would he just watch it? The child suffered so many years. Seeing that Ji Changs was not only not angry, but also looked guilty, the principal felt confident. "I don't mean to blame you. Everyone has difficulties. It's just that Gu Linksy is really outstanding. High school is a very important stage. It's not just about grades, but also psychology. For these students, maybe they could do it before. The things they have endured can easily make them collapse now. Since Mr. G cares about classmate Gu Linksy so much, I hope he can take more care of his life in the future if possible. Not to mention big fish and meat, at least don't let him work part-time." Ji Chang sighed and turned to look at his assistant. The assistant understood instantly and pulled the dean out. "Teacher, there are still some places that I didn't see when I just visited the campus. Could you please take me to see them again?" The dean was such a good person that he couldn't tell that this was someone who was going to talk about family matters, so he hurriedly cooperated and followed him out. After the two left, there were only 3 brothers left in the room. Only then did Ji Changs hold the principal's hand and let out a long, long sigh. "Brother, you are someone Teng Sheng trusts, and I won't hide it from you. In fact, I didn't even know that Linksy was my child before." "Headmaster." Ji Chang sighed again, "His mother and I are not familiar with each other. I only found out his mother's name after I found out about Linksy and asked someone to check." "Headmaster." He was stunned for several seconds, not understanding how this happened. "Ji Changs, the thing is like this, more than 10 years ago, I studied abroad. Then who knew she was pregnant? I was so homesick at the time that I returned to China not long after, and no one contacted me. Plus, I also take safety measures, so I didn't expect. In our circle, unless you are seriously planning to get married, if you have a child, it will be aborted by default. Of course, I am not saying that it is not good for Linksay's mother not to abort the child. I still like Linksay very much. Yes, but since she didn't abort it at that time, doesn't it mean that she also wanted to have this child? This big man who donated several buildings in one go looked very depressed and puzzled. She gave birth to Linksay, but she treated him badly. Brother, we can be considered friends now, and I won't hide it from you. Linksay's grandma had taken care of him since he was a child. Her mother wanted to send him away at first, but his grandma didn't agree, so Linksay could stay. The principal was shocked. It is against the law to give your child away. No, that's illegal. Ji Chang's found another black spot on Gu Kui, and he was a little happy. Balabala continued to complain, Linksay hasn't seen her mother much. It is said that the woman married well, but you have also seen what kind of life Linksay is living. To tell you the truth, I hate her. The best partner when venting your bitterness is of course wine. Ji Chang's fished a handful on the table but failed to find it. Teng Sheng had known him for many years and knew what he wanted to do at a glance. He immediately turned around and took out a bottle of wine from the table on the right side of the office. By the way, there are a few wine glasses under the cabinet. Nagaze, don't be too sad. Come and have a drink. The principal was not surprised either. He bought this wine from Teng Sheng, and told him where to put it while playing chess. He also said that if Teng Sheng came to his place as a guest one day, he would serve it with this wine. I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. He opened a door in the office. Inside was a bed and a table covered with books. The principal put all the books on the bed, moved the chairs and called them in. Come on, drink here, I usually sleep here at night. His wife passed away early, and his children all had jobs and families. He usually regarded school as his second home. Later, he simply moved a bed here and slept here most of the time. Living on campus, you can eat in the cafeteria, and it's easy to take care of students if something happens. Sometimes you can check the dormitory if you can't sleep in the middle of the night, which is perfect. But it's perfect. The principal's accommodation conditions are indeed not that good. The bed is the bottom bunk that was removed from the former student bed. The table is also a few scrapped from the student side. They are put together to form a big table. Even the chair was written with a black pen. It turns out that the previous owner was some naughty student. The principal just subconsciously asked the two of them to come here. After all, drinking in the office in broad daylight is not a good idea. After entering, he realized that his room didn't look very bright. Teng Sheng and he were friends through chess. They were very familiar with each other, but they never exchanged names. Occasionally, they met by the river and played chess together. Not to mention Ji Chang's, we met for the first time today. And these two people are definitely wealthy. He uses his own small shabby room to entertain them. They must not misunderstand that he is neglectful. The principal was just nervous for a few seconds when he saw Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng acting as if they had not noticed how shabby it was inside. Ji Chang sat directly on the middle chair and cried. Brother, I'm suffering. Teng Sheng immediately poured the wine and handed it to him. Yes, bitter, drink some wine. He turned back and asked the principal, are you going to eat peanuts again? Drink it before filling your stomach, otherwise it will be bad for your stomach. Even though he lives and drinks every day, he actually maintains his health. Yes. The principal was stunned for a moment, then smiled, opened the drawer, and not only brought out a plate of peanuts, but also gave each person a piece of ham. The three of them just started complaining over a mouthful of ham, a peanut, and a sip of wine. Mainly Ji Chang's complained, while the other two listened. I don't like children, but who doesn't like my own children? My mother passed away early and my father was so busy. When we were young, we lived in the same home, but I couldn't see him a few times a month. Teng Shen nodded and poured wine for Ji Chang's. Actually, it's a good thing. You were so naughty when you were young. If uncle saw you every day, you would definitely have a big butt every day. It's like he was beaten a lot when he was a child. The principal sighed while eating peanuts. It is indeed a sutra that is difficult for every family to recite. Rich people still suffer. Ji Chang's is indeed in pain. I would rather blossom than face an empty house alone. Our house is not big, only more than 1,000 square meters. However, every time I wake up, my father is not there. There are only a dozen nannies and 2 nannies at home. When there are 3 gardeners and 3 cooks, I feel terrible about how empty the house is. The principal who was cracking peanuts said. The peanuts in my hand suddenly lost their aroma. Ji Chang's continued, my dad, brother, you don't know, but Teng Shen and I grew up together. You saw it, right? Teng Shen, my dad doesn't care about me at all. Every time he sees me, he only gives me money, asks me if I have enough money to spend, if I want a salary increase, and if I need a supplementary card. Why doesn't he understand? Do I need tens of millions of pocket money? What I want is that he cares about me. Headmaster. Teng Shen continued to pour wine. It's okay, brother, it's all over. Isn't it good now? No, you don't understand. I'm not good at all. I'm not cool at all. It's not because I don't want anyone to care about me that I don't get married. I'm afraid that my dad will find me a marriage partner again, brother. He held the principal's hand, his eyes red. Do you have a wife? The principal replied dully, yes, but she left early. In fact, the relationship between him and his wife is not that deep. They knew each other on a blind date when they were young, and over the years they have become like family members. So when she left, he felt really sad. Gu Lingxi's father in front of him was full of envy. Although your wife left early, your marriage must have been agreed by both of you. The principal nodded. That's not true. Can we still get married if we don't agree? Just as he was lighting it, he noticed the envy in Ji Chang's eyes, and he suddenly realized, don't you want to get married because your father forced you to get married? Ji Chang's felt very aggrieved and nodded heavily, isn't it true? My dad, when I was in my early 30s, he started to introduce me to people. One was the uncle's daughter, and the other was the grandfather's granddaughter. I didn't want him to introduce me to those people at all. I don't want to marry someone's daughter or someone's granddaughter, I just want to marry someone I like, but he just won't introduce me. He complained very much, that is a business marriage. They are not willing to marry me at all. Their families are rich, they are good looking, they are talented, and they have an independent personality. Why should they settle for a bad guy like me? The principal suddenly realized. It turns out that the marriage of a wealthy family is unfortunate. Hey, he can help with this. If you want someone to introduce you, there is a teacher in our school who is about the same age as you. He is a very nice person. I have said before that I don't mind falling in love. Please ask me to help you see if there is anyone suitable. How about I arrange it? Would you like to meet him? If he likes you and he likes you, you can try to talk about it. Ji Chang shook his head and said resolutely, no, that is the past tense. I can't get married now. I have a child, and I have to think about Lingxi. I will not get married in the future. I want to give Lingxi a sense of security. I will never let him have nothing but money like I did when I was a child. Nothing but money. The principal looked at this big brother. The expression is painful. The eyes are indeed sad. But why does he want to hit someone so much? Teng Shen didn't think it was a big deal, and continued to echo, No, I don't want to get married either. Falling in love and getting married are different. In fact, I don't need to get married. Isn't my eldest brother married? By then, my nephew will be married. It will provide for me in my old age. Ji Chang's face turned red as he drank. As for your eldest brother, I think your nephew is very naughty. He doesn't seem to be willing to support you in your old age. Teng Sheng shook his head. How could it be? The child is just a child. When he grows up, he will become sensible. Adults can teach him more. Ji Chang smiled and said nothing. That child is so repulsive to Teng Sheng now, isn't it because of what adults taught him? The principal was very emotional. I didn't expect you to be willing to make such a sacrifice for Gu Lingxi. It seems that we don't have to worry about his bad life in the future. Ji Chang's looked like a tall, rich, and handsome man at first glance. Although he was over 30 and had a son, he would definitely not find someone to marry him, but he was willing not to get married for Gu Lingxi. The principal was very happy for Gu Lingxi, thinking that this might be fatherly love. Ji Chang slapped the table. Of course Lingxi will live well. He will live very well. I have to make up for the hardships and sins he suffered in the past. And his mother, I want to call my dad and ask him to bankrupt her. What the hell? If you are born, you will take care of me. Why do you dislike our home in Lingxi? Where's my phone? Where did I put it? Seeing Ji Chang's drunkenly starting to take out his cell phone, Teng Sheng quickly stopped him. Ancestor, don't bother me. After all, that's Lingxi's mother. She gave birth to the child no matter what, and she didn't abuse her or do anything. Maybe it's just to develop a new life, but there is no rule that mothers must love their children. You're being unreasonable. Give me your phone quickly, but don't bother uncle. If it had been before, he might not have stopped her. But after witnessing Ji's father and Ji Chang's identical guardians, Teng Sheng thought he might as well stop him. One of the two wanted to fight, and the other refused to fight. I don't know whose number I dialed on my cell phone, but I also turned it on speakerphone and the person on the other end answered the call instantly. Nagaze, I'm surprised you actually called me. Teng Sheng paused as he grabbed the phone. Lu Pian ran. Lu Pian ran was also stunned. Teng Sheng? Are you and Nagasawa together? Did you choose me in the game of truth or dare? Hello. Ji Chang's eyes lit up. He put his phone on the table and asked quite naturally, Lu Pian ran, didn't you owe me a favor before? Lu Pian ran was kicked out of the house before, and the original owner had supported Xiao Tongku. However, after the support was completed, he felt that he had fulfilled his brotherly obligations and forgot about Lu Pian ran and never contacted her again. But Lu Pian ran said at the beginning that he owed the other party a favor and would definitely repay it as long as he was able. Lu Pian ran laughed and whispered something to the side, as if coaxing the child. After coaxing the child, she asked, tell me, if I can do anything, I will do it for you. He was mentally prepared that Ji Chang's would definitely not give a good answer. After all, Ji Chang's father loved him so much. If it was something that could be easily done, the other party would definitely go directly to his biological father. Ji Chang's, I want you to destroy my son's mother. Lu Pian ran. He was silent for a full minute before asking, can you say it again? Who can you destroy? Ji Chang's, my son's mother. Lu Pian ran, Teng Sheng, is he scolding me now? No, no, the situation is very complicated. Don't listen to him. He is drunk. He will regret it when he sobers up. Teng Sheng quickly helped to explain. Lu Pian ran, it seems that your life is still so colorful when I am not around. Since you called me, let's meet tomorrow. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we will be in the Sky City. I have something to do here, so hang up first. He hung up the phone and couldn't help but laugh while holding the baby in his hand. He was still young when he played with Ji Chang's Teng Sheng, and that time was his happiest time. After he left home, Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng gave him support respectively. Ji Chang's was always simple and rude, so he gave the money. Teng Sheng was much more considerate, and he couldn't blame most of the people in the circle at that time for being friends with him. He was in such a situation at that time. If Teng Sheng hadn't helped him clear the way, applied for a visa for him, and introduced him to his friends abroad, he might not have been able to successfully establish a foothold abroad. At that time, he lived in that apartment for more than 2 months before he learned that the rental prices in the surrounding apartments were very high. The landlord was a friend of Teng Sheng, and Teng Sheng paid him most of the rent, so that the landlord deceived him into making the rent cheaper. He will always remember the helping hand Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng extended to him. It's just that he has a grudge against the Lu family, and is also insensitive to the entire circle. After all, he didn't know until he was kicked out that those who he thought were friends called him brothers in front of his face, but often scolded him behind his back for pretending to be a good person. He loves his half-brother, but he is also regarded as a scheming and deliberately raising a competitor to destroy him. Only Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng never said a bad word about him, but instead extended a helping hand to him. After Lu Pianran came back, he trampled on the Lu family, but he never took the initiative to contact them. Even though he now has power, he is still not as rich as the Ji family and Teng family. He was afraid that they would think that he was like those people and only wanted to befriend them for money. After all, he seems to be living a good life now, but in fact he still needs to work hard. If the news spread that he and Nagasawa Tumarai are friends, the group of people who are just looking for food will definitely swarm him. Lu Pianran certainly didn't mean that, but he was worried that they would misunderstand. After all, everyone has grown up, and now it would be silly to come forward and say, in fact, I have always missed our sincere friendship in my heart. Just wait until he gets higher. He can return to his friends. Help them just like they helped him. The child in her arms drank the milk, opened her eyes and began to look around. Lu Pianran smiled, hugged him and coaxed him softly. She waited until he fell asleep, then put the child on the crib and told the nanny who was always watching beside him, I'll leave it to you to take care of. The nanny nodded, and he went downstairs to go to the company. There was a noise outside the door, but Lu Pianran's expression remained unchanged as she limped to the door and put on her coat. A nanny came in, Mr. Lu, your brother is here again. Don't worry, let him make the noise, I'll go directly from the garage. Lu Pianran had no feelings for this younger brother for a long time and had never taken revenge. It was also because the other party had given him a lot of comfort when he was a child. On the other hand, the entire Lu family knew how this guy had made trouble for him in the past, and now he was avoiding him. In fact, without him having to do anything, the trash in the Lu family would naturally treat him as an object of ridicule. Another voice came from outside, and the nanny said, Mr. Lu, this time it's your eldest brother's nephew. Lu Pianran was still not very interested. Until the nanny said, they said that your niece-in-law is pregnant and they want to send the child to you to raise. Hearing these words, Lu Pianran stopped. He sneered, so now they not only send babies to me, but also pregnant ones? After all, they are also their own flesh and blood, and they don't even have the slightest reluctance to part with them. This question was definitely not meant for him. The nanny lowered her head and pretended not to hear. Lu Pianran limped to the door again and said, let my nephew come in. Outside, Lu He and Gu Kui stood nervously at the door, holding gifts in their hands. Lu Pianran never liked crowds, so they didn't dare to bring others with them. They had to carry expensive and heavy gifts by themselves. Next to him, a man was making trouble and was kicked out by the bodyguard. They recognized that this was another uncle, who should have been called Little Uncle before, but after Lu Pianran came back, everyone in the family treated him as if he didn't exist, so the title of Little Uncle naturally became Lu Pianran's unique title. The junior didn't know much about what happened back then. He only knew that Lu Pianran had grown up caring for the other party as if he were some kind of treasure, but the other party bid him back, causing Lu Pianran to become lame and kicked out of the house. Later, the old man passed away, and Lu Pianran was forgotten by everyone. No one expected that he would come back and dominate the entire Lu family. The person who had bitten back at the beginning was naturally despised by everyone as the Lu family tried to please Lu Pian. Gu Kui watched the man being kicked out with some fear, and touched her belly, feeling very frightened. I am pregnant now and the child has not been born yet. Is my uncle really willing to let us in? She had heard that the other party had always hated the Lu family, but he never beat them to death. It was as if he was deliberately playing tricks on them, sometimes giving them sweet dates, and sometimes attacking them suddenly. Gu Kui had always thought that her husband and father-in-law were the most powerful people in the Lu family. It wasn't until that day that they asked him to bring Gu Lingxi to the house that she knew that the Lu family had a trump card like Lu Pianran. It's a pity that he has an unpredictable temper and no one knows how to please him. Lu He was also a little nervous, but thinking that the business at home was getting worse day by day, he still gritted his teeth and said, "My uncle likes children the most. As long as we give the children to him for education, he will definitely be willing to let us in. Besides, the children sent by those people before were all low-class illegitimate children. We are legitimate children, so they are nobler than those illegitimate children. My uncle will definitely be more willing to raise our children." Gu Kui touched her belly again, still feeling a little unsure. "Her child hasn't been born yet." Lu He added, "If I had known it would happen now, I should have let that bastard of yours come back. Anyway, whether you can please my uncle or not, it's just an eyesore. It's a pity that none of them expected that the family would decline so quickly. Now that bastard is so big, even if it is given to Lu Pianran to raise, Lu Pianran will not be happy." Gu Kui also regretted hearing this. Gu Lingxi, apart from anything else, has good looks and a good personality. If he had really been sent to Lu Pianran's place, he might have really made Lu Pianran like him. By then, won't she, the mother of the entire Lu family, follow the rising tide? It's a pity that I didn't think about fighting for it at the beginning. It's also because Gu Lingxi is so unsatisfactory. What kind of thing she is wearing cannot satisfy her father-in-law and mother-in-law. She is such a cheap person. He misses all the blessings that come to her door. Just as Gu Kui was thinking about it, the nanny opened the door. "Sir, let you in." Gu Kui immediately adjusted the expression on her face to make herself look gentle and agile. "Now that the baby hasn't been born yet, I can only try my best to behave as well as possible." When they entered, Lu Pianran was sitting on the sofa, holding a cane in his hand. His leg was broken in his early years, but he could not get timely treatment because he was locked up. Even though he has a successful career now, he still can't be cured. "Walking is difficult, and I can only carry a cane for support when I go out." He just raised his eyes and saw the ambition in Gu Kui and Lu He's eyes. No matter how much he pretends to be, if he can hand over an unborn child to him, he is already an extremely disgusting person. Lu Pianran originally thought they had something to hide, but now that she realized that these two people were simply selling their children for glory, she suddenly felt sick and felt that she shouldn't have eaten just now. "Uncle, this is my wife Gu Kui. This is her first time visiting you. We bought you some gifts. I hope you like them." Lu He, who was always aloof in front of Gu Kui, had a very respectful attitude. He almost put the gift on the table carefully and did not dare to sit down. He only waited for Lu Pianran to speak with Gu Kui. Lu Pianran lost interest in entertaining them. Roll. Liu He and Gu Kui's face froze. "Uncle. Why did you fall out before you even said this?" Lu Pianran stood up slowly. "Should you get out on your own, Or should I have someone drive you away? Gu Kui wanted to open her mouth to plead, "Uncle." Lu He grabbed her with such force that it hurt her, but he quickly apologized to Lu Pi and ran. Yes, we didn't listen to my uncle. I'm sorry, uncle, we are leaving now. She doesn't understand the rules. Don't be like her. After saying that, he pulled Gu Kui and walked out quickly. Lu Pian Ran looked at the two people's backs indifferently and sighed expressionlessly. Nausea. He grew up in the Lu family, so he naturally knew how many dirty things were hidden in the seemingly wealthy Lu family. Those people were sowing seeds everywhere to have children, but they didn't raise the children when they were delivered to them. He had suffered that kind of hardship himself, so he couldn't bear to see this. After he came back, he took some children with him whose fathers didn't care about their mothers and didn't register them, but just raised them well until they reached adulthood. In the eyes of others, does his behavior mean that he loves his children as much as they want? For the sake of children, is it even acceptable to have a child still in the belly of a pregnant woman? Lu Pian Ran was so disgusted that she limped into the elevator. Sure enough, most of these people are still disgusting. Unlike Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng. They always do things based on their mood, not on any interests, and they will never even give up their own children for the sake of interests. Thinking that Ji Chang still had his mobile phone number for so long and that Teng Sheng could still hear his voice, Lu Pian Ran was so happy that she even felt less nauseated just now. He is looking forward to meeting you tomorrow. This time they took the initiative to contact him, and it was not for profit. Lu Pian Ran was happy here. Things are not going well for Gu Kui. As soon as she went out, Lu He immediately became furious at her. What's the matter with you? Didn't I tell you before I came here that no matter what my uncle says, don't refute him and just listen? Do you know that if I hadn't pulled you out just now, you would have offended him? Gu Kui felt aggrieved. She didn't do it for Lu He, but she didn't have the confidence to argue. Everything she had now depended on Lu He. If Lu He was angry, she could only endure it. So I could only apologize in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I was too anxious. I was afraid that if my uncle didn't agree, my father would take it out on you." Lu He had a sullen face and glanced at her up and down. "Useless thing. If I had known, I shouldn't have married you in the first place." Gu Kui was stunned for a moment and burst into tears. But when Lu He turned away and walked away, she could only wipe her tears and follow with her head lowered. Before Lu Pian Ran knew what happened to him, he was already standing in front of the car and suddenly lowered his head and looked in the rearview mirror. Well, it's been well maintained and hasn't aged at all. I wonder how Nagasawa Tamoru and the others are doing. Although everyone has grown up, he feels that the two of them must be growing in a good direction. Lu Pian Ran thought, although they have all grown up and become mature and no longer immature, maybe, everyone can still be the same as before? Of course, he couldn't imagine it. More than 10 years have passed, and he has grown up alone. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 334. Ji Changs gave the principal a solid performance on what it meant to pretend to be crazy while drinking. Performed another 1-second sobriety. When the assistant came back, he saw Director Ji blushing. He was very familiar with this scene. Every time Director Ji comes to the company in the morning, he has just finished an all-nighter, and his face looks like this. Of course, even though he knew this was very common, as a very professional assistant, he still asked, "Is Director Ji okay? How about I go down and buy some hangover medicine?" "Principal, no need to buy it, I have it here, just in the drawer." Teng Sheng often went out to play with him, and he already knew his physique clearly. He asked for a basin of cold water, and took Ji Chang's to wash his face. The eyes of the man who had been dizzy just a moment ago immediately became clear. It's okay. He does this often. Just wash your face and it'll be fine. Teng Sheng explained to his principal friend while passing a towel to Ji Chang's. The principal smiled and nodded, but deep down he was feeling sad. He is indeed a rich man. It really looks like what was written in the novel read by the students that was taken back before, about the king of Tianliangpo. If you want to destroy it, destroy it. How rich it is. This is a family matter. After being a principal for a long time, unless a student encounters difficulties, he usually won't interfere in the teaching office, so he just smiled and said nothing, watching Teng Sheng trying to persuade him. Are you awake? Tell me, why are you arguing with Lingxi's mother? She is Lingxi's mother after all. Although she doesn't care about Lingxi much, she hasn't done anything to Lingxi either. It's not surprising that Teng Sheng said this. His three views have been upright since he was a child, which was cultivated by watching Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Without knowing what Gu Kui had done, what he saw was that Gu Kui got pregnant and gave birth to a child alone, and then he no longer took care of the child after getting married. If you want to say that she is cruel, that is true. Whether he was on Gu Lingxi's side or Ji Chang's side, Teng Sheng rejected and hated Gu Kui. But it would be too exaggerated for a father who had never cared for Gu Lingxi to destroy his child's mother because of this. Woke up. Ji Chang's tilted his neck back and let Teng Sheng wipe his face with the towel. Teng Sheng also wiped it a few times and suddenly realized what he was doing now, and cursed, "You think of me as a little maid, don't you?" Ji Chang stood up, "I understand what you mean, don't worry, I won't do anything to her, she is Lingxi's mother after all." You're right to think so. Lingxi didn't mention him or her mother much. She only talked about him and her mother. She's married, and maybe her life is not going well. While chirping, Teng Sheng threw the towel into the cold water, wrung it out and handed it to Ji Chang's. "Wipe it again, I'm going to see Grandma Lingxi later, do you plan to meet me drunk like this?" Ji Chang's wiped his face again silently. He raised his eyes and looked at the principal. "Brother, you are the principal of Lingxi. Can you tell me what's going on with Grandma Lingxi?" The principal witnessed the private affairs of the wealthy family. He sat down with some embarrassment and coughed dryly. "It seems that Lingxi's grandma used to make clothes in a factory. Fortunately, they were all locals, and Gu Lingxi was good enough, so the principal couldn't help but pay more attention to him. During the previous parent-teacher meeting, because Gu Lingxi had been showing sleepiness at school, part-time night shift, he even looked for an elderly person. Talked. So he still knows a lot. Grandma Gu was a worker when she was young, and she and her husband worked in the same factory. As a result, a large number of workers were unemployed at that time. She quickly found a small factory to make clothes, and her husband started a small business. The two also accumulated what seemed to be a lot of savings at the time. Instead of buying a house for investment, they decided to use the money to raise their daughter. At that time, there was a trend of studying abroad. Turtles who returned from studying abroad were not only easy to find jobs, but also received high wages. After some discussion, the two decided to send Gu Kui to study abroad. Of course, it was impossible to invest all the money. They still had emergency money in their hands, but the money gradually disappeared after Gu Kui called back again and again to ask for money. Although the old couple had no money at that time, they could earn money every month and their life was not bad. They just had to save money for their daughter. Until Gu Kui brought back a child. She did not say who the child's father was, only that it was her child. After leaving it to two people, she left the country again. At that time, it was very shameful for a girl to get pregnant before marriage, but Gu Kui was kind enough to put down the child, pat her butt and leave, leaving only 2 old men and a child to talk to. Later, the child was raised and nurtured, and feelings developed. However, when Gu Kui came back again, she was determined to give the child away for the person she wanted to talk to. Naturally, the old couple disagreed. After a row, Gu Kui's father couldn't stand the excitement and passed away. The family spent all the remaining money to save him. After that, Gu Kui patted his butt and left again, leaving only Grandma Gu alone. Grandson. Because they had to save living expenses for their daughter to study abroad, they never bought a house but rented a house. After the family's most profitable breadwinner passed away, Grandma Gu had to take care of her grandson by herself, and also had to pay back the debt she owed for treating her husband. I had to move to a small building with very cheap rent, but extremely dilapidated. I went there during the principal's home visit. That building is really run down. Even for filming a ghost movie, there is no need to deliberately decorate it, because the people who live in it are those who have little money or no registered permanent residence. Plus there are so many people, there is no guarantee that they will have any quality. Stair railings, there were dirty things everywhere, and there were even people urinating in the corridor. In addition to these, there are naturally some more filthy things. The principal didn't have the nerve to tell everything, so he just picked and said it. There is no elevator in that building. The higher the building, the cheaper the rent. The top floor is the most expensive because it has a terrace. Linksy and his family live on the floor below the top floor. I remember it was the 7th or 8th floor. Climbing the stairs is very tiring. At that time, he also wanted to know about Gu Lingxi's growing environment. The dean of students and Gu Lingxi's class teacher went with him. The 3 of them decided to let Gu Lingxi live on campus when they came back. How can you study well in such an environment? It was already dark when they arrived, and there were all kinds of noisy sounds around, from children being beaten and scolded, to quarrels, to pots and pans, which together could create a symphony. Gu Lingxi's home was only 40 or 50 square meters. Although it was small and shabby, it was kept very clean. The table was covered with a tablecloth and a vase with a corner missing was placed on it. The vase contained wild flowers from downstairs. The principal said with emotion, "The old lady is very good at living. She also has a bookcase, which I bought before." Ji Chang's was a little surprised. "Can the old lady still read?" I asked about it at the time. She used to read it, but now that her eyes have presbyopia, she stopped reading. Presbyopia is not that troublesome, just wear reading glasses. But no one present asked why she didn't get reading glasses. Gu Lingxi was so poor that he had to work part-time at such an important time in high school. Isn't it normal for the old lady to be reluctant to spend money to get reading glasses? Ji Chang sighed. I can't blame Gu Lingxi for growing up in such an environment but still having such a good personality. He doesn't have extreme low self-esteem, can study with peace of mind, doesn't complain about his family, and the classmates around him like him. The old lady must have put a lot of effort into his education." The principal said, "Speaking of which, Grandma Lingxi also received a technical secondary school degree. Although it is inconspicuous now, technical secondary schools were very powerful when we were young. Factories were so prosperous at that time. Some factories only recruited people who had graduated from technical secondary school or junior high school. At that time, entering a factory was even more prestigious than going to college. But later workers were laid off in large numbers, and groups of people had to find jobs. At that time, the Gu family already had Gu Kui's father in business, and Grandma Gu entered a factory for stability. When something happened at home and she needed money, she couldn't go anywhere with a child by her side. But now that Gu Lingxi has grown up, she is old. Who is willing to let an old man work, let alone an old man who is not in good health? So she was laid off again and had to go around picking up rags to sell for money every day. Gulingxi is also sensible enough to work part-time to subsidize the family, otherwise the family may be even worse. Gulingxi's tuition is not a big problem. The school has already waived it for him. Coupled with scholarships and meal card subsidies, it stands to reason that he will not be as poor as he is now, not to mention how comfortable his life is. But Grandma Gu is sick and she needs to take medicine. The old man thought about giving up the treatment, but how could Gulingxi be willing? He almost begged Grandma Gu not to give up. Those medicines were not very expensive. As long as they all worked harder, they would definitely be able to survive. It's sad, I'm really sad. When the old man told me, my nose felt sore. I thought about how this kid in Lingxi could have such a hard life. Although he is smart, his current achievements are not because of his intelligence, but because of him. Absolutely hard work, just studying with all your heart. Because the teacher told him that as long as he gets into a good university, he can make a lot of money after graduation. A noble son from a poor family. Nowadays, if a poor family wants to have a noble son, it can only be through study. The principal really feels sorry for this child. We were already discussing about recruiting Lingxi's grandma to be the dormitory manager in the women's dormitory. The dormitory aunt is a bit tired, but it's better than the old man picking up rags, and it's right under Gulingxi's nose, so he doesn't have to worry about it every day. Ji Chang's listened silently. Gulingxi's life was undoubtedly unfortunate, but he also met many good people along the way. In the original timeline, if Grandma Gu had not died of a terminal illness, she would have been recruited by the school to be a dormitory caretaker. She would not have to run around so hard, and she would still be able to see her grandson every day. And Gulingxi will successfully enter college under the care of the school. But fate is always so unpredictable. Grandma Gu passed away and Gulingxi lost his only relative. That's why after he was taken back to the Ji family, he worked so hard to be the heir and longed for the attention of his father and grandfather. The original owner was heartless and had no feelings about his son's arrival. But Ji's father loved Gulingxi very much, and he worked very hard to create a perfect grandfather image for his grandson. Originally, even without the original owner, Gulingxi could be at peace with Ji's father's care. Unfortunately, Ji's father also left later. All he can do is try his best to protect his only relative. In his life, it seemed that most of the people he met were good people, but he never got a good ending. A heart-wrenching child. The principal noticed Ji Chang's silence and knew that he felt distressed. He felt a little emotional in his heart and was a little happy at the same time. Although Lingxi classmates encountered many difficulties before. But now his father is here. His father will definitely protect him. The principal continued to talk about Gulingxi's past. He also had selfish motives and wanted to tell all the embarrassments Gulingxi had encountered in the past, so that Ji Changs would feel more distressed and understand how difficult this child was. Our school does not require uniforms except on Mondays, so there are many students wearing various clothes in the school, but Gulingxi only wears school uniforms in spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and every semester has a student uniform. If it's lost or dirty, it can't be washed. The school sells new ones, but classmate Gulingxi's clothes have turned white after washing, and he has never bought new school uniforms. I have to write every day at school, and my clothes rub on the table for a long time. There will definitely be some problems over time, but Gulingxi has never bought new school uniforms. Later, the dean couldn't stand it anymore. When the scholarship was awarded, he gave me 2 new school uniforms out of his own pocket, saying it was just a reward. Just like the principal also paid for the shoes out of his own pocket. To be honest, they were surprised that there could be such poor children these days, but after learning about it, they just felt sad. Which teacher would not feel sad to see such a flower of the motherland that is still trying to thrive in a difficult environment? The principal was embarrassed to mention himself and only talked about the behavior of other teachers. Linksy is the English class representative. Sometimes he has to help the teacher collect homework and send it to the office, usually in the morning. The English teacher in his class knows that he often drinks a bowl of porridge in the morning, so he always buys a lot of steamed buns. When Linksy arrived, he asked him to take a few away, saying that he couldn't eat them. She is quite careful. She is afraid that Linksy will think too much, and sometimes she will change other snacks, such as candy, chocolate, etc. Later, when other teachers found out, they would always prepare some snacks. Wait for your class representatives to come and give them to them too. There are representatives from all classes, and Gu Linksy is inconspicuous among them. Later, some relatively wealthy teachers developed the habit of buying some bread, cakes and other foods, and giving them to the top 3 every time the test paper came out. Gu Linksy's results have never fallen below the first place, so he can get it every time. No matter how smart he is not an adult after all. When he got the food, he was only happy for himself to get the reward. He had no idea that the teachers were here for him. After all, looking at the entire school, Gu Linksy is the poorest person. Teachers never tell students these things. Children of this age have strong self-esteem, and no one wants to make Gu Linksy feel inferior. But things are different now. Gu Linksy's father is here, and he is a wealthy man. They also knew that Gu Linksy would never encounter the embarrassing situation they were worried about again. The principal had wanted to praise the teachers in their school for a long time, but now that he had an opportunity, he immediately said it out loud. So don't worry, Linksy doesn't have any special treatment in our school, but everyone likes him very much, and he will never encounter any bullying. He sighed, this child is really good. After getting the new school uniform, he changed into the new school uniform, but he kept wearing the same clothes underneath. Some of them were too small, and the sleeves were a bit too short. He never talked about buying new ones. When we visited his home, we found out that he was still wearing school uniform at home. The school uniform covers the fact that the old clothes are shorter, so Grandma Gu won't see it. Who wouldn't like such a well-behaved and sensible child? The assistant's eyes turned red when he heard this. The young master is so pitiful. He had previously thought that the other party was a prince who had been spoiled and had a bad temper since childhood. Teng Sheng felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard this. Growing up, he had only seen similar poverty in the news. Unexpectedly, his brother's son actually lived like this for 16 years. Thinking about it brought tears to his eyes. He patted Ji Chang's on the shoulder. Brother, I no longer feel in my heart that your kindness to Linksy is too exaggerated. Linksy deserves it. When he was Gu Linksy's age, he just played around, made friends, and sometimes traveled with Ji Chang's. Although he seems to be like this now. Ji Chang stood up suddenly. Several other people who were sighing were startled by his sudden action and looked at him one after another. Ji Chang's asked, "What time is it now?" The assistant immediately looked at the watch on his hand, 10 o'clock. They were drinking, eating peanuts and chatting, and so much time passed in the blink of an eye. When Ji Chang's heard the time, he immediately stood up and walked out. Let's go out. The assistant and Teng Sheng stood up in confusion. Where are you going? Ji Chang's, go buy clothes. Our home is near the west, so we deserve the best and most expensive clothes. Gu Linksy didn't know that his father was in a hurry to buy clothes. In fact, he was still immersed in joy, but as soon as the teacher started teaching, he immediately abandoned his inappropriate thoughts and listened carefully. This is also Gu Linksy's unique skill. The place where he and his grandmother lived was not well soundproofed, and because there were so many people, there was always noise no matter what time of day it was. Gu Linksy was a day student in junior high school and needed to go home to do homework review and preview. He was so noisy that he couldn't calm down and couldn't concentrate. You can only change yourself by changing the environment. So this skill of 100% concentration on learning anytime, anywhere was developed. He was serious enough to calm down, but some of his classmates were not. Among them were classmates who worked part-time with him to witness famous scenes, and classmates who saw him getting out of a luxury car at the school gate. When the teacher wasn't paying attention, they were all quietly sizing up Gu Lingxi, so excited that they wanted to gossip now. But Gu Lingxi was there carefully reviewing his notes after class last time. They all knew that he would not talk to others when he was reviewing his notes, so they endured it. When the bell rang and the teacher announced the end of class and left without delaying the get out of class, some students gathered around Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi, does that car belong to your family this morning? Gu Lingxi, are you really the young master? Gu Lingxi, I heard that your family is very rich. Is it true? Isn't your family very poor? What's going on? Gu Lingxi. Surrounded by classmates asking questions, he really didn't know what to say. I could only think carefully and say, my family is very poor, and that car belongs to my father. Wow! Your father is so rich and your family is still so poor. Gu Lingxi, that's right. He really didn't know how to explain it. Do you want to tell them that his mother didn't tell his father after giving birth to him, but his father just found out about his existence? He could only vaguely say, I didn't live with my father before. Oh, that means my parents are divorced. There are also several classmates in the class whose parents are divorced. Some parents will still see each other after the divorce, and the family will go out to have a meal, while some parents will never interact with each other. It seems that Gu Lingxi's parents fall into this category. The students suddenly understood. They are all children of this age, and some of them who have their own mobile phones understand what they should know and what they should not, and they are not too surprised. But the part-time male classmate who came to deliver water to Gu Lingxi that day said, did you have a fight with your father? I saw that the bodyguard who came to call you home that day told you not to be angry with your father. He asked you go home and inherit the family business. Wow! Some students who like to watch novels and TV series couldn't help but get excited. They are familiar with this plot. Gu Lingxi. You are the eldest young master. Awesome. Wow. What brand is your car at home? It's so handsome. Gu Lingxi was good looking and had good grades. According to the rankings of these students behind the teacher's back, Gu Lingxi was the school idol. Now the school idol has been given the aura of the young man from a wealthy family has run away from home, which is really exciting. Gu Lingxi didn't have time to watch novels and TV shows, and he didn't know why they were so excited. He looked around in confusion. No, I didn't quarrel with my father. We understand, we understand. There was no point in explaining it. After all, looking at the whole process, it seems that there is only one explanation for everything put together. I thought you were poor before, but it turns out that you are not afraid of power and would rather be poor than go home. Do you know how to use idioms? What is not afraid of power? That's Gu Lingxi's father. Gu Lingxi's father is also very handsome. He looks very much like Gu Lingxi. I saw him walking with the dean before. Does he still know the dean? As soon as these words came out, it caused another shock. For students, Gu Lingxi's father is a rich man is not as exciting as Gu Lingxi's father is familiar with the dean of students. The classroom was bustling with excitement. The Chinese teacher who had not yet entered the classroom stood by the window and looked at them strangely as they discussed around Gu Lingxi. After observing for a few seconds, he found that the students' faces were full of happy and excited smiles. Gu Lingxi's face was filled with excitement. Sorry, after the situation became very harmonious, I stopped caring about it. Gu Lingxi is indeed a very lovable child. Not only the teacher, but also the students like to be with him. Of course, it may also be because he is not stingy about lending out his notebook. The first grade notebook is still very tempting to these students. The Chinese teacher dug into his pocket and took out a few chocolates. He bought this to reward students. His family's conditions are average, but he can still afford small snacks like a few chocolates. For a child who is working hard to grow up in a difficult environment, he can help if he can. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the dean of students passing by downstairs. He didn't know what happened, but he looked extremely happy. The few remaining hairs on his head were blown by the wind and he didn't even bother to comb it. What's wrong? Could it be that his daughter-in-law gave birth? The dean touched his wallet and thought that this was not good. He wanted to give gift money again. So being single is suffering. I don't even have a girlfriend, let alone think about getting married, but I still have to watch my colleagues get married and have babies and have grandchildren. Gift money has been given out several times, but there is no hope of getting it back. He also wants to fall in love, but the problem is that he teaches high school. High school students are pressed for time, and so are the teachers. Secondly, he is not a local and has no house here. He lives in a classroom dormitory and lives in the same dormitory as his math teacher, so it is not convenient for him to fall in love. How miserable! After lamenting the misery of being single in the workplace, the school bell rang just in time, and the Chinese teacher picked up the book, turned around and walked into the classroom. Okay, it's time for class, so stop making trouble. The dean is indeed very excited. Otherwise, the assistant is a professional. The two of them just walked around the campus. As they walked, the assistant took a tablet and mapped out the general distribution of the school. Not only that, he also marked the place where Ji Chang's clearly said that he wanted to donate the building. The playground has also been marked for repairs. This is obviously serious. Can the dean be unhappy? This is a great thing. He finally didn't have to worry about losing his hair. The assistant also said that their director Ji had said that if there was anything else that needed rectification in the school, as long as the situation was true, they might also be able to help. After sending the assistant to the downstairs building of the principal's office, the dean ran all over the campus like a groundhog. Write down the things you have wanted to correct for a long time. Regardless of whether people are willing to donate money or not, as long as he has worked hard, he has been in office for decades and has never seen such a generous person. He still has to grab a handful if he can. I walked to the restroom and caught two students in physical education class who had the courage to come to school to smoke. Then I caught someone on the rooftop who was running to the rooftop to play with his mobile phone during physical education class. When I was looking to see if the wall needed repairing, I grabbed one and came in. There are so many students, but there are always a few who are disobedient. After carrying these few fish that slipped through the net to their class, and writing down their names with a fierce face, the dean of teachers slowly returned with his notebook in hand, satisfied. And in the school forum, a post popped up. The dean is crazy. I saw with my own eyes that he was arresting people everywhere. He arrested several people. Why did he suddenly arrest people? Is it someone who caused trouble? Several people in the physical education class were arrested. I was in the physical education class and saw 3 people being taken away, as if they were going to our class teacher. It was so tragic, so tragic. Upstairs, I am also in physical education class. Who are you? Where are you resting now? I will look for you. The student in the physical education class didn't take it seriously. After telling the other party privately that he was under a tree next to the second table tennis table, he hid behind the tree and played with his mobile phone while scrolling through posts. I got AF*CK, the schoolboy Gu Lingxi is actually a rich second generation who ran away from home. Wow! Stimulate! Isn't Gu Lingxi the good-looking guy from class 8 who is number 1 in grade? He was extremely curious, and just as he was about to click in, a shadow suddenly appeared above him. The student raised his head strangely and met the dean's face. Student. The dean extended his hand. Student. He silently handed over the phone and tried to defend himself. The physical education teacher said that we should be free to move around. Dean of students, I also said you are not allowed to bring your mobile phone to school. I will turn it off for you. Write down your name and class. During the summer vacation, there will be a parent-teacher conference. Your parents will take you to the academic affairs office to pick it up. Student, whoa. He hasn't yet learned that Gu Lingxi is the rich second generation who ran away from home. He was hiding so secretly, how on earth did the director find him? After putting away the mobile phone, the dean took out his mobile phone and closed the school forum. These brats are really good at hiding mobile phones. He was so guarded, but something still slipped through the net. Fortunately, he was resourceful and went undercover in the school forum, pretending to be a student. As technology develops more and more, strategies are increasingly needed to compete with students. The dean immediately decided that he must read Sun Tzu's Art of War again when he returned. As soon as he strolled down, the fourth period ended, and the students immediately rushed to the cafeteria screaming like beasts escaping from their cages. The scene was no less grand than feeding chickens in a chicken farm. The dean of students shuttled among them, scolding him from time to time, "Don't run so fast. If you fall again. You, what's going on? Don't pull his collar. Slow down when you go downstairs. It's so heartbreaking. They are all careless." As a teacher, of course, you don't have to compete with students for the canteen. The dean of students called the principal to confirm that Ji Chang's really wanted to donate, and that the assistant brother had efficiently worked out a donation contract, and they all signed it. I suddenly felt happy that I didn't even have to eat. The principal also decided to treat all the teachers to a meal to celebrate. He said happily, Gu Lingxi's father said that he was very grateful to the teachers for taking care of Gu Lingxi. He also paid for the renovation of the teachers' dormitory. From now on, each teacher will have a separate room, and each room will be at least 80 square meters, and the bathroom is included, as well as the kitchen. This is equivalent to the kind of house sold outside. The principal is happy. The accommodation environment is good, which is also good for them to attract excellent teachers. He excitedly posted in the group that the school was going to be renovated. The focus is on describing the future employee dormitories. Dear teachers, this condition is too good. Under normal circumstances, even if a teacher's dormitory is for single occupancy, it is similar to a student dormitory at most, and at most it does not have so many beds to make it spacious. The Chinese teacher in the first year of high school was also surprised and confused. He didn't even bother to eat, so he quickly typed. High school Chinese, really, principal, if the conditions are so good, do we really not have to pay? Principal, still the old rules, you have to take care of your own water and electricity, and living in the dormitory is free. High school mathematics, but if it's 80 square meters, it's not enough in terms of the original area, right? There are also many teachers in their school. Principal, tall buildings will be built, you don't have to worry about taking the stairs, there will be elevators. Teachers. What a magical accommodation. They have had internships, transfers, and visits to other schools, but they have never seen an elevator installed in a teacher's dormitory. After all, unless the school undergoes major renovations, the older the building becomes, the more dilapidated it is. If you want to rectify the renovation, firstly, you need money, and secondly, you need the students to have holidays before the renovation can be made. High school is even worse. There are very few holidays for the senior year, and the teaching building cannot be vacated, let alone changed. The teachers who were not locals were very happy. Chinese people, who doesn't want to have a nest? And if nothing else happens, they will probably work in the school for the rest of their lives, so the dormitory is equivalent to their own house. The principal allows teachers' families to live in the dormitory. For many teachers who have no money to buy a house locally, there is with this little nest, it was much easier for them to find a partner. Grade 1 English teacher, this student's parents are so generous, I'm so grateful to him. Principal, I would also like to thank you. It seems that there is a cause and effect. If it weren't for your kindness, I probably wouldn't have donated all the teachers' dormitories. He did not miss Ji Chang's gratitude after learning about the teacher's behavior. This made him very happy. Although doing good deeds is just a personal act, when you really see good things for good people, why can't you be happy in your heart? The teachers who were called were confused and didn't know what they were doing. Over there, Gu Lingxi also waited for Ji Chang's, who came to pick him up. Next to Ji Chang's is a pile of bags. Standing next to him were Uncle Teng Sheng and his assistant Uncle Lingxi. Look what Dad bought you. As always, his father smiled brightly when he saw him. He pulled him over and opened the bag in his hand to show him. Look, Daddy bought these according to your size, do you like it? As a qualified assistant, after knowing Gu Lingxi's identity, he had been working hard to measure his size, and it really came in handy. Gu Lingxi was indeed very happy. He has never owned so many new clothes. Thanks, Dad. I love it. As long as you like it, this is just a child's play. Dad also bought you a very nice dress, assistant. The assistant raised his head and looked at the son, with a slightly confused expression. Dongji, wait until the young master grows up to wear this dress. It's not good to wear it too brightly at school. Dazzling. Gu Lingxi was used to Ji Chang's flirtatious behavior, so his father probably bought him a very fancy dress. Let Lingxi take a look first. I want to give the best to my son. Teng Sheng also helped. No, my nephew deserves the best. Assistant. I'm sorry, young master, I can't save you. With a subtle look on his face, he took out a bag from the carriage. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly thought of something and found some sunglasses from the car and handed them to Gu Lingxi. Young master, put it on. Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng also took out their sunglasses and put them on. Gu Lingxi, why do you need to wear sunglasses when looking at new clothes? Assistant, this dress is a bit eye-catching. Gu Lingxi put on his sunglasses obediently and saw his assistant slowly take out the clothes from the bag and unfold them. He thought that the so-called dazzling colors were colorful. As a result, at a glance, all I could see was a bunch of huge diamonds hanging on the clothes under the sun. Several people stood there wearing sunglasses, looking a little silly. Gu Lingxi touched his sunglasses and felt a little uncomfortable. Dad and the others didn't care. He was still wearing school uniform but wearing sunglasses. He always felt that people passing by were looking at him secretly. He really looked like a bad boy. Dad, can I not wear these sunglasses? Ji Chang's, of course, you can wear it if you want to, or if you don't want to wear it, look at this dress, do you like it? The assistant hesitated to speak, and finally said, young master, watch your eyes. Why should we pay attention to our eyes? Gu Lingxi took off his sunglasses in confusion. Then he was almost blinded. The diamonds on the quietly unfolded clothes were large and beautiful, but when they were refracted by the midday sun, they immediately emitted a dazzling light like a light weapon. The final result is blinding. Gu Lingxi, who almost burst into tears. Ji Chang's was still standing by and proudly introduced. Son. How about it? Diamonds are the most eye-catching thing. Dad has set all the diamonds he can buy on you. If you put this on, you will be the most beautiful kid. It will definitely be dazzling. Gu Lingxi. This is so eye-catching. This is simply glaring. Now he suddenly felt that being treated as a bad boy was actually quite good. Under the light that made people want to cry, he silently put on his sunglasses. Blocks the light from money. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 335. In order to avoid being regarded as a bad guy walking on the street with a weapon, I put this clothes away after all. After Gu Lingxi euphemistically expressed that the dress was too bright and blinding, Ji Chang's, who was also wearing sunglasses, obviously thought this was true, so he changed his message from giving clothes to giving diamonds. If your clothes are too bright, Dad will take off all the diamonds and give them to you for your collection. He also said happily, there are quite a few of them from your grandfather's collection. Dad was very happy when he went to ask for them. As he spoke, he got a huge diamond. With emotion, he told Gu Lingxi the origin of this diamond. Your grandfather came back from the auction 5 years ago. It was originally intended to be left to his daughter-in-law, but didn't Dad not get married? You can keep it until later. Give it to your wife when you get married. With that said, he put the diamond directly into Gu Lingxi's hand. Gu Lingxi held this shining diamond. Even if he has never paid attention to jewelry, he still knows that diamonds are very valuable. So the question is, how much does it cost for such a big one? For the first time, a child who has been poor for 16 years feels nervous about having too much money. I don't dare to hold such a valuable thing. Dad, you should keep it. It's so valuable. Ji Chang strongly disagreed with his idea and hugged his son with one hand. In the eyes of Dad and Grandpa, you are the most precious thing in our family. As he said that, he took off the second largest diamond and admired it for a while. This diamond can be used to make a brooch. When it is finished, can I give it to your grandma? Gu Lingxi, Grandma may not be willing to accept such an expensive gift. His grandmother had always been frugal, and the most expensive jewelry she ever wore was just a pair of gold earrings, which she sold when the family ran out of money. If she was suddenly given such an expensive diamond brooch, she would definitely not want it. Ji Chang's, it's better if you don't tell her the price. He thought that this diamond was very suitable for a brooch. He looked it up and down again and put it in his son's hand. Along the way, Ji Chang's was busy taking apart the diamonds. Gu Lingxi couldn't take the removed diamonds anymore, so he found a bag and threw them in. When you grow up and talk to a girlfriend, just give him diamonds when the time comes. It will save you trouble. Gu Lingxi looked at the bag full of glitter and had no idea what to say. He really didn't want to calculate how many zeros these diamonds were worth. Because he was going to find Grandma Gu, Ji Chang's made it clear that he wanted to have a good relationship with her. After unwrapping the diamond, Gu Lingxi began to work hard to tell his father about his grandmother's preferences. My grandma likes reading very much. When I was a child, she led me to read and learn to read. He is already saving money and wants to buy reading glasses for his grandma. She has a good temper. Even if someone bullies her, she doesn't get angry or get angry with others. She always tells me that it doesn't matter. We can move away when I get into a good university, graduate, and find a good job, etc. Ji Chang's accurately captured the meaning of the sentence, move away. Does it mean that the person who bullied your grandma lives near you? Gu Lingxi's first reaction was to hide it, or to say it's nothing actually. He just opened his mouth and before the words came out, he suddenly reacted. His dad is great. He can complain at will without fear. Dad is so powerful, he will definitely find a way. Ji Chang's thought so too. His voice was soft and he whispered to his son, it's okay. You tell Dad and Dad will help you vent your anger. Gu Lingxi is actually a very strong child. Even with so many things happening, he can always try to stay calm. He has never cried when he was bullied before. But I don't know why, despite being strong despite so many hardships, I couldn't hold back the tears in my eyes at the gentle and caring tone from my father. Actually, it's nothing. Even his voice became choked. When Gu Lingxi cried, he could just wipe his face and pretend that nothing had happened. As soon as he realized that he couldn't hold back his crying and tears, his first reaction was to lower his head to hide these vulnerabilities. The next second, he was embraced by his father. A big hand patted the back of his head gently, and the other hand was placed on his back. A real, warm, and reliable hug from an elder. In my ear was my father's soft voice, "You can tell Dad anything if it's okay. Even if it's a small thing, if it makes you sad, tell Dad. Dad missed you for 16 years. Can you give Dad a chance to make up for it?" Gulixi's tears flowed even more fiercely. At this moment, he was really like a young bird, fanning his featherless wings to express his grievances and sadness to the big bird that was protecting him. The neighbors next door are very annoying. They will throw garbage directly at our door. They either put bags in it or dump the garbage directly at our door. They treat our place as a garbage dump. At night, their children too noisy. Grandma discussed with them angrily, and they scolded her. Sometimes they would let their children go to the toilet in front of our house. One time, we forgot to lock the door, and all the pots and pans when we came home were lost. The house was in a mess. I have seen the lost bowl in the hands of their children. We always dry our clothes outside. Ever since their children were noisy at night, they have deliberately poured noodle soup on our clothes several times. If you don't admit it, even if you are seen, you will say it was not intentional. These may seem like small things, but when you live next to such a wonderful neighbor, the feeling of having disgusting bed bugs hopping next to you 24 hours a day can really make you feel devastated. Grandma has a good temper. Apart from telling her about their children for the first time, she never said anything else after that. She also told me not to argue with them. It would be nice to move when I grow up. But I just held my breath. Why do they want to bully us like this? As a neighbor, he and his grandmother were always careful not to disturb the neighbors when they came in and out. They do not make loud noises after 10 o'clock in the evening. When drying clothes, they also wring them out before drying to avoid dripping water on other people's clothes. They take away the garbage bags left at the door every day to avoid excessive heat in summer. The smell affects the neighbors. He was already trying his best to do a good job, but since that family moved in, Gulixi really felt the disgust of evil people. These things are trivial to say the least. Pots and pans are not worth a few bucks. Just pick up the garbage and wash the clothes stained with soup. I didn't lose much in terms of money, but it just made me feel sick to my stomach. It's hard to imagine how such a person could exist in the world. Gulixi finished speaking in one breath. The always positive child reviewed what he had said before and felt that he was making too much of a fuss. Dad looks like a person who does great things. Would you think that all these things he is crying about are trivial things? He got up from his father's arms embarrassedly, wiped the tears on his face, and said with a choked voice, it's actually a small thing, but it's just unbearable. After living on campus, he did not have to face these things most of the time, but his grandma was at home every day and had to face such a disgusting family every day. Okay, Dad knows that this family is really disgusting. I have never seen such a disgusting person in my life. Ji Changs could see what the child was thinking and followed him with the same hatred. Teng Sheng also helped. There are still such disgusting people in the world, harming others without benefiting oneself. What is this for? The assistant is different from the two young masters who grew up in a wealthy family. The probability of meeting the best neighbors in an ordinary residential building is still very high. He encountered one at home when he was a child, and it ended up that the family couldn't bear to move. Those people didn't mean anything. I guess they made the noise to the young master's house first. After being told, not only did they not feel that they were at fault, they also felt that the young master and the others were looking for trouble. Another reason is that the family members probably did the same. Look at the young master, a child, and an old man living together. There are no adults at home, so even if they bully them, they have no choice but to do this. This world is not a place where if you don't provoke others, others won't provoke you. There may be no reason for someone to bully or harm you, but simply because you look easy to bully, and they will not get any punishment if they harm you. Ji Cheng's face darkened. How dare you bully my son? He turned to look at Teng Sheng. Do you have any brothers from the gang? I'm going to kill them. Teng Sheng, calm down, this is illegal. Ji Chang's, yes, this is illegal. The new father, who was overwhelmed with anger, finally came to his senses a little. They stole other people's property. They broke the law. Let the police catch them. Gu Lingxi said weakly, it's been a few months since this happened, and those pots and pans are all common models on the market. Plus we don't have surveillance there, so there's no evidence to catch them. Ji Chang's second plan failed again. He was silent for a few seconds, unable to think of anything, and turned to look at Teng Sheng. Teng Sheng. He was speechless. Look at what I do, I don't understand this either. I usually just like to play around and make friends. I have never dealt with this kind of thing. Even the company's affairs are handled by his eldest brother, and the same is true in the family. Prince Teng, who was well protected in the ivory tower, I can't think of it. Ji Chang's, who made you think about it? You have many friends. Do you have any friends who are good at this? Teng Sheng really thought about it seriously. I have a friend who is a private detective, but he is only responsible for arresting mistresses. Another friend is a police consultant, but that is not right. He is responsible for major cases where people died. Another friend is a screenwriter. But he wrote about a love triangle, which seems to have nothing to do with it. Let me think about it again. I have a friend who is in the entertainment industry. He is said to have seen a lot of tricks. No, he has never seen anything like this. Most of the battlefields in the entertainment industry are on the internet, and the wars launched are without smoke. How can you have the experience to fight against the best neighbors? Finally, after eliminating a dozen people, Teng Sheng thought of it. Prince will definitely do it. He said before that he took over the part-time job of scolding and fighting with relatives, so you can definitely find him. Ji Chang's. Who is the prince? Teng Sheng. That's the prince. Didn't you just ask him to be Lingxi's tutor? You and he were incompatible for such a long time. Ji Chang suddenly realized, it turns out to be Wang Meizi. Gu Lingxi also suddenly realized that it was Mr. Mali. Mr. Mali quickly received a call from Teng Sheng. On the speakerphone, his voice was quite professional. You want me to make suggestions, right? It's 50,000 per order. For the sake of being a regular customer, I'll give you a discount. 6 Wanliu. Assistant. Gu Lingxi. Reverse discount? Teng Sheng didn't take it seriously at all. They were all pampered and raised. Even if the prince was kicked out of the house now, if he was really short of money, he could just borrow some from his former friends, such as him. There was no need to care. These are tens of thousands. Okay, don't be poor. Lingxi is my nephew, and after all, he is also your nephew. Hurry up. Ji Chang's did not bargain, the money will be charged to your account. Mr. Mali, hey, 70,000, young Master Ji is generous. Okay, I'll give you an idea. If you don't use it, ask me for a refund. By the way, for the sake of giving an extra 3,000, I'll give you another one as a gift information. Lu Pianran and his eldest brother didn't know what happened to make him unhappy. The business that was originally intended for their family was cut off halfway. Now Lu Pianran and his eldest brother are very angry. Unfortunately, he has nothing to do with Lu Pianran and can only come to the door in person. Go and apologize with a gift. Teng Sheng. Why are you telling us this? How can the Lu family do our shit? Even though he had been friends with Lu Pianran, the Lu family was not a good person. Lu Pianran was bullied a lot when she was a child, but she still became friends with him and Nagasawa, and she gradually developed in the company. Have the right to speak. It's a pity that his father was blind at the time, and he didn't want his only promising son, so he broke his legs and drove him out of the house. Mr. Mali originally opened his mouth to say something, but when he thought that Gu Lingxi might be with them now, he swallowed the rest of his words. It doesn't matter, I'll find out when you come back. Gu Lingxi, a 16-year-old child, struggled to make ends meet every day and had to work part-time during his days off, while his biological mother lived like a lady every day, spending nearly 100,000 on a shopping trip. To put it bluntly, even if she showed a little bit from between her fingernails, it would be enough to save her mother and son from having to work so hard. But she did nothing. He is not like Teng Sheng, who is a fool and just depends on everyone to be a good person. Teng Sheng advocates not making rash judgments before seeing the actual situation, but he advocates thinking of the worst in everything. What's more, the actual situation is right in front of us. Thinking of Gu Lingxi's obedient and stupid child, Mr. Mali laughed. As far as he knew, Lu Pianran had always been obsessed with his friendship with Ji Cheng's Teng Sheng. If Lu Pianran knew that the son of the Baiyueguang brother in his mind had lived a hard life for 16 years because of his nephew's wife's neglect, the scene would be very interesting. Anyway, he liked it very much. Mr. Mali pulled out his address book and made a call. Hey, Mr. Lu, it's me. I have news that you must be interested in. It's 66 yuan. If you pay $12 here, I'll tell you right away. Ji Chang's and the others got the idea from Mr. Mali and were very confident along the way. This time we arrived in front of the small building very quickly. The group of people got out of the car and looked up at the building, which looked very eerie because of the sun behind it. This small building was built a long time ago. Because it was dilapidated and located in a remote location, it could not be sold for much money, so the owner simply rented it out. Although the rent is cheap, the advantage is that many people can live in this building, and the total rent is very considerable. The price of living with many people is that the place is cramped and crowded. At this time, it is lunchtime, and there are many people upstairs and downstairs. Hearing the sound of the car, some children playing outside looked over curiously. People who can live here naturally don't have much money to buy a car, and this place is remote. Except for the residents or people who know the residents, they won't drive here. The last time a car came, it was a police car, because there was a man in the building who was wanted for committing a crime. He had nowhere to go, so he hid here, but he was still found and taken away. This kind of thing is not unusual in such a dilapidated and crowded building. At most, the children would have a heated discussion. Gu Lingxi raised his head and looked in the direction of his home. Seeing that there were no lights on in the house, he said, "Grandma probably hasn't come back yet. She usually comes back around 1 o'clock. The house they rent is 40 square meters, and there is almost no space to put the junk and miscellaneous things that need to be sold. The windows in the house are also pitifully small. Even if the windows are opened, there is no light from outside, so as long as they are at home, the lights will be on, otherwise you won't be able to see clearly in the dark. It just so happens that the person I called hasn't arrived yet." Ji Chang's touched his son's head. "Good son, just watch him in a moment, and daddy will give you a good vent." This car, which looked like it was worth a lot of money, was parked downstairs. The people who got out of the car were all well dressed and looked like rich people. They leaned in front of the car and didn't say anything, just looking at the building. Lu quickly attracted the attention of others. This scene was so abnormal that soon not only the children but also the adults were craning their necks to look over. "What are you doing here? They don't look like people living here. Is this building going to be demolished?" "No, the landlord will be unhappy if the house is demolished." He still had a bad face when I saw him yesterday. I don't know how much that car costs. It looks really expensive. These people look like big bosses at first glance. The big bosses I met at the construction site before came to inspect, and these guys look bigger than them. No one dared to go up and ask, everyone just whispered. Now is the time to eat, and there are people simply coming out to watch the fun while holding bowls to eat. I originally thought that some big boss might have taken a fancy to this building, or he was passing by, but black cars drove over one after another. Dozens of tall men in black suits and sunglasses got out of the car, each with a swing stick in their hand. In fact, they are proficient in many weapons. The reason why they use swing sticks is because Ji Chang's thinks that everyone looks better when they use swing sticks. Yes, Ji Chang's bodyguard team is here. Soon, a dark place stood underneath. The aura of the bodyguards was much more frightening, especially since they would look up, down, left, and right in order to protect their employer's safety. The child they saw was so frightened that they shrank their heads and ran home quickly. As soon as the bodyguard appeared, Ji Chang's and his group seemed to be coming with bad intentions. The residents in the building suddenly no longer dared to watch the excitement openly and shrank back one after another, and some timid ones hid in the house. If this was an ordinary residential building, there would be hundreds of bodyguards, not to mention dozens, but as long as they didn't show any ill intentions, everyone who likes to watch the fun would definitely watch over them. But the situations of the residents in this building are all very different. They either have difficulties at home or they themselves are suffering. Not causing trouble is their best protection. Many residents shrank back and only dared to look outside through the windows, while some who were more courageous continued to discuss. It's so scary, it looks like a black man. No, are there still black men these days? Who knows? Anyway, it looks scary. Do you think someone is causing trouble here? Is this someone coming to seek revenge? Do you want to call the police? What's the reason for calling the police? These people didn't do anything. They made various guesses above, but the bodyguard leader below had already arrived at Ji Chang's side. DRG, I bought everything according to your instructions. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Ji Chang's was very satisfied with his show-off team. Remember to ask your assistant for reimbursement. The assistant had already opened the car door and said to Gu Lingxi, who was sitting in the back seat and was working hard on writing the test paper assigned by the Chinese teacher today, "Young master, the bodyguards are here, you can get off." Gu Lingxi quickly put away all the test papers and came down with his school bag. A discerning bodyguard recognized this as his employer's son and naturally stepped forward to take the backpack from his hand. "I'll take it." Once he got the backpack, the heavy weight almost caught him off guard. "Good guy. It's really hard for students nowadays, their school bags are so heavy." The bodyguard complained in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He followed Ji Chang's and the others with a backpack in one hand. The group of people went upstairs in darkness. Come up, come up. Which one are you looking for? Isn't that Gu Lingxi in the middle? He seems to live on the 7th floor. Is he the one who caused the trouble? As soon as they went upstairs, the people who had hid as soon as they saw any movement from these people came out again to watch the fun. Gu Lingxi is regarded as someone else's child wherever he goes. Some residents who like children or have children at home like Gu Lingxi very much. Now seeing that he seemed to be the one causing the trouble, I was a little confused. Isn't Lingxi very well behaved? How did you provoke these people? Should we call the police? What if something happens? There are no adults in their family, old and young. No one came to help. After living on the ground floor for a long time, the snow in front of my own house has not been swept away, so how can I have the courage to meddle in other people's business? What's more, their relationship with the Gu family is just a nod at most, and they are not that familiar. Gu Lingxi didn't know that in the eyes of others, he came back after causing trouble. He took his father up all the way and saw all kinds of dirt on the stairs and smelled the smell that permeated it. He felt very ashamed. The child only feels that if he grew up in such an environment, his father will dislike him. Ji Chang's touched his head. We are suffering in Lingxi. Gu Lingxi was startled and looked at his father with emotion. Dad. Ji Chang's, you actually keep walking up and down such inferior stairs. When we go back, Dad will make you a gold-plated staircase. Teng Sheng immediately became energetic. I have a friend who is in the stair business. I'll recommend it to you. Gu Lingxi. Sure enough, I am still familiar with my father and Uncle Teng Sheng. No Dad, gold-plated ones are a waste of money. Seeing Ji Chang's opening his mouth again, he had already figured out the nature of his father's urine. He was afraid that his father would make him a jade staircase/emerald staircase. Gu Lingxi quickly stood in front of him and said, just ordinary stairs will be fine. I only like ordinary stairs. Ji Chang's had a look of regret on his face. It's such a pity. Dad also wanted to say that the jade staircase is not bad, and it won't cost much. Being interrupted like this, Gu Lingxi forgot to be ashamed of the environment in which he grew up. With so many people walking together, the footsteps were very loud. Go to the 7th floor. This small building can accommodate at least 20 families on one floor. If it were separated further, the population would be even greater. The smell of rice wafted over, showing that someone was eating. When they were downstairs just now, there were people looking down on this floor. When Ji Chang's and the others came up, no one was outside. The doors and windows were closed and it was extremely quiet. It can be seen that he doesn't want to cause any trouble. Gu Lingxi didn't take it seriously and went straight to the door of his house, took out the key and opened it. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that there weren't actually that many people standing in his house, and the look on his face suddenly became awkward. A qualified bodyguard must have eyes and ears in all directions. The head of the bodyguard, who had been paying attention to the employer's son, immediately said, Director Ji, while you guys are talking, we will stay outside. If you need anything, just call out. Ji Chang's was very satisfied that the other party was so smart. After deciding to give him a bonus, he walked in with assistant Teng Sheng. As the principal said, although this room is small and contains some rags that the old lady is preparing to sell, it is absolutely clean. The table is covered with a tablecloth and a vase of flower arrangements is placed on it. There is also a small shoe cabinet in the room, with shoes neatly placed on it. Gu Lingxi originally wanted to give them slippers to change, but when he lowered his head, he realized that there were only 2 pairs of slippers on the shoe cabinet. There are usually no visitors in their home. 1 pair of shoes belongs to him and the other pair belongs to Grandma. He retracted the words in his throat, just come in. Grandma will probably be back soon. Let's sit on the sofa first. That sofa was someone else's unwanted one. In fact, it wasn't damaged at all. It just looked a bit shabby. She probably threw it away because she needed to replace it with new furniture. When Grandma Gu found out, she came back and called Gu Lingxi, and the grandfather and grandson took the sofa together. Moved back. Wash it and dry it, then put the sofa cushions on it, and it will look like that. Grandma Gu often said that being poor does not mean that you have to live a sloppy life. If you keep your home clean, you will feel better. Gu Lingxi took it for granted that no matter how small or dilapidated this place was, it was still his and his grandma's home. When he arrived at a place he was familiar with, he was very conscious of entertaining people. After letting the 3 of them sit down, he went to the small kitchen and got a cup to pour water for them to drink. Ji Chang's was very interested in the various awards on the wall. He looked at them and took pictures. When Gu Lingxi came out with water, he could still hear him praising, as expected of my son, he is so smart. My son is so good at sports, He's really awesome. My son has also participated in the mathematical Olympiad. He really follows me. Gu Lingxi was both happy and shy at being praised. He put the water glass on the table. Dad, do you want some water? Drink. Of course I drank the water our Lingxi poured for me. The room was warm, and the bodyguards outside the room stood in a row, almost from the far left to the far right. It's not that they want to take up space, it's just that the building is not properly constructed. The space outside for people to stand is so narrow that two people standing there can completely block travel. They are here to protect their employers, not to block the road. If this causes travel problems for residents and makes social news or something because of their blocking the road, then it is their mistake. The bodyguards, who were very concerned about their employer's reputation, stood all over the floor, leaning against the wall, leaving a path for people to pass. It's a pity that no one dares to take this road despite being so considerate. The neighbors who were at home on this floor all closed their doors and peered out quietly, discussing in low voices what had caused these people to get into such a fuss. Those who haven't returned home have all walked to the place. As soon as they took their steps, they didn't dare to move forward. They could only stand on the stairs and look around. This was the place to eat, and soon there were 5 or 6 people standing on the stairs, afraid to go there. What's going on? What do these people do? Why does it look like filming a TV series? You're not here to seek revenge, right? I don't dare to go there. They were discussing there, and Grandma Gu also came back. When she saw the battle, she did the same thing and stood on the stairs without moving forward. The most important thing about surviving outside is to remember to avoid danger. Who knows what will happen if this kind of scene goes forward? The bodyguards also found those people hiding aside and whispering. They were a little embarrassed. A bodyguard asked the leader in a low voice, "Boss, are we blocking the door?" The bodyguard looked at it and thought it looked similar. He quickly directed his men to stand in another direction and expose the door. What a mistake, what a mistake. As a result, when they stopped like this, other people didn't dare to come over. Originally they were standing like this, with bodyguards posted on the door, and a gap exposed outside. As long as you were brave enough, it seemed that it was not impossible to walk through there. As a result, the door is now exposed, with bodyguards attached to the outside. It's equivalent to an encirclement. Who dares to go in? Seeing that they all changed their standing positions, the residents still did not dare to come over, and the head bodyguard was a little embarrassed. Is this a nuisance? Will it cause trouble to the employer? If the employer makes public news, their wages will not be deducted. He really didn't dare to make the decision without permission for fear of deducting his salary. He knocked on Gu's door and waited for someone to tell him to come in before going in to talk about the situation outside. Ji Chang's was visiting Gu Lingxi's small room. After hearing this, he only said, "Then explain to them and apologize." The bodyguard was asking for instructions on what to do, and someone from downstairs came up boldly. Seeing so many people blocking the place, he immediately went in to join in the gossip. Lingxi brought them back. I was downstairs just now and saw them enter Lingxi's house with my own eyes. What? Grandma Gu was listening quietly, but she was shocked when she heard these words. My home is in Lingxi? Did you read that correctly? At this point, Lingxi should be at school. How could I have seen him wrong? I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could still recognize him in the school uniform he was wearing. In their entire building, Gu Lingxi was the only one who was striving to study in a key high school. And they entered your house directly. I could see clearly. Grandma Gu became uneasy. She knew that their family lived in Lingxi, and she had always been a good child who would never mess with others. How could she possibly provoke someone who looked like a big shot to come to her door? A woman next to him who was also afraid to come forward heard this and started making noise in a sharp voice, It turns out that it was that bastard of yours who caused the trouble. I told you that he was not a good thing. Sure enough, he got into trouble. What happened to your family and prevented so many of us from going home? Some people couldn't stand her and frowned and said, your door is not blocked, and those people didn't say you can't go home. If you want to go home, just go back. Why are you making a fuss here? You are so tough on an old woman, what? The woman wanted to argue with her, but when she saw her staring at her, thinking that the other party had 3 adult sons in his family, plus a middle-aged man, she swallowed the rest of her words and only said a few words, I don't know. What kind of person is this? Let alone someone who wants to come to collect debts and cut off hands and feet. I don't want the smell of blood at the door of my house. Grandma Gu was originally worried about Gu Lingxi, but now her face turned pale after hearing these words. The bodyguard came over at this time, with a very good attitude. Are you the users who live here? Are we blocking your way? I'm really sorry, we have already made way, everyone can just leave. Once he has a good attitude, others will naturally become less afraid. You, what do? You look quite scary. The bodyguard smiled, we are bodyguards from a bodyguard company. We are good people, not bad people. Don't worry. How can you scare bad people without scaring them, and how can you make your employer feel at ease? I heard that he was a bodyguard, and the other party explained in such a good manner, many people were relieved. He tentatively walked forward, walked home quickly, opened the door and walked in. As expected, the bodyguards didn't move or look at them, although because of their sunglasses, they wouldn't know it even if they looked at them. Grandma Gu opened her mouth to ask, but the other party had already strode back, so she could only move forward. The neighbor woman next to him was still sarcastically saying, it seems that your family is in big trouble. You actually got into trouble with someone who hired a bodyguard. Your kid is good at studying, and he's very capable of getting into trouble. Grandma Gu just pretended not to hear and continued walking in a muffled voice. Over there, Ji Chang's was still struggling. Then how should I call you grandma? He didn't intend to have anything to do with Gu Kui, so calling him mother-in-law was wrong. Calling Lingxi his grandma doesn't seem to be very respectful. But if there wasn't a connection, Grandma Gu probably wouldn't be willing to shamelessly let him, an unrelated person, raise her. Gu Lingxi didn't know either. He raised his eyes and saw his grandma walking towards the small window, and his eyes lit up. My grandma is back. Ji Chang stood up immediately, straightened his clothes, and walked out with a serious expression. Outside, as soon as Grandma Gu stood still, the door opened from the inside. The hostess of the neighbor's house gloated and looked over, only to see a man in a suit holding a gift box and handing it over with great respect and a sonorous voice. Hello godmother, Lily free and fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 336. Chapter 275. F godmother. Everyone was stunned. Even Tang Sheng looked at Ji Chang's with wide eyes and disbelief. Not to mention Grandma Gu, she was in a state of confusion. Not to mention the neighbor woman next to him. A second ago, she was still thinking that Grandma Gu would be in bad luck this time, provoking someone who seemed powerful at first sight. How come in the blink of an eye, this person was calling Grandma Gu her godmother? Isn't this just an old lady collecting rags? Why does she have such a rich godson? Not only the neighbor woman was confused, but the other neighbors who were waiting to go home were also confused. They wanted to know what these people were doing. The specific manifestation is that their expressions are blank, and their steps that were originally moving slowly can no longer stand still. Grandma Gu and Gu Lingxi have lived here for so long. The neighbors may not say they know everything about their home, but they definitely know everything about it. Why are you related to rich people? Ji Chang still had a serious look on his face and didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. He even pulled Grandma Gu into the house very naturally. Grandma Gu entered the house in a daze. After entering, she saw Ji Chang's face clearly under the light. At least 70% similar to Gu Lingxi. No one could deny the blood relationship between the two after seeing this face. When Gu Lingxi saw his grandma looking at Ji Chang's in a daze, he hurried over and explained in a low voice, "Grandma, this is my dad." Grandma Gu was in a daze for a few seconds before slowly nodding. "Ah, yes, I can see it." She was really at a loss. The grandson's father, whom he has never seen before, suddenly appears, and he appears to be a wealthy man. But didn't Gu Kui say that Lingxi's father was a liar? Ji Chang's had a natural look on his face, still acting like a godmother. "Godmother, sit down, sit down. Godmother, please drink water." "Grandma Gu, why did you call me godmother? She hasn't reached the point of Alzheimer's disease and doesn't remember that she has a godson, right?" Ji Chang's expression remained unchanged. "Look, it's like this. You raised Lingxi, and you are Lingxi's elder. And I am Lingxi's father. Calling me aunt doesn't seem very close. Call me mother. I also have my mother, so let's just call her godmother." "Godmother, do you think what I said makes sense?" "Assistant. Apart from anything else, just Director G's ability to talk things out in a serious manner is something that he cannot match." Grandma Gu also said. But she was worthy of being the one who raised Gu Lingxi by herself. She quickly recovered, took a sip of the water Ji Chang's brought over diligently, suppressed all the complicated emotions in her heart, and then asked, "What happened to you and Gu Kui back then?" Ji Chang's had no intention of covering up the child's mother, so Balabala repeated what he had told Gu Lingxi before. In fact, if you look at it from Gu Kui's perspective, this is correct. That's what happened. I haven't had much contact with my overseas classmates since I returned to China. I found out about Lingxi because I accidentally passed by the place where he worked part-time. As you can see, Lingxi and I look very similar. After I checked, I found out that Gu Kui was pregnant and gave birth to Lingxi." Grandma Gu was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "It's my daughter who is sorry for you. How else can I tell my children that they know it themselves?" When Gu Kui sent the child back, she clearly told them to take good care of it and showed great importance to the child. At that time, the old couple didn't think much about it. They just thought that this was the life of Gu Kui and her whom they loved very much, even if they broke up. She also loves the house and the bird. As a result, within 2 years, she suddenly changed her face. When she came back, she said that the child's father was a liar, pretending to be a second-generation rich man, cheating her out of money and sex, and tricking her into giving birth to this child. At that time, Gu Kui had not yet fallen out with her family. Although the second elder was confused, he did not think the worst about his daughter. They watched their child grow up and tried their best to give her the best conditions. How could they have thought that she would be willing to get pregnant for money, and that she would not have her own child for money? Until Gu Kui fell out, she had no contact with her parents' family for more than 10 years after getting married. She had always shown that she didn't like Lingxi, and Grandma Gu could barely understand. But even her own biological mother, she let it go and never appeared in front of her again for more than 10 years. When she first got married, Grandma Gu happily wanted to help Zhang Luo, but she was disgusted by her for not being able to stand up to the stage. When she was not allowed to attend the wedding, she had already seen it clearly, right? The so-called rich second-generation cheating for money and sex has indeed been interpreted differently. Grandma Gu did not raise the child by herself for so many years. When the child grew up, a father's anger suddenly appeared. Instead, after saying that sentence, she bowed her head slightly. "I failed to educate my daughter well, and I apologize to you. If Gu Kui had not given birth to Gu Lingxi without hiding it from Ji Chang's, and just based on Ji Chang's current conditions, Lingxi would have grown up in a good environment. At least, he grew up under the care of a father who loved him, instead of following a grandma like her who was sick and couldn't give Lingxi a good environment. Gu Kui was greedy for glory and wealth and secretly got pregnant. After she got pregnant, she didn't tell the child's biological father. After he returned to China, she didn't check carefully. Instead, she decided that the other party was a liar, and then left Gu Lingxi alone. Every word and deed made Grandma Gu, her mother, ashamed. Ji Chang's hurriedly went to Grandma Gu and said, "You don't have to apologize. You raised Lingxi and took good care of him. It's me who should thank you." Grandma Gu raised her head and looked at her grandson who was sitting obediently next to her. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes, but she still said, "Are you here to take Lingxi away this time?" She didn't have much time to make this choice before she had already made up her mind. It would be best for Lingxi to follow his father. Just relying on the other party's financial conditions is better than following her, an old woman who may end up in the hospital at any time. Right. Ji Chang's responded without hesitation. Grandma Gu's eyes were slightly red and she restrained her tears. Really? In fact, she should be happy for Lingxi. This child is obviously so good, but he still has to struggle to survive, and he will finally no longer need it. Ji Chang's, what kind of house do you like, one with a garden? How big should the garden be? Do you like gardens in Lingxi? Dad has a house with a garden. It's beautiful in summer. Grandma Gu, who was silently swallowing her sorrow, said. She raised her eyes blankly, "Me? Yes." Ji Chang said seriously, "You and Lingxi are coming with me." Grandma Gu. She was shocked, "How can I leave with you? We have nothing to do with each other." Ji Chang's was also shocked, "How come it doesn't matter? Aren't you my godmother?" The two looked shocked at each other. Grandma Gu, "No, Mr. Ji, didn't you just call me casually?" Ji Chang's, "How can it be casual? I've never been casual." Grandma Gu. She has lived for so long and has never encountered such a situation. "Mr. Ji, I know your kindness, and I also know that you want to thank me for raising Lingxi. But Lingxi is my grandson, and I should raise him as I should. You don't need to go out of your way to compensate me." "Yes." Ji Chang's took a sip of water, cleared his throat and said. "Look, you raised Lingxi because he is your grandson. I want to take Lingxi back now because I am his father. Lingxi calls you grandma and calls me daddy. So the relationship between the two of us is not are they family members. Blood is thicker than water, godmother. I just want to take you to live a good life. Why are you so good and you still go out? We are all a family. Why are you being polite to me?" Grandma Gu. It seems that the idiom blood is thicker than water is not very suitable here, right? Gu Lingxi was stunned for a second before reacting. Dad has always been like this, he's used to it. Secretly, he wanted his grandma to go with him. This is grandma. If grandma doesn't want to go, he will never leave her alone. The child held his grandma's arm nervously. "Grandma, just come with me. I don't want to go alone." Grandma Gu hesitated for a few seconds before choosing to refuse. "Mr. Ji, Lingxi is still a child now and doesn't have much ability to make money. I, an old woman, am really embarrassed to eat and drink from you. Let Lingxi grow up a little and wait until he works. Go to him." The daughter was greedy for wealth and gave birth to a child without telling others. As a mother, she is now being raised by someone else because of this child. Grandma Gu is really not that shameless. Ji Chang suddenly realized, it turns out that you don't want to spend my money, you only want to spend Lingxi's money. That seems to be correct. Grandma Gu hesitated for a second, nodded, and whispered, "After all, we are not related by blood. Moreover, my daughter has lied to others for so many years." Ji Chang's, "That's fine, Lingxi is rich." He went to visit Lingxi and said, "Lingxi, give your money to grandma." Gu Lingxi was confused for a moment where he got the money, and then he remembered that his pockets were full of diamonds. The child quickly reached into his pocket and grabbed a handful of diamonds. "Grandma, look, these diamonds are worth a lot of money." Grandma Gu was caught off guard and saw a pile of diamonds. Ji Chang's was still afraid that she would not agree, so he added, "These diamonds were not given by me, and they do not count as spending my money." Grandma Gu. She was at a loss. It wasn't Ji Chang's who gave it to a student in Lingxi. How could he get so many diamonds? "Ji Chang's, my dad gave it to me." Grandma Gu. "So is there any difference between this and what you gave?" Seeing that she still refused to agree, Ji Chang's wanted to persuade her again, but Teng Sheng held him down. Teng Sheng looked really anxious behind him just now. I can't blame Nagasawa for making friends every time because they come because of his family's power, and only one or two of them are sincere. This emotional intelligence. He patted Ji Chang's on the shoulder, "Get out of the way, I'll do it." After saying that, he also said to Gu Lingxi, "Lingxi, you go outside to enjoy the wind for a while, and uncle will come to persuade your grandma." Gu Lingxi glanced at his grandma worriedly and walked out, looking back 3 times. Ji Chang stood up and gave up his position to his brother. After Teng Sheng sat down, he sighed heavily and looked at the wrinkled Grandma Gu. "Godmother, Nagasawa and I were kids, so I just let him call me. Here's the thing. We don't want to force you to come with us. We really do it for Lingxi's sake." Gu Lingxi could be said to be Grandma Gu's weakness. When she said this, she immediately became nervous. "What's wrong with Lingxi?" Teng Sheng let out a long sigh again. "You who raised him should know how stubborn and filial this child is. Think about it, if we let him follow us and go back to his father's place to live well and enjoy life, you would still be suffering here. Can he feel good about suffering? Can he be willing?" The expression on Grandma Gu's face hesitated. She still knows her grandson's temperament, and the child will definitely not be willing to do it. "I know what you are worried about. You feel that you are taking advantage of my brother's family. But to be honest, my brother's family is richer than most people imagine. Even if you spend hundreds of thousands every day, it will not matter to them. It's just a drizzle, they don't lack money, they just lack Lingxi." Grandma Gu, But if someone else has money, that's no reason to raise her in vain." Seeing that this move didn't work, Teng Sheng immediately changed his move. With a look of sadness on his face, he pulled Ji Chang's to stand next to him and patted his arm. "Don't look at Nagasawa, he is a bitch. In fact, he is almost 40, and he is still not good at doing anything. If he is asked to go to the company, he is afraid that he will ruin the family business. Nagasawa is not good, so we have to let him. Are your children coming? But now he only has a single seedling like Lingxi, and he himself is an only child. His father looks forward to the next generation every day. The old man was in Nagasawa in his 20s back then, and now he is almost 60. I'm 20 years old, my hair is gray, I've lost a lot of teeth, I'm shaky when I walk, and I still have to go to the company every day. The old man is getting older and wants to rest, but Nagasawa is not up to par. No matter how much he wants to rest, he can only continue to work. It is all for the sake of his children. You should understand." Grandma Gu nodded sympathetically, "Yes, it's all for the sake of the children." At the beginning, she worked overtime in the factory day and night so that she could go to a better kindergarten in Lingxi. Unfortunately, now that she is old, even if she tried to risk her life to provide a good environment for her child, she could no longer do so. She didn't expect that in a family like Ji Chang's, his father still had to work so hard at such an old age. It was really pitiful. Although the G family is older, because they have been cared for and maintained by nutritionists since childhood, G's father is still in high spirits. He is looking at the various teacher information for his grandson. Looking at it, he suddenly sneezes. After sneezing, he didn't feel that he had a cold, but thought happily that maybe his grandson missed him. Here, Teng Sheng is still talking nonsense. So Nagasawa's father really needs a grandson or granddaughter so that the old man can feel at ease. Our time is racing against time, but you also know how filial Linksy is. If we can't pick you up together, Linksy will definitely. If Linksy doesn't want to leave, Nagasawa will have no heir, and Nagasawa's father will have no choice but to continue to work hard. Godmother, we beg you to help us, just for your godson. Look, how pitiful Nagasawa is. As he spoke, he pulled Ji Chang's arm. Ji Chang's was stunned for a second. Huh. Teng Sheng turned to wink at him. Ji Chang's immediately lowered his head and made a gesture of wiping tears. Yes, that's it, Godmother, please help me for Linksy's sake. Sure enough, as expected by Teng Sheng, when being helped was changed to helping people, Grandma Gu's face showed emotion. I'm willing to help, but, will it be too expensive? Ji Chang's opened his mouth to explain, it's actually not very expensive. But Teng Sheng interrupted him directly and took Grandma Gu's hand with surprise on his face. Godmother, you agree? That's great. Linksy will be very happy to know it. The old man was still a little confused, but Teng Sheng pretended not to hear, walked straight to the door and shouted, Linksy, come quickly, your grandma agreed. Real. Gu Linksy had been standing outside the door anxiously just now, thinking in his heart that if his grandma didn't want it, he would have to feel sorry for his father. He didn't expect to get such good news after only standing for a while, and his face was suddenly filled with joy. The steps are light and graceful. Grandma, you are willing. That's great. It was rare for a child to be so happy. The surprise and joy on her face made Grandma Gu swallow the rest of her words. She looked at the child she raised with her own hands and nodded lovingly. Yes, Grandma is coming to Linksy with us. It's done. Teng Sheng gave Ji Chang's a proud look. The assistant who watched the whole process said. He now understood why Teng Sheng had so many friends. This person is usually very quiet, but he is really reliable at critical moments. Grandma Gu wanted to pack her things. Ji Chang's and the others looked at the cheap things in this room and wisely did not refuse. The assistant diligently went up to help clean up together. He was very moved when he saw Grandma Gu cleaning things up seriously. To them these things may represent cheapness. But maybe for Grandma Gu, these may be her memories. Then Grandma Gu said, we can't just leave these things here. The family next door will definitely come to pick them up, but we can't let them take advantage. Assistant, so why do I think so much? Ji Chang's immediately became more energetic. Don't worry, Godmother, I'm telling you, a passerby just came up with an idea. Let's do this, and do that. They were having a heated discussion inside the house, and the neighbors outside were also making various speculations. There is a WeChat group on their floor. It was started by a young painter who lived here before. Later, the painter moved away and the group remained. Grandma Gu is not very good at using mobile phones, and Gu Linksy is too busy to have time. Their family is not in the group. Now the messages in the group are popping up very quickly. Did you just hear that person call Grandma Linksy? He actually called him Godmother. How come they have such a rich son still living here? Is he the godson he adopted before? Now that you are rich, you are coming to your door? Those bodyguards look very expensive. They must cost a lot of money. My son said the car parked underneath is at least several million. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the group was shocked. Millions. Really? A car is actually so expensive? Isn't it just a car? This society is like this: the rich will die rich and the poor will die poor. The society is unfair. Mr. Wang Xiaozhou, don't talk about society. You are a strong person. Even if you move bricks, you can still earn 5,000 a month. Even if you work hard, you don't want to do hard work. You don't have any academic qualifications and you still go to criticize someone who has money. Why are you so jealous? Master Zhou, what do you mean? I just said casually, why are you talking to me so much? Wang Xiao, it's not interesting, I just can't stand you. Did your wife just choke on my wife? How? It doesn't matter if you usually bully other people's old ladies and children, but now you want to bully our family. Master Zhou, who bullied someone? Don't talk nonsense like that, I'll tell you. Wang Xiao, who knows who bullies others? What, now that your godson is here and he's so rich, don't you feel happy? Let me tell you, I have nothing to do with you bullying others. If your wife dares to shout loudly at my wife next time, the 4 men in our family will definitely go to your house to have a good talk. Seeing the tense atmosphere, a neighbor quickly came out to be the peacemaker. Okay, we are all neighbors, why don't the relationship be so tense? Weren't we just talking about Linksie's family? Have any of you ever heard Grandma Linksie talk about her godson? Never heard of it. I only know that she has a daughter, but I don't know where her daughter is. I'm envious, having such a rich godson. I'm not sure how he'll be able to enjoy life in the future. A bunch of people were talking, and suddenly a neighbor said, wait a minute, that man seems to have come to my house and knocked on the door. I went to open the door. If I don't come back for a while or you hear anything, please call the police for me. People living here are not stingy about using the greatest malice to speculate on others. The group was silent for a few seconds. He didn't even look at his phone, but leaned against the window and looked out to see what was going on. Ji Chang's was indeed knocking on the door. He tapped slowly and patiently, waiting for a crack inside to be carefully opened before putting a perfect and kind smile on his face. Hello, my godmother lives here. She said that you neighbors usually take good care of her. Thank you very much for taking care of my godmother. This is a small gift. I hope you can accept it. As he spoke, he reached out to the side, and the bodyguard holding the gift box immediately handed over the box in his hand. Ji Chang's took it and handed it to the other party, who was confused. Before the neighbor opened the door, he thought a lot about why the neighbor came to see him, but he never thought that he was actually here to give money. He was a little flattered and a little excited for a moment, and hurriedly took it. Thank you, thank you. People who are struggling to have enough food and clothing do not dare to refuse free gifts. If they push the gift, they will really not give it to them. Ji Chang smiled back, sorry to bother you, I'm going to the next house. After waiting for him to leave, the neighbor was stunned for a few seconds before he hurried back to the house, opened the box, and was stunned when he looked at the small piece of gold lucky cat inside. He quickly took it in his hand and tested the weight. It's heavy and solid. Although this lucky cat is small, it is gold. He never expected that such a good thing would happen to him. His neighbor was so happy that he almost went crazy. He couldn't put it down and touched it twice before reluctantly putting it down and picking up the phone. Do you know what he came to me for just now? He said he was grateful to the neighbors for taking care of his godmother, and they came here specially to give gifts. They just gave me a solid piece of gold. This is too rich. After that, he took a photo and posted it. The group immediately became excited. Is it such a big deal? Damn, is it really solid? This is so valuable. The neighbor quickly typed another string of words. He just said he wanted to give it to others. I don't know if all the neighbors have a share. Neighbors. It should be that all the neighbors have a share. I was just telling you why a few bodyguards went downstairs and came back with a lot of bags. It turned out they were filled with gold. Knock on the door, there's a knock on the door, here I go. After a few seconds, the neighbor who was knocked on the door came back with the same surprise. Really, he also gave me a piece of gold. Listen to what he means. All neighbors have a share. And don't I have a child at home? He just saw that I had a child at home, and he actually gave me $100 red envelope. This time the group became more lively. The joy of getting a knock on the door, and the overwhelming anticipation of not getting a knock on the door. Neighbors one after another heard the news of knocking on the door and getting gifts, and the atmosphere in the group reached the most enthusiastic climax. Ji Chang's became a money-spreading boy. This gold is nothing to him, but to these neighbors who have been living in poverty, it is definitely a timely help. In fact, they didn't have much friendship with Grandma Gu, but Grandma Gu recalled that everyone had helped their family to some extent. Some helped look after the children, and some brought food. Most of the time, everyone just keeps doing things on their own so as not to cause trouble. It's not a big favor, but compared to the bedbug-like neighbor next door, these neighbors seem very amiable. At least they didn't play villains in the environment where Gu Lingxi grew up. Of course, the most important point is that the more generous Ji Chang's is, the more greedy the family next door named Joe will be. He led people all the way from left to right. The neighbors also noticed that he handed out the numbers in order from left to right, and they consciously counted them. 707, 708, 709. The group was filled with the joy of making a fortune. 710 is Gu Lingxi's family. The next number reported directly skipped 711. 712. The Zhou family, who had been waiting excitedly, were suddenly stunned. What's the meaning? Did they send it directly to your home? The resident of 712 replied, yes, I have already received the gift. Mr. Zhou, aren't they divided from left to right? Why skip our house? Wang Xiao'er, how big is your face? You took advantage of the fact that there were no adults at home, bullying the elderly and children, and now you expect them to give you gold. What good things are you thinking about? Mr. Zhou, didn't he say that all neighbors have it? Why not give it to our family? Wang Xiao'er, this is so funny. What kind of neighbor are you? You bully others and expect others to hold you in their palms. I started dreaming before it got dark. Next door to Gu Lingxi's house, the atmosphere in the Zhou family's house was filled with anger for a moment. The man dropped his phone angrily. They did it on purpose. They must have done it on purpose. The woman also looked unhappy. Why don't you give it to us? We are serious neighbors. Who do they think they are? The more they talked, the more angry they became, and they were so angry that they wanted to come to the house to argue. But as soon as he walked to the door, he saw the bodyguard standing outside, and his blood was immediately poured out. Now the Gu family is no longer just an old lady and the underage Gu family. They can't get any benefits even if they come to you. The two of them could only sit down and watch the news in the group continue to report. It was Wang Xiao'er's turn, and everyone could see Wang Xiao'er's excitement. Oh my God! He actually gave me a golden apple. It looks much bigger than yours. He also said he would like to thank my wife for speaking to his godmother today. Woohoo, I love my wife. Golden apples. The jealous couple almost died of anger. If the golden apples were theirs. With this money, the two of them can go without working for a long time. But the damn rich guy just won't give it to them. Isn't it just a dispute with his godmother over money? He is so rich and has given out so many, will he die if he gives one to them? It's true that the richer you are, the stingier you become. The two of them cursed angrily for a long time, but there were bodyguards outside. They cursed for a long time, but they still didn't dare to say anything in front of others. There was a voice outside, which seemed to be the godson of the dead old woman. Ji Chang's went out, let's go have a meal. I just bought too many gifts and there are only a dozen left. Godmother, please think about who else has helped you and I will give them to you when you get back soon. Then came the voice of that damn old woman, stop it, it's too expensive. Why is it so valuable? To me, that money isn't much at all. If I lose it, I won't even bother to look for it. Linksy, please help grandma and go to your godmother. I'll take you to eat well. Then, the bodyguards in the darkness outside also left. They waited for a few minutes and heard the sound of a car driving away from downstairs. It wasn't until there was no movement outside that the two of them opened the door and looked outside. The whole floor looked empty, and the rich man didn't have any bodyguards left. They looked at each other and came out quietly in tacit agreement. He walked to the door of Gu's house. The door is closed, but this kind of lock can be easily removed by force. After looking around and seeing that no one was there, they went home and got tools to remove the lock. As expected, there were many boxes on the table in the house. The two of them went to get it, and were delighted to find that it was full of apples. Oh my God, how much does this cost? I'm so rich. They can just take it away and hide it? Anyway, there are so many people on this floor and there is no surveillance. If a rich man loses something and can't find it, he is so rich, he probably won't take it to heart. The couple happily carried the bag out. Because it was a bit heavy, they even had to move it again and again. By the way, I also took away an expensive coat from the house. The two of them moved quietly and made no sound. When they were moving for the last time, a large number of people suddenly rushed out from the stairs on the left. Good. Ji Changs took the lead in applauding. The applause immediately started ringing. Two people. They looked at this group of people with blank faces and applauded them. Then the man who looked very similar to Gu Lingxi said in an admiring tone, "You two, your courage to steal things openly is really admirable." Couple. Who stole the things? We just thought you had moved and didn't want these things anymore. After being stunned for a second, they immediately started to mess around. This was also an old tactic they were used to. Normally, as long as they refused to acknowledge the police and continued to bite them when the police came, they could successfully avoid them. You thought we were moving, so you picked the lock, by the way. The man sneered, "Which of your eyes saw me picking the lock? It's obviously your own lock that's broken. We were just kind enough to go in and take a look." Ji Changs waved his hand. The assistant came out with a camera. "DRG, the video is ready, high definition, guaranteed to be clear." Couple. They were stunned for a long time and finally reacted, "You deliberately lied to us." Ji Changs picked his ears. What? What did you say? Why can't I understand?" How dare you lie to me?" The man became angry, rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward. The bodyguards, each of whom was stronger than him, stepped forward collectively, and the dark crowd began to roll up their sleeves. Man. Seeing that the threat of force failed, the woman immediately began to cry. This is also an old trick of the two. If they are caught stealing something, they have their own way of making the other party angry. When the other party gets angry and hits someone, they will take it for granted. Once this move is used, the opponent will often have nothing to do with them. "I'm sorry, we really didn't mean it. You are so rich, so don't bother with us. Don't you just get some small gifts from the neighbors? You were going to give these to others, but you didn't give them to us. What will happen?" "Man, don't beg him, he just took something and looked stingy." Ji Chang smiled all the time and didn't look angry at all. He asked Grandma Gu, "Godmother, what do you think?" Grandma Gu said expressionlessly, "Call the police." The couple was stunned. They never expected that Grandma Gu, who had always been cowardly, would dare to call the police. Grandma Gu ignored them at all. Is she really that easy to bully? I just know that there is only one old man and one child in my family, and they can't handle this family. The more they resist, the more they will be tortured. Now that Lingxi's father has come to support them, she will not let herself down at this time and let Lingxi not get a good example. "You called the police. Who are you?" "He just got some gifts." How could there be such a vicious person like you? The two began to curse, trying to make the other party beat them. As a result, the person on the other side didn't respond at all. Ji Chang's even said, "Chair, melon seeds." The assistant immediately pushed out the chair and watched Ji Chang sit down on the chair, cross his legs, and then offer melon seeds. Couple. They just watched Ji Chang sitting on a chair and cracking melon seeds, still looking here, and from time to time he would make comments to the people around him. It's so funny. I've never seen such a shameless person. Teng Sheng continued to eat melon seeds and looked at the two of them up and down. I have a friend who has never been good at playing bad guys. I think he can learn from it. Couple, you guys have gone too far. Can you do whatever you want and play with others if you have money? Ji Chang's, look at how fake their tears are. Tisk, 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 look so hideous, walking on the street, won't it scare people? Teng Sheng, yes, how can you have the courage to live in this world if you are so ugly? Hey, you're angry, you're angry. Do you look like a gorilla when you're angry? Ha 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 ha, please don't insult the orangutan, okay. Every effort was made to annoy them, but the result was like a couple being watched in a monkey show. They finally waited for the police. At this time, he was still quibbling, it's just some gifts that would have been given to the neighbors. They are not worth much. He deliberately pretended to be wealthy. These things must not be very valuable. We didn't take those things away, but just passed them along, just a piece of clothing. Anyway, he was bitten to death. As long as they were good enough, they would be able to reduce the charges as much as possible. As a result, Ji Chang slowly took out a handful of diamonds from the pocket of the clothes they took with them. Shiny and placed on the table. He was still very surprised and said with dog eyes and dog words, "Hey! Why are there so many diamonds here? These diamonds are not worth much, they are worth tens of millions, Lily free and fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 337. With irrefutable evidence and a handful of diamonds, Nagasawa doesn't have to interfere with the rest of the matter and can just hand it over to Teng Sheng's lawyer friend. For Gu Lingxi, who had endured this family for so long, this incident brought him great comfort. He finally realized clearly that he was protected by someone now. No one can bully them anymore and still feel proud and watch them swallow their anger. After coming out of the police station, the group had a solid meal. Gu Lingxi had to go to school in the afternoon, so Ji Chang's drove him back, and then he accompanied Grandma Gu to choose a house. Because Gu Lingxi was going to school, the house he finally chose was not far from the school. It is a beautiful small second-floor building. Although it only has the second floor, the decoration is very good. Because of the open space, it looks very grand. The exterior is made of red wall tiles, and the yard is full of beautiful flowers. The most important thing is that although Grandma Gu didn't say it, Ji Chang's could tell that she really liked the big bookcase on the first floor that reached the top and spanned the entire living room. "Godmother, this is a good place. Why don't you choose this place? Lingxi can be a day student at that time, and I can come back to stay with you every day." Grandma Gu couldn't put it down after watching it. She had never lived in such a beautiful house in her life. Everything was clean and neat, and it looked like something out of a dream. Looking at the beautiful stone table in the garden outside, She could almost imagine Lingxi sitting in front of the stone table and reading a book in the sunshine. She just said that it would be fine to let Ji Chang's call her as usual, but Lingxi's father refused to let him go, saying that it would be better for the two families to get married. In this way, Lingxi can rest assured, and he can repay her kindness for raising Lingxi. He also said that he was Lingxi's father, which meant he was half of her son. Grandma Gu's eyes were a little moist. She and her husband had worked hard for most of their lives, but the daughter they had raised with so much effort and financial resources turned out to be indifferent to them. Instead, a grandson's father whom she had never seen before was willing to take care of her. At this moment, she actually believed in the words that people have good fortune in future. After the house was settled, Ji Chang's continued to talk to Grandma Gu about the follow-up arrangements. We will go to the hospital to give you a full physical examination later. Lingxi said that you have been feeling unwell but haven't gone to see you. It's better to check on the insurance. When the inspection is completed and the house here has almost been moved, I will ask for leave from the school in the evening and let Lingxi come back to accompany you. He has also experienced a lot in the past 2 days. Let's talk. After talking about his arrangements, he asked Grandma Gu, is there anything else you need? As long as I can do it, I will help you complete it. Grandma Gu was a little hesitant, but she still couldn't resist her excitement. She nervously grabbed her sleeves and said in a soft voice, there is a college for the elderly nearby, and I want to go to it. After saying that, without waiting for Ji Chang's to speak, she hurriedly explained, I also have money here, and the tuition is enough, but I am afraid that it will delay taking care of Lingxi. Originally, she planned to leave the money to her grandson, but now it is obvious that Lingxi will no longer be able to use the money. In the future, Lingxi will have Ji Chang's to take care of her, and she will not have to make money every day. Grandma Gu thought of the senior college she had always longed for. I picked you up because I wanted to make you happy. It's a good thing that you want to go to a senior college. Ji Chang's was not surprised that the old lady was so motivated. People who love reading would happily go to school long ago if they were not forced by life. Grandma Gu immediately smiled when she heard that she could go to school. It's great, I can go to school again. She touched her sleeves awkwardly and repeated, that's great. Gu Lingxi was absent from school for the whole afternoon. When he returned, the rumor that Gu Lingxi was a rich second generation who ran away from home had evolved to Gu Lingxi was unwilling to go back to inherit the family business with his rich father and was forced to take away. Seeing him come back, many students' eyes were full of admiration. Wow, you are such a warrior, you actually came back again. Gu Lingxi. He had to explain again, it's not what you think, it's really not. A classmate asked, then they said that your father is very rich and has many bodyguards. Is it true? Gu Lingxi, this is true. Is it true that you will inherit the family business in the future? Gu Lingxi. Dad had said that he would inherit the family business. But admitting this, I feel so ashamed. When Ji Chang's came to the school to ask for leave for his son to go home at night, the principal and dean were accompanying him with smiles on their faces, followed by a crowd of bodyguards. The rumor evolved again to the point that Gu Lingxi's father is a man of all stripes. He always brings bodyguards when he comes in and out. He has a green dragon on one side and a white tiger on the other. People on the road called him Mr. Gu. Looking at the classmates who were discussing endlessly about his father's how he was so dashing when he was young and how he conquered both black and white, Gu Lingxi said, my father's surname is not Gu, and he is not a black and white person either, he just started a company, he only started a company. Only 3 characters were accentuated. When asked why father and son have different surnames, Gu Lingxi said directly, I take my mother's surname. His father never mentioned changing his surname. Gu Lingxi was used to being called this name, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Although his mother ignored him, his grandfather loved him, and he took his grandfather's surname. The students nodded on their faces, but behind their backs they came up with versions such as Gu Lingxi's father did not let his son take his last name because he must be protecting him. Fortunately for the seniors in high school, they are so busy every day that they have no time to just listen. As a sophomore in high school, I'm a little older, and as a sophomore in high school, I also have a sense of urgency, so I basically don't participate in these. Only the kids who are in the first grade of high school, 15 or 16 years old, just promoted from junior high school, with a bright mind and still in the second grade. Rumors spread very quickly, just because Ji Chang still has a handsome face and a figure that is accentuated by his clothes. As well as the assistants and 80 bodyguards following behind him, the luxury car driving out of the way and the principal smiling at each other were enough to make this group of children scream with envy and envy. Students often have more time than adults. Gu Lingxi got a new mobile phone from his father in the evening, and when he happily opened the school forum, there was already a fanfic with him as the protagonist. Students are enjoying themselves in their own school forums. Naturally, it is impossible to update 3,000 words a day. At a rough glance, it is only 600 to 700 words. Gu Lingxi entered with curiosity and a little bit of pride and shyness that someone actually wrote about me of. Then I saw something like this. He is Lingxi, the school darling prince in X. He is handsome, has a pair of narrow eyes that are full of evil charm when looking at people, is XXX tall and weighs XX. He is the most sinister Scorpio as the school darling. He has more than just her good looks and her proud background. His father is the head of the XX organization and the president of the XX group. He controls the entire group and regards his only son as a treasure. Unfortunately, Lingxi is not interested in inheriting the family business and only wants to live an ordinary life. Gu Lingxi. Gu Lingxi. If that's all, forget it. However, my father's voice came from the side. Wow, this little classmate has good writing skills. Which station is this? Can I give you a reward? Gu Lingxi. His whole body was petrified. Almost stiffening his neck, he slowly turned his head, and then saw Ji Chang standing next to him with a face full of interest. Gu Lingxi. There is nothing better than this at the scene of social death. He held the phone in his hand and almost found a crack in the ground and slipped it into it. Ji Chang's was still very interested. He even took Gu Lingxi's mobile phone into his hand and read the rest. It turns out that Laxi, you know so much, taekwondo, karate, sanda, piano, violin, ukulele, can you also draw? You are much better than Dad. Gu Lingxi, no. He covered his face and his ears were completely red. I don't know any of this. This is made up by classmates in our school. Ji Chang's nodded, it's okay. Don't feel inferior if you don't know how to do it. Dad will hire a teacher for you. You can learn whichever one you want. If you do, Dad will agree. Wow! He exclaimed in surprise again, so in the eyes of your classmates, is Dad so powerful? I am actually King V. Am I so powerful? The assistant quietly reminded the proud boss, DRG, Country V has a presidential system and does not have a royal family. Ji Chang's didn't care at all and could even justify himself by saying, this is a novel, Country V in a novel. This classmate is really nice. This description is pretty good. Look, she wrote that I have a pair of deep eyes, sharp eyebrows, and a sculptural jawline, huh? Wait, my jawline is like a sculpture. Assistant, give me a mirror. Assistant. Director G never had a normal day. It's really hard for him to be a normal person. While lamenting that he had to sell his soul for money, he took out a small mirror from his pocket and handed it to Ji Chang's. He watched the other person compare his jawline in the mirror to see if it really looked like a sculpture. Gu Lingxi, who has never passed the second semester of high school and has been the head of a poor family for a long time, Dad, these are just for fun, don't read them. When he thought about how cruel and sinister he was, and how his schizophrenia turned into gentleness, he dug his toes into the ground. Ji Chang's returned the phone to his son with a still unsatisfied look on his face. Regretfully, he said, I still want to read it, but they only wrote this much. Hey, today's students are really getting more and more talented, but my father thinks that our family in Linxi is still the best. He told his son the results of Grandma Gu's examination. Sure enough, the disease was diagnosed, but because the disease had not yet reached its most serious stage, and because it could be completely cured, Gu Linxi breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little lucky. Fortunately, Dad is here. Otherwise, if the father is not here, based on the situation of their family, even if Grandma is diagnosed with the disease, they will not have money to treat her. Okay, Dad can't accompany you tomorrow. He has to meet a friend. You have a good talk with Grandma tonight. In a few days, Dad will go to your school to attend a conference. What kind of meeting is, of course, a meeting for the school to prepare for reconstruction. As a building donor, Ji Chang's will definitely attend. Gu Linxi nodded and said obediently, Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye. Ji Chang's waved his hand, went downstairs, got in the car and left. Seeing that the other party seemed to have completely forgotten about the fanfic post, Gu Linxi breathed a sigh of relief. Dad just took a look. So far so good. He was feeling relieved when he accidentally pressed refresh. He glanced down and saw a new reply downstairs. I am the most handsome person in the world, the original poster's writing is really nice, keep writing to catch a bug, the person who controls the entire company should be the chairman, not the president of course, I also think that the president sounds better than the chairman. 2 seconds ago. I am the most handsome person in the world, can I give rewards on this forum, I want to give a tip to the original poster. 1 second ago. Gu Linxi. He refused to think about who the most handsome man in the world was. Early the next morning, the sun shone into Liu's house and fell on Lu Pianran, who was sitting on the dining table chair. He was deep in thought. In fact, he meditated all night. I got that one from yesterday, let me tell you, your nephew's wife had a son before. That child was Ji Chang's, but Chang's didn't know because she secretly gave birth to him. After he was born, he didn't treat the child well. After receiving the long and exciting news, Lu Pianran has been meditating. He thought that he must have done a lot of evil in his previous life. Otherwise, why would you send this group of idiots from the Lu family to torture him? When he was young, he was bullied by the Lu family. When he grew up and became capable, he was stabbed by the trusted Lu family again. After finally gaining the ability to counterattack and return, his only wish is to regain friendship with his childhood friend. In the end, it was the Lu family again, which stabbed his relationship with Nagasawa heavily. Lu family, Lu family. Despite all the precautions, he failed to guard against a nephew and his wife. Originally, he was worried that Nagasawa and the others would misunderstand that he was good to them out of profit. As a result, Gu Kui is now added. A woman who left Nagasawa's only son alone for 16 years. He heard about Gu Linxi's daily life from the prince. Growing up, I didn't have many new clothes, and I lived with the elderly. When I was a freshman in high school, I had to work part-time during the holidays to support my family. What about Liu He? Even if the Lu family is not as good as usual, this kid is still looking for fun everywhere, and his daughter-in-law, Gu Kui, just wore hundreds of thousands of jewelry around her neck when she came here last time. Can Nagasawa not be angry? Can he not express his anger? Isn't it obvious which one is more important, a friendship that has not been seen for more than 10 years or an only child? Lu Pianran thought that every time she couldn't bear it these years, she would take out a photo of the three of them when they were young and look at it. Thinking that after he came back, he always wanted to meet Nagasawa tomorrow. Thinking that the two of them had just agreed to meet him today to reminisce about old times. The results of it? The results of it? His friendship. His precious friendship, which he had carefully cherished for more than 10 years, was just destroyed at the hands of a nephew and his wife. Grass. The more Lu Pianran thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but cursed and threw the cup on the table to the ground. The baby, who was being coaxed by the nanny, suddenly heard a noise, was startled, and burst into tears. Only then did Lu Pianran realize that there was a child at home. She quickly got up, hobbled over with a cane, hugged the swaddled baby and coaxed her softly. "Don't cry, don't cry. My uncle didn't mean it. He won't cry anymore." The baby was coaxed by a familiar person and slowly stopped crying. Lu Pianran watched the child fall asleep with tears stained on her face and wanted to cry with the child. After more than 10 years of hard work, I returned to before liberation. No, this is not as good as before liberation. Lu Pianran returned the child to the nanny, watched the child quickly fall asleep peacefully, and limped around the living room several times. No, he couldn't give up. We can't just sit back and wait for death. He is him, and Gu Kui is Gu Kui. Strictly speaking, he is also a victim who has been harmed by the Lu family. Lu Pianran's eyes lit up when she thought of this. Yes, he should put himself in the perspective of a victim. He is the same as Nagasawa and the Nagasawa children. The Lu family is a villain who needs to be defeated. He is a positive person, and he definitely doesn't want to be associated with him. After figuring it out, Lu Pianran breathed a sigh of relief. That child was only 16 years old. It's the best age to coax. As long as he coaxes the child well, Nagasawa will definitely not be angry with him when he sees that the other person likes him. He thought about it and began to carefully choose gifts for Gu Lingxi. Be sure to choose the best, suitable for children of this age, and full of sincerity. He thought of something again, turned to the other nanny and said, "Auntie, please help me take down the book in the room." The book was carefully selected by him and contained some business terms. Lu Pianran has indeed worked hard now, but what is very embarrassing is that because he has been working alone and exploring on his own, he has actually forgotten the terms used in the second-generation circle and business circles. I was laughed at when I attended some parties before. At that time, he didn't take it to heart at all, and sneered at it. After all, money is king. No matter how thoughtful your etiquette is, no matter how particular your words are, if you don't have money, it's still useless. But Nagasawa and Teng Sheng grew up in such an environment. The Lu family never taught Lu Pianran anything when he was a child, and he couldn't remember whether Nagasawa and the others had received similar teachings. Even if you didn't have it when you were a child, you will always have it when you grow up. He had to make up lessons. Everyone has grown up, and he needs to show his best side as a mature and responsible person. Lu Pianran nervously read a book at home for more than an hour, and hid in her room for another half an hour to change clothes, before finally choosing the dress she thought was the best, with a little nervousness, a little anticipation, and a lot of satisfaction. Full of anxiety, I got in the car. When he arrived, he kept thinking about what words he would use as an opening statement. How can I find new common topics with Nagasawa Tozaka? We are no longer children, and we can become good friends after playing together for an afternoon. When Lu Pianran arrived, she saw the two people sitting together from a distance. His pace slowed down and he began to feel inferior. In fact, their appearance has not changed much, they are still so flamboyant and wanton, and they are all much younger than their original age. Unlike Lu Pianran, his appearance took after that of his beautiful mother. When he was a boy, he was somewhat indistinguishable between male and female. In addition, with his nice name, many princesses pursued him at that time. There was also a girl who fell in love with her, but at that time he was really close to that white-eyed brother. The younger brother expressed his dissatisfaction, saying that he was afraid that after falling in love, he would give more time to his girlfriend instead of himself. Lu Pianran was also stupid, but she actually did it. I believed the other party's lies and rejected them one by one. It was only after he was kicked out of the house that he realized that the other party was not afraid that he would have less time to devote to him. He was clearly afraid that he would not be able to push him down if he married those concubines with prominent family backgrounds. Lu Pianran was in a very embarrassed state when he left. He was lame, separated from his relatives, and alone in a foreign country. During the first year of celebrating the New Year outside, he made himself a bowl of noodles on New Year's Eve and ate it while crying. From that day on, his temperament slowly changed. He was not as gentle as before, and he was unwilling to open his heart to others. Perhaps it was just a matter of heart. His appearance, which originally seemed very gentle and without any offensive power, gradually changed. He has become a gentle scum face. Especially when he wears glasses, he reminds people even more of an old fox. By one glance, others could tell that he was not easy to mess with. In the past, Lu Pianran was very satisfied with his current appearance, because others would no longer look down upon him because of his age and his lameness. But now, he touched his face timidly and felt nostalgic, regretting that he stayed up all night without sleeping last night. He had dark circles under his eyes when he stayed up late. When he had dark circles under his eyes, he looked even less like a good person. Lu Pianran regretted it very much. If she had known earlier, she would have applied her aunt's facial mask before going out this morning. I don't know if Nagasawa and Teng Sheng will think that he looks sinister and cunning. Although he is really insidious and cunning. Lu Pianran hesitated for a long time, but did not dare to step forward, regretting that she did not think of doing maintenance and packaging in advance. They will definitely think that he looks very difficult to deal with now. After he came back, he met his former playmate several times. This was before he was famous in the circle. The other party was surprised to see him and took the initiative to invite him to dinner. Lu Pianran really thought that he missed her and happily went to the appointment. However, throughout the whole meal, the other party was testing his current net worth and status in secret and overtly. Lu Pianran, who had no feelings for him in the first place, simply left and gained a new understanding of the snobbery in this circle. It's not that difficult to understand. After all, in this situation, except those who grew up together, who cares about friendship when getting along? Doesn't it depend on the power of connections? Lu Pianran could not take that person seriously, but faced Nagasawa and Teng Sheng. If they also tested his net worth, he will definitely perform well. Lu Pianran walked around in circles for several times. The plot in her mind had already progressed to episode 16. She just didn't dare to step forward. It turned out that Ji Chang's was smiling and talking to Teng Sheng. He accidentally raised his eyes and the two of them talked to each other. Came into sight. Lu Pianran was suddenly seen. His whole body froze. He put his hand on his glasses hesitantly, thinking about whether to take them off, but he was highly myopic and would go blind after taking them off. Lu Pianran. Before he could decide whether he should take off his glasses or not, Ji Chang's had already called out to him. Teng Sheng, who was looking down at the menu, heard the commotion and looked up. When he saw Lu Pianran, he smiled and waved, "Here, hurry up. What's the problem with you being late every time you come out? Something happened." Lu Pianran stepped forward, embarrassed to say that she had actually arrived a long time ago, but because she was too nervous, she spent an hour doing some mental construction downstairs before coming up. He carefully observed the facial expressions of Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng, and found that the two were very affectionate, and there was no doubt at all because of the change in his appearance. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a little emotional. Sure enough, when they grew up, if they were children, they would definitely ask. Now that everyone is older, These questions that can be asked or not are just ignored. We just ordered food, look at what you're eating. Teng Sheng handed over the menu and looked at Shaoshi Faxiao's clothes with great interest. Your clothes are pretty good. Is it custom made? Where did it come from? I'll get one made as well. I'm coming. The time has come to test your financial strength. Lu Pianran quickly stood up and said nervously, it's Feel Yuoer. Feel Yuoer is famous for being expensive and difficult to date, and he also looks at people. Even if some rich people are offered money, Feel Yuoer will not accept it. Is this enough proof of his financial strength? Feel Yuoer, I've heard of it. Then I'll go get one custom made tomorrow. Theirs is a good one, and they look really good on their clothes. Ji Chang saw Teng Sheng's greedy look on his face and ruthlessly interrupted his enjoyment. Come on, Lu Pianran dresses well because he has a good figure. With your figure, your belly will be full from drinking, even if you wear it doesn't look good on anyone else. Lu Pianran straightened her back nervously. Does Nagasawa mean that he rarely attends cocktail parties? He actually received a lot of invitations, but because it was inconvenient to walk, he was reluctant to go out and show up. He hurriedly said, by the way, will you go to Jin Dongjin's wedding banquet next month? If so, why not go together? With Jin Dong's status, the guests he invites are either rich or noble. His ability to get in probably means he has a certain amount of financial resources. If you don't go, what's the point of having a banquet? Ji Chang's waved his hand, my dad will probably go. By the way, you haven't seen my dad for a long time. He talked about you before and asked me to learn from you. He will be very happy to see you. Lu Pianran. He quickly explained, it's just my luck. Uncle Ji is so busy, so I won't bother him. Did you see it, Nagasawa? I don't want to have a good relationship with Uncle Ji through you. I don't have such worldly thoughts. What kind of luck? You are so powerful. Did you know that the fact that you came back to take control of your family has been spread throughout the circle, and they all say that you are very powerful? Teng Sheng said casually, yes, your family now regards you as their ancestor, it's so cool. After saying that, he felt a little thirsty, so he picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. I'm coming. Lu Pianran immediately began to read and understand. The superficial meaning of this sentence seems to be that he succeeded in counter-attacking and the Lu family pleases him. In fact, it was a test, asking him if he had become the Lu family's backer. Serving tea means that if he were to side with the Lu family, he would serve tea to see off the guests. How could Lu Pianran give up his childhood friends for a group of people who bullied him? He quickly sat upright, took it seriously, and responded fluently, no, I didn't go home. I have been living by myself since I returned to China. The tragedy began, you know how my life was when I was a child. Those people bullied me. If you hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have known how much I would have been bullied by them. Lu Shuren, that bastard, you have seen how much I loved him before. I really loved him as my own brother. But in the end, this kid stabbed me in the back. To tell you the truth, I hate them so much. If I don't kill them now, it's just a slow knife. You know, I give them a little hope, but I can only watch myself slowly rot. There are rumors outside that I am still helping them. Support and all that, it's all lies. I don't care about them at all. I just put their own resources into my hands to control them. The final summary, I am absolutely not ashamed to associate with them. These villains. Snake-hearted. Wolf-hearted. White-eyed wolves. I can't wait to bite them to death. Eat their flesh. Drink their blood. I feel sick just looking at them. Teng Sheng just said casually. He held the teacup and stared blankly at Lu Pianran, who said a lot in one breath. Lu Pianran was afraid that he wouldn't believe it, so she repeated it again, I hate them so much. Teng Shen, I can see it. He pushed the teacup in front of Lu Pi and ran forward. Drink some water, drink some water. After talking so much, I must be very thirsty. Lu Pian Ran picked up the teacup and thought, does this mean she accepted his intention? His nose was a little sore with joy, so he picked up the water glass and drank it in one gulp. Teng Shen leaned into Ji Chang's ear and whispered, it seems he has been holding it in for a long time. How pitiful. Ji Chang's also leaned into his ear and whispered, no, no one in their family does anything. Gu Kui and them really don't live in the same house. Fortunately, Lu Pian ran fast, otherwise he would be it's so easy to deceive, I'm afraid my right leg will be broken. Seeing the two of them whispering in front of her openly, Lu Pian Ran put down her teacup uncomfortably. You probably weren't speaking ill of him. If you were saying bad things, you definitely wouldn't say them to your face. When the food arrived, Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng stopped whispering and began to eat seriously. Half an hour later, Lu Pian Ran ate the food in small bites. He was actually full, but he didn't want the reunion after more than 10 years to end like this, so he could only pretend that he wasn't full and continued to eat bite after bite. According to social etiquette, Nagasawa and Tenzhung would wait for him even if they were full. Ji Chang's looked at the time on his watch, eat quickly, the movie is about to start. Teng Sheng also urged, yes, hurry up, we have been looking forward to this movie for a long time. Lu Pian ran. He quickly put down his chopsticks, are we still going to watch a movie? Yes, didn't we like to watch movies together? Today's movie is particularly good. You must enjoy it. Looks great. Is there anything else they want to tell him through the movie? Lu Pian Ran followed Ji Chang's Teng Sheng into the cinema with a little bit of expectation and anxiety. When he saw that half of the people around him were children and half were adults, he already vaguely felt that something was wrong. When the movie started and the music started playing, he was already restless. Then, he saw a familiar figure wearing leather clothes. Lu Pian Ran. Oh, Ultraman. He rubbed his eyes suspiciously and looked at Teng Sheng Ji Chang's beside him. Two middle-aged men in their late 40s were each holding a large bucket of popcorn, and there was a glass of iced Coke on the chair. At this moment, while eating, they were discussing in a low voice. Teng Sheng, it looks good. Ji Chang's, as expected, it's the new Ultraman again. He's quite handsome. I still like Tiga more. Teng Sheng, by the way, I have a Tiga figure that arrived yesterday. I'll give you 2 monsters as well as a city, and it only costs 33,000. The texture is really worth it. You can go to my house today and have a look. Very handsome, the light on his chest still lights up, and there are sound effects. Ji Chang's, sounds good. Send me the link. After the two people finished their discussion, they finally realized that Lu Pian Ran had not joined in, but had been staring at them. They looked at each other and turned to look at him. Want to eat popcorn? I asked you to buy it just now but you didn't buy it. Now you're greedy. Ji Chang's generously placed his popcorn in the middle. Come, let's eat together. Lu Pian Ran. He stayed for several seconds before finding his voice. You came here specifically, to see Ultraman. Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Don't you want to reminisce about your childhood? This childhood, isn't it too childish? As the plot begins, the two childhood friends quickly shift their attention and start watching the movie. Lu Pian Ran, who had a blank face the whole time, witnessed the two of them watching with gusto and nervously holding on to the ups and downs of the plot. He now doubted whether he was dreaming. After a movie ended, Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng were satisfied and discussed the plot while drinking Coke. They even got into a heated argument over their disagreement over which Ultraman would star in the next big movie. Lu Pian Ran. He doubted life all the way. After observing for a long time, I realized that these two people were really serious. No, wait. Didn't you test him for a long time just now? Lu Pianran, what are you doing standing still? Let's go, let's play billiards today. Play billiards. Lu Pianran has not performed this activity for more than 10 years. On this day, they played billiards together, went to karaoke, went skating at the ice rink, and played games in the arcade. After finishing the game, Ji Changs did not forget to complain. Your eldest brother's son's wife, the one named Gu Kui, you know, right? She had a relationship with me before, and she gave birth to a child without telling me. Good guy, she didn't care about it after she was born, and she enjoys the food and drinks by herself. Let me tell you that I am very unhappy with her, and you have to stand with me. Lu Pianran, who had just made up his mind before and failed to state his position directly, said, okay. By the time it was over, Lu Pianran was completely convinced. These two people are basically the same as before. What is temptation, what is growth, what is there in words? They didn't even think about that. The two of them only had the suspenseful Ultraman in mind and whether the newly acquired Ultraman Tiga figure was soft enough and could change poses. But he still had a problem. He has changed so much, why are these two people not surprised at all when they see him? Changes, are there any? When asked, Ji Chang said confidently, I have long forgotten what you looked like before. I saw you in a magazine before. Have you changed? Where have you changed? Are you more handsome or ugly? Teng Sheng agreed, yes, more than 10 years have passed. Who still remembers what you looked like before? Please tell me what has changed. Lu Pianran. He learned something new today. Friends you haven't seen in more than 10 years have no clue about the change in your appearance. Maybe it's not because we haven't seen each other for a long time and the relationship is unfamiliar and it's hard to ask. But simply what you looked like before. Forgot. Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 338. Lu Pianran. It's also understandable. He tried to comfort himself. After all, more than 10 years have passed. Apart from looking at old photos and recalling the good times of him when nothing happens, who would clearly remember what the person looked like more than 10 years ago? Facing two friends who were still trying to observe where he had changed, Lu Pianran tactfully skipped the topic. This is not important. Nagasawa, since that Gu Kui is now in the Lu family, do you want me to help you get revenge? Ji Chang shook his head. No, I will avenge myself. Just don't help her. How can I help her? You are my friend, who is she? Lu Pianran immediately expressed her position eagerly, fearing that Ji Chang's would misunderstand that she and Gu Kui were the same. Ji Chang smiled and hugged Lu Pianran happily. Good brothers, in order to celebrate our friendship, why don't we go play Ultraman again? Teng Sheng raised his head happily, would you like a second pass? Okay, I'll buy the ticket right now. Lu Pianran. He seemed so out of place among the two cheerful friends. But, still very happy. At least he had his friendship back. What a day worth celebrating. While the three of them were enjoying themselves, someone was also unhappy. Liu He's father was furious. What's going on? I asked you to please your brother-in-law, and this is how you please? Not only did you not get the benefits, but you also offended him. Do you know how hard I worked to seize this opportunity? It's okay now. One word from your uncle will ruin everything. Now they are not willing to cooperate with us at all. Do you know how much money we lost this time? Lu He had always been aloof in front of Gu Kui, but now, facing his father's rage, he could only keep his head down and waited until Liu's father finished scolding him before he dared to say a word. Dad, I really don't know what happened. It was fine, and my uncle also let us in, but before we even spoke, he told us to get out. Father Lu had a sullen face, obviously not believing his son's words. What about this? Nothing else? He just looked at you and told you to get out. Could it be because you are too ugly? Lu he lowered his head, it's really nothing. Oh, by the way, my uncle told us to get out, but Gu Kui refused to leave. My uncle seemed to be angry with her. Gu Kui, who was listening quietly and pretending to be dead, suddenly turned pale and looked at her husband in disbelief, who was blaming her. Snapped. As expected, Liu's father became furious and threw a teacup down. What did I say back then? I asked you to marry someone with a family background similar to ours. What about you? It's as if you were obsessed and insisted on marrying a woman with no background and a child. Now you're fine. She hurt our whole family. I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place, I should have strangled you as soon as you were born. Being humiliated so bluntly, Gu Kui's eyes turned red, and tears fell down like strings of beads. She looked at Lu He expectantly, hoping that her husband could say a few words for her. Unfortunately, Lu He kept his head down and pretended to be dead, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Liu's father was still angry, he pointed at Gu Kui and scolded her again. If you fail to succeed, you will fail. Lu He was blind before marrying you back. If it weren't for the fact that you have my grandson in your belly, I would have asked Lu He to divorce you. Gu Kui's face was pale, but she didn't dare to refute anything. She could only try her best to excuse herself. Dad, it really wasn't me. My uncle seemed to be angry when we just entered and we didn't even speak. She thought wildly and finally found a suitable candidate to take the blame. Her eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, "It's Lu Shuren." Lu Shuren was at the door when we went there. My uncle must be angry with us because of Lu Shuren. After finding the culprit, she thought that everything would be fine. But Father Liu's eyes were even more obscure. Lu Shuren. He swallowed nervously, grabbed Gu Kui in front of him, and asked hurriedly, regardless of the other person's subconscious screams due to the pain of being caught. Did Lu Pianran see Lu Shuren? What did they say? How long did Lu Shuren stay with Lu Pianran? Gu Kui couldn't help but frown in pain, wanting to ask her father-in-law to let go of her, but when she raised her eyes, she saw the ferocious face of her father-in-law. She was frightened and did not dare to make any further requests. She only answered timidly. No, my uncle asked someone to drive him away. Dad, when Lu Shuren betrayed my uncle, didn't he always hold a grudge against him? We must have been unlucky when we went there, and we happened to bump into Lu Shuren and made my uncle unhappy, so he took his anger out on us. Gu Kui endured the pain and carefully came up with an idea. How about this? If we teach Lu Shuren a lesson, my uncle might be happy when he sees it. Then he might be willing to help our family. The more she spoke, the smoother she got. She thought she had a great idea, but the next second she was roughly pushed aside by Liu's father. Teach Lu Shuren a lesson? Okay, you go teach him a lesson. See if he kills you first or you teach him a lesson first. Gu Kui was caught off guard and was almost pushed down. She shielded her stomach aggrievedly and pulled Lu He aside. Lu He also thought it would be a good idea to teach Lu Shuren a lesson and let Lu Pianran vent his anger. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, Dad, why are you so careful? Lu Shuren has been kicked out of the house. Isn't he at our mercy now? You know nothing. Father Lu almost fainted from anger at his careless son. Lu Shuren has been kicked out of the house. Look what he is doing now. This kid used to be sinister. If he hadn't done anything before he left, would our family have fallen so quickly? You still dare to offend him? Do you think we didn't die fast enough? Lu He was scolded so much that he didn't dare to say a word. Although he is also working in the company, He has always only liked the power of his position. Most of the time he does not go to work. Even when he is in the company, he is flirting with some beautiful female employees in the company, so he does not know what is going on in the company. He was confused. Wasn't Lushuren just an illegitimate child who was kicked out of the house? Before Lushuren was kicked out of his home, he didn't see other people showing any respect to him. Didn't everyone have a tacit understanding and treat each other as an invisible person? After his uncle came back, he heard a lot of gossip. The reason Lushuren lived a comfortable life at first was because he was protected by his uncle. Later, it was also because he stabbed him in the back and gained his rights. Later, when my uncle came back, wasn't Lu Pianran immediately kicked out of the house and company? Seeing his son's stupid and confused face, Liu's father felt even more sullen in his heart. I don't know what evil he did in his previous life to give birth to such a fool. Do you really think Lushuren was kicked out in the first place? He left on his own. Before he left, he didn't forget to stir up trouble in our company and sold all his shares to him. Others even took away 40% of the old employees. You also work in the company, so you didn't notice it at all? Was he kicked out? He left our family satisfied only after turning our family upside down. Outsiders did not know the inside story. They only saw that the Lu family immediately announced that they were disassociated from Lushuren after Lu Pianran came back, and they thought that they gave up on Lushuren just to please Lu Pianran. Although they really meant to please Lu Pianran by doing this, if Lushuren hadn't left on his own and relied on his plan to mess up the entire Lu family after dormant for more than 10 years, who could have driven him away? If Lushuren hadn't acted too quickly, the entire Lu family wouldn't have been so defeated that they wanted to please Lu Pianran. He listened with a confused look on his face, and Gu Kui was also careful to protect her stomach, with a look of confusion on her face as she was completely different from what she knew. When she married in, the Lu family had already been separated. Lushuren lived alone in the most remote suburbs and had only seen each other once in more than 10 years. However, because she only saw him from a distance, she only had the impression that he was the youngest elder of the Lu family. The news I have been hearing about Lushuren is that he only works temporarily in the company. Although he is tepid, and although he got the rights in the hands of Lu Pianran who was kicked out of the house, he has always been the forgotten one in the Lu family. There are too many people who work temporarily in the Lu family company, rest on their laurels, and rely on their shares to make a fool of themselves. Lushuren is inconspicuous among them. After Lu Pianran came back, her impression was that everyone in the Lu family began to think that Lushuren did not exist, and even gave Lu Pianran the title of uncle. The information that Ming Ming has been getting all the time is that the other party is an abandoned son who was abandoned by the Lu family. Is he actually that powerful? Then why have I never heard of him having any abilities in the past 10 years? Gu Kui hurriedly began to recall whether she had offended the other party unintentionally. When she found out that she had no contact with the other party at all, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had not offended Lushuren. As for her brother-in-law Lu Pianran, he told them to get lost when he saw them. It was obviously out of anger. She has not offended these two people who currently seem to be the most terrifying people in the Lu family. Father Lu looked at the changing expression on his daughter-in-law's face, and his heart became even more congested. The other party has much more brains than his son. He asked again, "Did you hear anything from Lu Pianran's family when you arrived? Does Lushuren go there every day?" He shook his head, "I haven't heard anything. I only know that the people in my uncle's family were very rude to Lushuren and almost pushed him out forcibly." "But Dad, is Lushuren really as powerful as you said? I think he looks like it's not very powerful. He doesn't even get angry when those people push him." Father Lu said solemnly, "You know nothing. Lushuren is so tolerant of Lu Pianran's people, this news is definitely not good news for him. This youngest brother is completely different from Lu Pianran. Lu Pianran was also bullied when he was a child, but because he met Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng, and because of the relationship between these two people, others did not dare to go too far, so even if he was kicked out of the house and encountered changes, he was still a normal person. But Lu Shuren was different. Lu Shuren's mother had been with the old man for 5 years. He was taken back when he was 5 years old. The reason why he was not raised in his biological mother's house like before was because his mother had another man, and he happened to be hit by the old man. Upright. After a paternity test was conducted and it was confirmed that Lu Shuren was his middle-aged wife, the old man took her back. However, his mistress cheated on him, and Lu Shuren were also left out. The Lu family, a big family that was gradually declining, had other abilities. No, infighting is very much in keeping with the trend. Lu Shuren, who had no background and was rejected by his father, had always been bullied by his brothers and sisters when he was a child. Even because no one would support him, the so-called bullying sometimes escalated to physical and mental abuse. Lu Shuren, who grew up in such an environment, has always looked at people with a sinister look, like a poisonous snake lying in wait in the gutter, waiting to rush out and bite the enemy at any time. After being protected by Lu Pianran, his life became much easier, but the way he looked at people never changed. Liu's father was actually a little afraid of this younger brother. He always felt that he had no scruples about anything he did. Lu Pianran's abilities gradually emerged, and Lu Shuren also gradually emerged. The two of them teamed up and were an absolute threat to the other brothers. He had always maintained his identity as the eldest son and saw the old man's increasingly obvious preference for the two youngest brothers, even dreaming of eradicating them. But these two people were too skilled. Lu Pianran was outstanding in ability, and Lu Shuren was very skilled. He put aside his dignity as the eldest son and joined forces with several of his younger siblings to find an opportunity to drive a wedge between them. After Lu Pianran was driven out of the house in embarrassment, Lu Shuren looked even more gloomy than before. It's just that he seemed to be affected. From that day on, he gradually became mediocre. Until the old man's death, Liu's father and other brothers and sisters gradually forgot Lu Shuren's aggressiveness and gradually accepted each other's invisible existence. The results of it? After Lu Pianran came back, this boy severely dismantled the entire Lu family. Although the Lu family is getting worse and worse, it has not reached the point where it is now. Lu Shuren's behavior accounts for 90% of what will happen today. No one knows why he stayed dormant for more than 10 years and brought down his family, but what is certain is that they cannot afford to offend this person now. Liu's father thought about it and thought that the only reason why Lu Shuren did this was that they had lied to him and stimulated Lu Shuren to deal with Lu Pianran, who had brought him up single-handedly. If this is really the case, then they will be in big trouble. If Lu Shuren and Lu Pianran get back together. Father Lu was shocked and couldn't imagine what kind of revenge they would suffer. He tried hard to think about the cards he could use now, but the Lu family was now an empty shell, and they could only look at the scenery on the surface. The other brothers and sisters had been fighting for half their lives, and no one thought about uniting to save the family again, but he wanted to take the opportunity to bite off a piece of meat and put it on his body. My wife's natal family is very powerful, but they don't have the ability to go against Lu Pianran. The son is a failure, and the daughter-in-law has no background at home. The more Father Lu thought about it, the more anxious he became. However, Gu Kui was still making suggestions. If Lu Shuren is really capable, Dad, let's just find a way for him to compete with my uncle. If my uncle beats Lu Shuren, it will be a relief for our family. If my uncle is struggling, he will have to ask for our help. If Lu Shuren wins, my uncle has no biological children, so as his family, we can benefit more or less. No matter how you look at it, as long as Lu Shuren and Lu Pianran face each other, they will both benefit. Gu Kui felt that she had a good idea and wanted to impress her father-in-law, but when she raised her eyes, She only met Liu's father's unkind and angry gaze. She was stunned and quickly ran through the plan in her mind. No problem, everything is perfect. Father Lu sneered, do you really think you can deceive Lu Shuren? He was fooled like this once more than 10 years ago. Is he still the same boy now, more than 10 years later? You are so smart. Apart from getting pregnant, what contribution have you made to our family since you got married? Now I am talking to your man, why are you interrupting? A person from the country can't help, but he still wants to add trouble. If Lu he could have a wife with a strong family background, would he still be so panicked? The anxiety, worry, and fear in Father Liu's heart were all vented on this daughter-in-law who had no family background. He said in a cold voice, if you talk too much, I will punish you by kneeling here for half an hour. Gu Kui looked at her father-in-law in disbelief. Dad, I'm still pregnant. She was carrying Lu He's first child. Father Lu, however, had no intention of feeling sorry for his grandson. He only said, there have been so many losses in the past. It's hard to say whether this one can be guaranteed. I really don't know what Lu He is doing by marrying you. You can't help. You can't even have a child come down. He turned around angrily and went upstairs. Tears welled up in Gu Kui's eyes. She subconsciously looked at her husband with a look of pity on her face. Lu He, please help me. Lu He didn't care at all, and even glanced at his wife with a little boredom. How can you be so squeamish? You made Dad so angry. If I go to plead for mercy, he might even punish me. It will be over in just half an hour. Okay, you can kneel down by yourself. My brother just called me to go out first. After he finished speaking, he took the car keys and left without looking back. Liu's father was the authority in their family. Gu Kui did not dare not to kneel down, so she could only hold back her tears and kneel on the cold ground. Liu's father always considered himself a big family with many rules. Even though the business outside was getting worse and worse, he still hired a bunch of people to maintain his big family's life. Being punished by kneeling is also one of the family rules. Gu Kui has seen Lu He kneel many times before, but this is the first time she has been punished by kneeling because she has always been treated as an invisible person. Her knees soon became bone-chilling and uncomfortable. The most unbearable thing for Gu Kui was that all the nannies walking back and forth saw her kneeling in such embarrassment in public. 7 or 8 nannies up and down saw her in such a miserable state, which was definitely a great humiliation for Lu Kui, who had always been proud. She could feel that when these people passed by her, they would look at her a few more times, intentionally or unintentionally. Ever since she married Lu He, Gu Kui had always cared about her young lady's appearance. Although she was usually careful with the Lu family at home, she had always looked down upon the maids. And all these maids can see her jokes. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore and fell again. Inexplicably, she remembered what her mother had said when she was about to marry Lu He, they don't want the bride's mother to attend the wedding, just because they think I am a country girl. Gu Kui, if they care about you, they will treat you like this, your mother. Don't you see clearly? They don't care about me just because they don't care about you. If you insist on marrying me, you will definitely suffer. Sooner or later you will regret it. Gu Kui suddenly reached out her hand and roughly wiped away the tears on her face. Her back, which had been slumped due to fatigue and grievance, straightened up. She knelt straight, her red bloodshot eyes full of determination. No, she won't regret it. Even if she has to endure hardship, even if she suffers, even if she is looked down upon, despised and humiliated by the Lu family, she will never give up. She definitely doesn't want to be like her parents, who have to work hard all their lives to make money, but the money they make is not as much as the price of a rich person's bag. We are all human beings, so why can those who are born into the second generation of wealth grow up with a silver spoon in their mouths? The money to study abroad is just a drop in the bucket for them. They don't care about the price of food and can buy whatever clothes they want. She asked for jewelry and bags, but they were just disposable items that people use once and forget about in their wardrobe. Why? She also wants to live such a life. She just wants to live a good life. What's wrong with her? Parents, they are unable to let her live a wealthy life, and their life savings are only enough to send her abroad. Don't they love her? If you love her, you should support her, make way for her better life, and disappear from her eyes, not reminding the people around you or what kind of family she comes from. As long as her parents never appear in front of her, others will not know that she comes from such an ordinary family. Now she is suffering, but in her belly is Lu He's child, the future heir of the Lu family. It's only a matter of time before you can live the life you've always dreamed of. Gu Kui's eyes slowly lit up again, and she caressed her belly cherishedly and carefully. There was not only a child in it, but also her hopes for the future life. Take it easy. She had left her biological mother and Gu Lingxi behind in exchange for this, and she would never let go. Gu Kui straightened her back and knelt down, her eyes full of ambition. She will work hard to prove to everyone that her original choice was the right one. The Lu family had their project taken away because they angered Lu Pian. This incident was undoubtedly a serious blow to the Lu family. Faced with the lack of funds and competitors eager to get a share of the pie, the Lu family was eager to get a share of the pie. They had no choice but to work hard to please Lu Pianran. But Lu Pianran would meet the Lu family in the past when she was in a good mood, but now she didn't know what was going on, and all the Lu family members stayed behind closed doors. In addition, he doesn't like to go to other places, even if the Lu family wants to stay for a chance encounter. We had no choice but to work together as a family to see if we could find a way to scratch Lu Pianran's itch. After asking around, they actually got some gossip. It is said that the last few times Lu Pianran went out, she went to a school. And he went to school to pick up a high school student. The other person was young, 15 or 16 years old, a boy. Lu Pianran was very kind to him. He had even asked someone to find the most difficult piano teacher to hire and paid a high price to teach the child piano. He even gave the other party one of his cruise ships. When the cruise ship changed its name, a lot of people were shocked. Lu Pianran liked children, but the way he liked children in the past was to keep them by his side and take good care of them, but he had never given his property to one of them. Lu Pianran bought that cruise ship just a few months ago. When they first knew that he could actually buy such an expensive cruise ship, the Lu family was shocked. But now, he actually gave the cruise ship to a person like this. Teenagers. The rest of the Lu family were shocked when they learned the news. Many people found Liu's father and asked him what was going on. Lu Pianran is not married and has no children, so they have always had a secret expectation that their children can take advantage of this. After all, they are blood relatives. There are also some illegitimate children that Lu Pianran cares about and are taken care of by Lu Pianran. The Lu family has always had a dream in their hearts that their children will be selected as the heirs of Lu Pianran's industry. They are even secretly wary of other children who send their children to Lu Pianran. The relatives around Lu Pianran. As a result, he took all precautions and was airborne by a child who had never shown his face before. It's strange that they can sit still. There were waves of people who came to ask Liu's father. No children in his family were sent there. Compared with the anxiety and worry of other relatives, Liu's father was actually happy. This child is probably Lu Pianran's illegitimate child. Calculating the age, it is quite reasonable. At Lu Pianran's age, it is very normal to have a 15 or 16-year-old child. And Lu Pianran was given away the cruise ship, which shows the status of this child in his heart. As long as you please this child, the child will go to Lu Pianran to say something nice. According to Lu Pianran's always fond of children, if he is not his own child, he will be so loved, and his own child will not be pampered to the sky. The child they coaxed was happy. Maybe Lu Pianran would not only forgive them, but also be willing to give them some benefits. The more Father Lu thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. Lu Pianran always went to school openly and picked up people in an upright manner. It was relatively simple to know which class the student was in. But I don't know if it's because he is an only child, but there are actually bodyguards guarding the school. Every time the child is bled, he is picked up directly in the car, and he is always sent to the school gate when he goes to school. The bodyguards keep watching him. Go in. There is no chance to be alone together at all. If they did it rashly, they would be afraid that Lu Pianran would think they had bad intentions, which would be self-defeating. Father Lu thought about it for a long time in the room, and finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. After calling the school and asking what the school still lacked, he started calling people. Lu He and Gu Kui were called to the study. Lu He was worried that he would be criticized for spending money lavishly outside, while Gu Kui looked confused and gently touched her stomach and remained silent. You two go to Yizhong and donate. He closed his eyes in pain. Donate a building? No, let's donate a gymnasium. One building is still a bit too much for the current Lu family. The gym was enough to give him pain. To donate the gymnasium, you need to go to the school to discuss the details. After you arrive at the school, you must find a way to contact a freshman in high school. Liu's father reluctantly suppressed his reluctance and informed the two of them of the information he had obtained. I asked someone to find a group photo. It's this student. He should be Lu Pianran's son. He pointed to the young man in the photo. I don't care what methods you use, you must please him and make him respect him. Our family has a good impression. No matter what you think in your heart, when you see him, please be alert. As long as we can get him to stand on our side, we will do it at any cost. Lu He and Gu Kui hurried to see the people in the photo. The more Gu Kui looked at him, the more she felt that the other person looked familiar, but she didn't think much about it. She finally had a chance to make a contribution. Her heart was full of excitement, and her mind was full of ideas on how to please the other person. Lu He also thought this was a good job. Don't worry, Dad, for such a big kid, just buy some gifts and make sure he calls me brother. You think so? Do you think this is an ordinary child? Lu Pianran treats him like a treasure. He just gave him a cruise ship and bought some gifts. You buy something cheap, and he thinks you are humiliating him. Seeing Lu He being scolded, Gu Kui said, Dad, don't worry, children of this age are easy to coax. We will give him whatever he wants and be obedient to him. He is a freshman in high school and the teacher be strict and let him play more games that children of this age like, and he will like us. Her strategy was much more reliable than Lu He's. Liu's father nodded. He originally wanted to go there in person, but to that child, he was an elder, and he might not be as easy to get along with as his peer Lu He and Gu Kui. This child may be your brother-in-law's heir in the future. If you establish a good relationship with him now, it may be helpful in the future. Opportunities are presented to you. You must seize them. Both nodded. Gu Kui had a plan in her heart. Children of this age are easy to coax, and if she can coax people into the palm of her hand, then her brother-in-law's biological child will take care of her, and her status in the Lu family will also rise. Before going out this time, Gu Kui specially took out her most gentle clothes and put them on. She also changed her makeup style in a gentle direction. She made a mental draft in her heart, smiled tenderly in the mirror, and then carried her bag and went downstairs. Lu He waited impatiently. I'm so slow, can you stop being so slow every time? I'm sorry, I wanted to give my uncle's son a good impression, so I spent more time putting on makeup. Gu Kui was dissatisfied in her heart, but she smiled gently on her face. Wait, then. Once she gained the child's trust, Lu He no longer dared to look down on her. As if they were on a battlefield, the two of them took a deep breath when they arrived at the school gate. the principal felt that he had been extremely lucky recently. First, Ji Chang's donated a bunch of buildings, and then Ji Chang's friend Mr. Lu donated a building. Before he could digest the good news, he received a call from an entrepreneur who also wanted to donate. Although it was just a donation to a gymnasium, it was an unexpected blessing. He happily welcomed Gu Kui and Lu He, and watched them sign the signatures, feeling full of satisfaction in his heart. They asked the two of them that they had a relative who was in the first year of high school and wanted to visit the first grade class, so they naturally agreed immediately. As soon as the two of them left, the principal was planning to have a spicy hot pot to celebrate when the phone rang again and he picked it up. Director G, what? 12 o'clock. There are no students in the playground at that time, what? He was stunned for several seconds. Are you serious? Ah, are you really serious? Then, I have no objection. The dean didn't know what kind of call the principal received. When he led the two of them there, it was still class time. Gu Kui and the others stood nervously by the window, looking at the students inside who were listening carefully to the class. She mustered up the courage to take a group photo to the dean and pointed at the legendary Lu Pianran's child. The dean took a look. Yo. An acquaintance. Linksy classmate, how many relatives do you have who are kind-hearted and do charity? He stood at the door, nodded to the math teacher who was in class, and then called out, Gu Linksy, come out, a relative is looking for you. Gu Linksy looked up blankly. Dad, Uncle Teng Sheng and Uncle Pianran never come to see him during school hours. He walked out, thinking they had something to do so they came at this time, but as soon as he walked out, he saw Gu Kui looking at him in disbelief. Gu Linksy paused and stopped. Lu He didn't notice anything was wrong with his wife. He had long forgotten that the name Gu Linksy was the name of his wife's son. As soon as he saw Gu Linksy coming out, he immediately stepped forward with an attentive smile. You are Linksy, I am Lu He. He's your cousin, and my dad is your dad's eldest brother. He handed over the gift in a flattering manner. This is the latest version of the game console. I asked someone to buy it. Do you like it? The expression on the face of the dean who was watching with a smile suddenly changed. Are you serious about giving game consoles to high school students? You don't give away so many tutoring materials and learning aids, but you give away game consoles. He very much doubted whether these two people were Gu Linksy's true relatives. Gu Linksy didn't know how he felt facing the man who called him his cousin. He is still deeply impressed by the condescension and contempt in his eyes. As a result, now, this man who is his stepfather calls himself his cousin in such a humble manner. Gu Linksy took a step back and looked at Gu Kui warily. Why are you here? Didn't you personally say that there is no relationship between us? The dean, whose eyes were always on the game console sadly, said, huh. As soon as he discovered Gu Linksy's rejection and the meaning behind his words, he immediately stood in front of him. Lu He was stunned. He has never seen the other party. He subconsciously looked back at his wife. But he saw Gu Kui's face turned pale and whispered, have you forgotten? This is my son. Lu He. Gu Linksy, Gu Kui. That Nanaka from back then? He quickly lowered his head to look at the photo in his hand. Yes, this was the Lu Pianran's son his father said he needed to please. Why did Lu Pianran's son become Gu Kui's son? Lu He's first reaction was whether there was any misunderstanding. Before they could react, the bell rang. Before the students could rush downstairs to the cafeteria, roaring like wild horses, a loud flying sound sounded in the sky. Students. They stopped going downstairs and stood at the door of the classroom in shock, looking at the helicopter that was slowly landing in the sky. Even Liu He and Gu Kui were shocked. They know that this private helicopter is expensive. When converted into RMB, the price is close to 100 million. Lu He also wanted to buy a private helicopter at the beginning, just to show off. After checking the price and the money needed for maintenance, she could only give up the idea in despair. Gu Kui, who had followed the investigation together and secretly looked forward to her grand appearance in a private helicopter, still remembers those prices deeply. But now, this private helicopter, which was so expensive that they couldn't even imagine it when they first checked the price, was parked in the middle of the deserted school playground. Gu Lingxi's nose was a little sore just now, but now that he saw this helicopter, all the soreness was gone. He suddenly had a strange intuition and quickly looked at the dean. "Director, can you lend me your cell phone?" Dean of Students, ah. Okay, okay. He handed over his phone, and Gu Lingxi searched the school forum, clicked in, and searched for posts. Sure enough, the poster had updated it. Lingxi's father is a world-class rich man. He owns a private helicopter worth several million on this day. This private helicopter stopped at the school. It turned out that the king of the night personally came to pick up his son from school. In the school the girls screamed, and everyone looked at the scene with envy. Gu Lingxi. He just knew it. The phone buzzed, and the caller said, "A rare parent who has money and supports learning." Gu Lingxi. He silently handed the phone to the dean. "Director, phone number." The dean answered the phone and looked at the private helicopter below with his eyes wide open. "Classmate Gu Lingxi, your dad said, he flew a plane to pick you up, bay he free fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 339. Chapter 278. Gu Lingxi wondered if he could find the poster and tell him not to write so exaggeratedly. He looked down from here. Almost all the students in the class were crowded upstairs looking down, and they were discussing animatedly while watching. Who knows, now is the end of get out of class, and the students who should have rushed to the cafeteria in large numbers feel that it is more cost-effective to watch the helicopter than to eat a meal that can be eaten later. Of course, there are also smart students who rush to the cafeteria with their lunch boxes, take advantage of the lack of people to finish their meals quickly, and then come out with their lunch boxes, eating and watching. Other students were just watching from a distance, but among Gu Lingxi's classmates, the students sitting next to the window heard what the dean said. They were so excited that even the dean was not afraid anymore and stepped forward directly. "Gu Lingxi, is this your father's plane? Your dad is so awesome, he actually has a plane." The students who had just graduated from junior high school still had very good imaginations, but they never imagined that Gu Lingxi's family actually had a plane. Some people in other classes had speculated that Gu Lingxi was a prince from the United Arab Emirates, and some even came to ask if Gu Lingxi was of mixed race, but he denied it with a black face. In the blink of an eye, Ji Chang's flew to the school. Gu Lingxi. Of course he would not speak ill of his father, so he could only say, "My father prefers to play. Anyway, Dad must have done this for his own good." For the students, the fact that Gu Lingxi's father flew a plane just added another point to his already mysterious aristocratic status. But for Gu Kui and Lu He, who were standing opposite Gu Lingxi, it was very different. Fortunately, Lu He had completely forgotten how he treated Gu Lingxi. Although he didn't know why Lu Pianran was so kind to Gu Kui's son, since he had a relationship with Gu Kui, he should try to please Gu Lingxi. Very simple, right? Gu Kui's ears were buzzing. She really felt like she was dreaming. Doesn't she know what Gu Lingxi's condition is? But at a glance now, it might be because it was too hot. Although Gu Lingxi was still wearing the pants in his school uniform, he had taken off his jacket, and the shirt exposed was of a very expensive brand. Gu Kui used to like to buy luxury goods, but since the Lu family gradually started to have a hard time, Lu He stopped giving her money. All the money she spends now is her previous savings. Under such circumstances, she naturally couldn't spend money as lavishly as before. Even before buying a car, she had been teasing Lu He for several days before Lu He nodded and agreed. "This shirt is the latest model. When she saw it last week, she especially wanted the women's version of the shirt. But after looking at the price, she found that although she could afford it, Gu Kui hesitated for a long time to spend so much money on a shirt. And finally gave up. And now, her son, who supposedly doesn't have much money, is wearing this shirt. She also saw with sharp eyes a jade carved into the shape of Guanyin hanging around Gu Lingxi's neck. The quality of that piece of jade is so good that the price is definitely not low. Gu Lingxi, why should he? Gu Kui was shocked and forgot to cover her sight. She noticed that she had been looking at her clothes and the jade her father gave him with greedy eyes. Gu Lingxi frowned slightly. He remembered that when Gu Kui was a child, before he completely left home, his grandma would buy some fruits from time to time for fear that he was deficient in calcium. Since the family had little money, there were naturally very few fruits, and grandma would not eat them herself. In most cases, the portion was divided between him and Gu Kui as one person. But grandma didn't know that as soon as she went out to work, Gu Kui took advantage of his young age and ate all the fruits. It's just a bit of fruit, not really worth anything. But Gu Kui's attitude said it all. So Gu Lingxi was not surprised that Gu Kui gave up her biological mother and biological son. She even robbed the children's things, so what was the bottom line? Now Gu Kui's gaze reminded Gu Lingxi of his bad experiences as a child. He frowned and put Guanyin into his clothes. After noticing Gu Lingxi's movements, Gu Kui came back to her senses. She looked Gu Lingxi up and down with eyes as if she had never seen him before. This son has grown up, he is very lovable, and his height seems to be good. Now she really regrets not keeping Gu Lingxi in the first place. Nowadays, the world has changed. In the past, most of the circles were based on marriage. But now, most of the queens are very capable in their own right. They have been trained since childhood and do not need to rely on men to survive, nor do they need marriage. Under such circumstances, their criteria for choosing a spouse naturally become what they like, and good-looking men have an absolute advantage. Gu Kui has attended 3 such weddings with Lu He before. A bride with a successful career is different from an ordinary bride. The groom comes out. She had also despised the other party in her heart. She could have chosen a man with a similar or even better family background, but in the end, she married so hastily just for a handsome face, a good figure and a good temper. But now, looking at Gu Lingxi's appearance, she began to regret giving up her son. Those grooms were not as good looking as Gu Lingxi. Maybe if she kept Gu Lingxi by her side, she would have a daughter-in-law with a proud life experience. While Gu Kui was still thinking about it, Lu He had already spoken. Compared with Gu Kui, who knew that she had given up on her son, Lu He, who was Gu Lingxi's stepfather, was not so self-aware. How could he remember what he had said to Gu Lingxi before? Even if he remembered, Gu Lingxi was just a child in his eyes. Children always need their mother, just a little coaxing would be fine. Thinking like this, Lu He squeezed out a caring smile towards Gu Lingxi. So you are Lingxi, and I am your father. Do you still remember me? I even said that I would take you back to live with us. Gu Lingxi looked at the other party coldly. Are you here for Uncle Pian Ran? Uncle Pian Ran said that he was a good friend of his father and would often take him to play after school. But compared to his father and Uncle Teng Shen taking him to play games, watch movies, and eat ice cream, Uncle Pian Ran mostly teaches him some business matters. In Uncle Pian Ran's words, you can't count on the 2 of them. An older child takes care of the baby. He was also taken to some business gatherings. At that time, many people came up to chat with him because Uncle Pian Ran valued him. They overtly and covertly obtained information from him and tried to coax him like a child. Lu Pian Ran didn't care about these behaviors. He felt that children could not be kept in the ivory tower forever. Gu Lingxi was still young now. Even if he was deceived and suffered a loss, elders like them could help save his long memory. What if you spoil Gulingxi now and wait for them to leave without learning how to protect yourself? Therefore, during this period, Gulingxi's theoretical and practical knowledge increased rapidly. He just listened to what Lu He said just once and he roughly understood it in his heart. The other party should regard him as Uncle Pian Ran's child. Both of them have the surname Lu and are related by blood. Lu He even asked him to call him cousin. Call a ghost. Gulingxi didn't want to talk to them. Even if his father hadn't come to pick him up, and these two people who had so disliked him before suddenly came to him with such enthusiasm, his first reaction would have been that of a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, which was definitely not good. Moreover, he is also worried about his father. Dad has always been simple and kind, without any ill will. He is just like a child. Uncle Pian Ran said that his father was spoiled by his grandfather. Gulingxi was brought to see his grandfather before, and his grandfather indeed doted on the child at first glance. Regardless of whether it was him or his father, Grandpa could not wait to hold them in his hands. As for my father who grew up in an ivory tower, who knows if he will be deceived if he meets Kukui again, his biological mother and his father's former girlfriend. He took a step back and avoided Lu He's affectionate hand. We agreed not to contact you at first, but now that I'm almost an adult, I don't care what you came to see me for, I won't help. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I hope you won't come to see me again. After Gulingxi finished speaking, he turned around and went downstairs regardless of Lu He's obstruction. The dean also stopped him. Sir, if Gulingxi doesn't want to talk to you, you better not go. The situation seems quite complicated. But it doesn't matter. Ever since he found out that Gulingxi's family was so rich, the dean realized that he had no experience in dealing with children from rich families, so he bought a lot of novels to read. If he felt that the words were not clear, he would also look for stories about the life of wealthy families. TV series to watch. I have to say that the TV series was quite exciting. In front of the media, the family was happy, but privately they were all kinds of dirty. The wealthy parents appeared to be loving on the surface, but in fact they each had their own illegitimate children and illegitimate daughters, and they all took them home to live together. The eldest son had an affair with his sister-in-law, and the child born to the younger daughter-in-law was actually his father-in-law. The illegitimate son from the man's side had an affair with his father's real wife. When the biological mother of the illegitimate son found out, she collapsed on the spot, and the plot began to recall the original couple. When wealthy couples were young, they didn't play their own games until the man cheated on the woman's best friend, who was the biological mother of the illegitimate child. After that, the woman became cold-hearted and began to fight for power. After getting the right to speak, she immediately took care of a lover. Husband. The dean was stunned for a moment while watching this plot, but he also habitually summarized it. The summary was that my husband cheated on his best friend, and as a result, my best friend and my husband's handsome young son fell in love with me. The dean firmly believed that this must be a different way of revenge, because it was obvious that the woman was not that concerned about Xiao Xianrou's illegitimate child, but Xiao Xianrou loved the woman wholeheartedly and almost made his mother angry to death. He just wanted to say that your circle is really chaotic. But Gulingxi, a good student that their school had been protecting, entered this circle. Anyway, being polluted is definitely not enough. As long as Gulingxi is a student of their school, they have the obligation to protect each other's three views. He was blocked by a dean who was full of rich and powerful dramas. Considering that he often went to the physical education teacher's classes, he usually performed tricks such as climbing walls to chase students who skipped classes, and went to internet cafes to arrest people and chase students who escaped. His physical strength was still very strong. Lu He could only watch as Gulingxi ran away, while the bald teacher in front of him was still speaking in an official tone. As you can see, our school respects the wishes of students. Gulingxi doesn't want to talk to you, so we don't, it won't be forced. Look, what a good school we are. Lu he was furious. How can you stop me? I donated a gymnasium. The dean was very surprised. Aren't you doing good deeds? Are you going to take back the gymnasium because we respect the students' wishes? But you just signed it? Lu are the teachers in this school out of their minds? He had no choice but to reprimand his wife, who had been standing still. What's wrong with you? Didn't you know how to say a few words just now? If Gu Kui had spoken just now, and it was Gu Lingxi's mother, he definitely wouldn't have run so fast. Gu Kui still had a puzzled look on her face, and she asked, why did Gu Lingxi get involved with my uncle? Aren't these two people supposed to be incompatible with each other? Lu He was stunned for a moment before he remembered. Yes, Gu Lingxi is Gu Kui's child, so why would Lu Pianran be so kind to Gu Lingxi? Moreover, Gu Lingxi still called Lu Pianran uncle, not his father as they suspected. But that's not right. Lu Pianran has raised so many children, and he has never been like this before. He almost holds Gu Lingxi in the palm of his hand. If there is no blood relationship, who would care for other people's children as if they were treasures? And Lu He looked at the private helicopter parked downstairs with envy. I had never heard of my uncle having a private helicopter before, but now he actually flew such a plane to pick up Gu Lingxi. It never occurred to him that there was someone else flying the plane. After all, it was Lu Pianran who had the first impression and loved Gu Lingxi as his own child, and he only knew Lu Pianran who could afford to buy a private helicopter. He asked the dean, did you just say that it was Gu Lingxi's father who came to pick him up? The dean nodded, yes, Lingxi's father loves him very much. He comes to pick him up in person almost every day, but he used to drive a car, and this is his first time flying a plane. It seems that the place where they want to eat this time is quite far away. Gu Kui just said personally that Gu Lingxi was her son. The dean hadn't reacted before, but now that he saw the ugly looks on their faces, he suddenly remembered what the principal had told him about Gu Lingxi's family. They didn't actually know much about the interpersonal relationships in Gu Lingxi's family before. They only knew that he and his grandmother depended on each other, and their lives were very difficult. It wasn't until Ji Chang's came to find out that he knew the details. It turned out that Gu Lingxi's mother was not dead, but never came back after getting married. When she was pregnant, she did not tell the child's biological father, Ji Chang's. As a result, Gu Lingxi had to live a difficult life for more than 10 years before he met his father. If Ji Chang's hadn't passed by before and Gu Lingxi looked similar to him, he might have endured hardship for several more years until he found his father after graduation. Work can get better. But according to Ji Chang's attitude of loving his children, he should have been at the terminal as soon as he was born. Thinking like this, the way the dean looked at Gu Kui was not quite right. Especially today, Gu Kui dressed up specially and found her most expensive jewelry to wear on her body. She looked very rich. Such a rich mother never appeared when Gu Lingxi was poor. Now Gu Lingxi's biological father has found him. His life is better, and his father, grandfather, and uncles love him, and she is here again. Who would believe that she just suddenly remembered to take a look? You too, we have visited and visited, now it is rest time, how about we just forget about it for today? Although he kept complaining wildly in his heart, the dean was still very restrained. He said goodbye first and then turned around and left. It would be wonderful if these two people, just because they donated a gymnasium, expected the teachers at their school to act like nothing but respond to their requests, or even force Gu Lingxi to come see them. Even if he was willing, the principal would definitely not be willing. Lu He ignored the dean's departure. After receiving the answer, the person below is Gu Lingxi's father, he became even more convinced that it was his uncle. But what happened? How could my brother-in-law be related to his wife's son? Really unable to figure it out, Lu He could only imagine. He suddenly remembered that Gu Kui had said before that he and Gu Lingxi's biological father had met abroad, and Lu Pianran had gone abroad after he became lame and had only returned a while ago. He looked at Gu Kui next to him in disbelief. You didn't have him with your uncle, did you? Gu Kui was also confused. It's impossible. It's not like I've never seen my uncle before. He looks nothing like Gu Lingxi's father. As she spoke, she suddenly paused. After so many years, how could she still remember the other person's appearance? Even Gu Lingxi, she didn't know what he looked like and couldn't recognize him after looking at the photo. Only when the dean called his name did Gu Kui vaguely remember what he looked like when he was a child. Not only had she only had one boyfriend abroad, Gu Lingxi's biological father, but after giving birth to Gu Lingxi, her expenses had been borne by each of her boyfriends. At that time, racial discrimination was still serious abroad, and Gu Kui had my boyfriend is both Chinese. There are also rich second generations among them, but those rich second generations have clear ideas and are just playing around, not taking them seriously at all. After that, she returned to China and worked hard to package herself. After becoming Lu He's wife, she actively participated in banquets. 16 years later, who can still remember the appearance of a man with whom she only spent a little time 16 years ago? The expression on Gu Kui's face hesitated. I don't remember what he looks like. Lu He frowned. My uncle's leg must have been lame at that time. Do you remember that he was lame? Is there a lameness? Gu Kui couldn't remember. She only remembered that the other party bought her bags and jewelry and gave her money. She was young at the time and thought those things were valuable, so she planned to bring her child to the top. Even if the other party was not willing to marry her, a child should be enough. It can be exchanged for a lot of money. As a result, others simply disappeared. She couldn't remember any more details, so she could only tell what she knew. His English name should be John. He suddenly disappeared at that time. I had no choice but to give birth to the child by myself. Later, there were several cases of Chinese disguise. Is it because the second generation of rich people cheated for money and sex? I just thought he was a liar. He didn't know what his brother-in-law's English name was. After all, when his uncle came back, even when his father talked to him, he ignored him, let alone a junior like himself. He recalled the information he had heard from his uncle. When my grandfather passed away, my uncle seemed to have come back. At that time, the other party had not achieved anything yet, and he did not go in to express condolences, but several people saw him. No one took him seriously. After all, he had no inheritance rights at that time, and even if he came back, he wouldn't be able to rob much of the family property. His father once mentioned this matter. He said that his grandfather was not that kind to his uncle. When he was a child, his uncle grew up completely freely. Later, when he grew up and showed his own abilities, his grandfather started to pay more attention to him. If he really favored his uncle, he would not have kicked him out after he was stabbed in the back. His father regarded this incident as evidence that my uncle actually still cares about his relatives and believed that as long as they could please each other well, the other party would definitely be willing to give them a hand. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the time was right. The year my grandfather passed away was XX. What year was it when you got pregnant? Coincidentally, it was the same year when Gu Kui got pregnant. Analysis of Liu He Yitong is as fierce as a tiger. My uncle has been developing abroad before, and many Chinese and Chinese Americans are his partners. Maybe he has already developed very well by then. As a result, my grandfather passed away suddenly, my uncle rushed back, and you lost contact. Reasonable and convincing. Even the person involved, Gu Kui, was excited to hear this and thought it was very possible. She also provided evidence. I remember that Gu Lingxi's father was very good looking. She was still young at that time, and she didn't only care about money like she does now, but she still looked at face. It seemed that it was because the other party was rich and famous that she came up with the idea of marrying him. But she still had a question, although I can't remember clearly. When I met my uncle, I didn't feel familiar at all. Louis became excited. My uncle was very handsome when he was young. Many girls in the circle liked him at that time. My dad said that my uncle's appearance is very different now. He is a bit hard to recognize at first sight. It's normal that you can't recognize him. He seems quite handsome now, but in a different way. Louis was extremely excited when he thought that he was marrying the mother of his uncle's child. The more he talked, the more he felt that the truth was like this. And do you still remember that when we met my uncle, it was obviously the first time we met, but he turned against you immediately after seeing you. We didn't say a word, and he just let's get out. I thought it was because Lu Shuren was expressing his anger. But now it seems that it is very likely that Lu Pianran recognized Gu Kui. Gu Kui gave up Gu Lingxi for him. As the child's biological father, it was normal for Lu Pianran to be angry. Although he knew that Lu Pianran might be very angry now, he was still excited. Gu Lingxi may be my uncle's only bloodline. If you are an older child, it will be better if you coax them. Gu Kui was originally unsure, but after Louis said this, she also felt that Lu Pianran might be her boyfriend more than 10 years ago. Maybe Lu Pianran was angry because she felt she didn't recognize him. After all, she has always taken good care of herself. Although she is older now, she only has a few more fine lines. With makeup, she still looks very good looking. Gu Kui believes that her charm is still the same. After confirming that Lu Pianran is Gu Lingxi's father, Gu Kui was filled with excitement and pride in addition to being surprised. What is Lu Pianran's net worth? But it is much stronger than Louis. Even Louis's father can't compete with it. If she could get back together with Lu Pianran as Gu Lingxi's mother. Gu Kui lifted her hair and thought, Lu Pianran loves Gu Lingxi so much, she must also want him to have a normal family, with a father and a mother at home. Her eyes flickered, and she glanced at her husband next to her, thinking about how to cuckold Louis in a beautiful manner. In the helicopter, Lu Pianran had indeed followed. He didn't know that he had taken the blame for his brother. He was sitting in his seat with a numb face, leaning back to avoid looking at the students outside who were looking at him curiously from a distance. Nagays, are we exaggerating? You are planning to be on the news. Ji Changs held the door open and said firmly, no, I guarantee that even if there is news, there will never be a photo circulated. Lu Pianran, do you plan to remove the picture from the entire network? Ji Changs, no. Lu Pianran, then how can you guarantee that no photos will be circulated? There are so many students here. Ji Changs looked outside, because their dean is taking the opportunity to collect his cell phone. Lu Pianran. He then looked outside the window, and sure enough he found a bald teacher looking around with a tigerish face. As soon as he found a student taking out a mobile phone to take a photo, he immediately ran over at an alarming speed and confiscated the mobile phone. Lu Pianran looked at the opponent's speed and felt that it was too humiliating for the teacher not to participate in the Olympics. He said to Ji Changs, who was standing by the door of the plane, letting the wind blow his coat bulging, with an expression of I'm so handsome, have you been following Korean dramas recently? What's good about Korean dramas? Ji Changs touched his hair and lifted up his long hair, revealing his handsome face that had been specially put on a facial mask today. He noticed that the students standing together in twos and threes outside were obviously more excited, and they gathered together to discuss in a low voice. Then sat back satisfied. Sharing her new drama with Lu Pianran, I recently watched a Chinese drama in which the heroine's father cheated on her and she was kicked out of the house. More than 10 years later, she grew up and came back to take control of the family's property. Lu Pianran. Why did he feel that the plot Ji Changs told seemed familiar? Ji Changs, yes, he is very similar to you, that's why I chased him. But it's not very similar later. After the heroine got 36% of her family's shares, she chose to marry the man who pursued her. It turned out that the man was a scumbag and stabbed her in the back while she was pregnant and trusted her husband. She caused her to lose her power. Lupian ran, no, I think this part is quite similar. Didn't his scumbag brother rely on his trust to successfully backstab him? Later, the scumbag husband cheated on the heroine's best friend. The heroine was in pain and immediately started fighting for power after giving birth to the child. Finally, she took the initiative to propose that some of the illegitimate children of the scumbag husband come home. When the scumbag husband really brought him back, she brought back the child she had with her lover, and then she got together with the son her husband had with her best friend. Lupian ran, wait, who? Seeing that he didn't hear clearly, Ji Chang's repeated kindly, the son of my husband and my best friend. Lupian ran, why do I feel that this plot sounds a bit familiar? Teng Sheng, who was playing games at the side, interrupted, doesn't it look familiar? That's my mother. Ji Chang's had a yes expression on his face, I also remembered it, it was Aunt Lu, right? Wasn't Teng Sheng's family noisy every day at that time? Teng Sheng also mentioned that he wanted to go abroad with me to hide for a while. Lupian ran. He smiled dryly, well, your family is quite exciting. Teng Sheng nodded, obviously convinced, it's okay, TV exaggerates. My mother didn't give birth to an illegitimate son or daughter. She's not that stupid. It's so tiring to give birth to a child. It takes 10 months to conceive and she has to endure it. It hurts, and there may be sequelae after giving birth. My mother said she vowed not to have any more children after giving birth to me. It turned out to be like this. Lupian ran breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I really thought your family was such a mess. It seems that the TV series is indeed exaggerating. Then he seemed too soon. Teng Sheng, so she took her lover and their child home directly. Lupian ran. He asked again, then the brother born to your mother's best friend and your father is really the same as your mother? Teng Sheng glared at him, what kind of expression do you have, who do you think my mother is? Lupian ran quickly explained, I didn't mean to say what auntie was like, I was just a little surprised. Then he heard Teng Sheng say. My mother only got together with my brother after he became an adult. However, after he turned 30, he didn't look as good looking as before, so my mother didn't like him anymore. My parents seem to be cultivating themselves now, and it's not like the heroine in the TV series who pulled out the oxygen of her scumbag husband at the end. My brothers and sisters, both blood and non-blood, have been sent away, and now the family is my eldest brother and I were the only ones to admit our identity. Teng Sheng's parents didn't know what they were thinking. They fought to the death, but they both loved their only son, especially Teng Sheng's father. He was obviously a scumbag when he treated Teng Sheng's mother. As a result, the illegitimate child was born illegitimately. After having a lot of girls, it was only when Teng Sheng became an adult that he found out that the other party had actually made a will from the beginning, leaving all the real estate and companies in the family to Teng Sheng. His half-brothers and sisters could only get a share of the money. The children of his mother's mistresses are similar, and even worse, because they have no blood relationship with his mother at all, so even giving some money to his mother can be regarded as the most benevolent thing. However, Teng Sheng has a good relationship with them, maybe because when he was a child, every time his parents fought, they would join the group to keep warm. In a sense, his parents were all the same, and they only regarded these children as quarrelsome companions. Tool man. Damn, he can still understand that he is not his own biological child. But his father had cheated on her before and raised a woman and had a child outside. As a result, he acted like Teng Sheng was his only child. It is also because of this that no matter how good his parents are to him, Teng Sheng has no intention of getting married. It is really a shadow. Lu Pianran's expression after listening to his talk was simply indescribable. He always thought that his home was messy enough, but he didn't expect that Teng Sheng's home would be even more messy. Ji Chang's, what's going on with this TV? Someone used your family's affairs to sell scripts. He clapped his hands and opened his mouth to speak. Teng Sheng quickly stopped him. Stop it. He's not a prince. It's my mom. My mom did it on purpose to make my dad angry. After all, his father was a scumbag, and he would definitely be scolded if he was filmed in a TV series, but he had done all the plots in the film. Even if he was scolded, his father could only be helpless and furious. Lu Pianran. It is very spiritual for Teng Sheng's mother to make a TV series about her family's affairs. The most spiritual thing is that the ending of this TV series is that Teng Sheng's mother pulled out the oxygen tube of Teng Sheng's father. He could imagine the expression on Teng Sheng's father's face when he saw it. Teng Sheng didn't care much. He had long been used to his parents pinching each other. He just sighed. My mother originally invested in this TV series just to vent her anger and make my father angry. She was already prepared to lose money. Who knew the show would become a hit? Not only did she not lose money, she also made a lot of money, which is comparable to the annual profits of 2 small companies under her name. Ji Chang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Immediately asked, so investing in TV series is very profitable? Then do you think I should invest in TV series? I also want to start a career and make our home in Linxi proud of me. Teng Sheng looked at the good brother in front of him hesitantly. If you want to, I have a friend who is a director and a friend who is a screenwriter. You can give it a try. If not, I also have a friend who is a comforter. If you are frustrated at times, you can let him comfort you. Lu Pianran was still immersed in the chaos of your family, and sighed. Your family is really exciting. He doesn't even feel that he is miserable now. After all, compared to being stabbed in the back by his younger brother, his parents stabbed each other and wanted to play each other to death. They also loved Teng Sheng very much. As their son, Teng Sheng must be under greater pressure. It's rare that he has such a righteous outlook on things in such an environment. Teng Sheng chuckled. It's okay, I haven't been affected much. Anyway, I have a lot of friends. When they quarrel, I just go to my friend's house to play. And my eldest brother, although he is not related to me by blood, is very good to me. It doesn't matter how much my parents argue, as long as my big brother is here. Lu Pianran, who had been stabbed in the back by her younger brother, frowned slightly and wanted to persuade Teng Sheng not to trust others so much, or he could believe while leaving a way out for himself. But think about it, there are not so many white-eyed wolves in the world. Maybe Teng Sheng's eldest brother is different. Although he didn't say it out loud, he still kept it in mind. He had never paid much attention to the situation of the Teng Sheng family before. But now, because of his own experience, Lu Pianran thought that he should help check it out. If there is really no problem with the other party, everyone will be happy. If there is a problem, of course, the sooner it is discovered, the better. Ji Chang's, okay, I want to make a movie, will you help me invest in it? Both looked at him. Ji Chang's looked at Teng Sheng and said slowly, I want to film a tragic story about a rich second generation who was robbed of family property by a white-eyed wolf. The specific content is that the rich second generation trusted his elder brother, but the elder brother relied on his trust to stab him. The knife caused the second generation of rich people to go bankrupt. He asked Teng Sheng, what do you think? Teng Sheng, who was overwhelmed by the connotation, didn't feel anything at all. I think it's a bit cliché, but it's okay. Ji Chang's observed it and found that the other party really didn't hear it. He had no choice but to look at Lu Pianran, who had learned from past mistakes. What do you think? Lu Pianran is different from Teng Sheng. He has already stepped out of the ivory tower, so he can definitely hear the meaning behind his words. With Ji Chang's watching, the adult Lu Pianran covered her face in shame. I understand what you mean. Ji Chang smiled and nodded, as long as you understand. Lu Pianran. I know I shouldn't trust Lu Shuren so much. Please stop connoting me. It's too embarrassing. Ji Chang's, oh. Okay, he turned his head and looked at his son who was walking slowly towards him. He slowly rubbed his forehead. Who would have thought that Lu Pianran would grow in reverse? Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 340. The insinuation failed. Fortunately, Ji Chang's didn't expect that this trick would work on Teng Sheng at first. He just didn't expect that he would buy one, get one free, and give Lu Pianran as a gift. He put aside his inner thoughts and smiled as he greeted his son who came up slowly with a face full of embarrassment. He even asking for credit, Lingxi, are you happy that daddy came to pick you up? Gu Lingxi. When he saw this plane, he knew that his reputation would spread far and wide in the school. Even several years after he graduated, he would still be discussed by his junior students. But, who said this was his father? What else can I do? I can only forgive him. He smiled dryly, I'm happy, but Dad, there's no need to be so dramatic about flying a plane next time. Driving is pretty good too. Dad knows, isn't this why I'm taking you to XX for dinner today? I can't make it in time for class in the afternoon by car, so we'll go by plane and we'll be there in a minute. Ji Chang's was still very proud. Dad is really worried about your studies. Teng Sheng also helped, no, you can't justify not getting admitted to Xiali University. Gu Lingxi. Lu Pianran on the side reminded, Teng Sheng, that university is just an ordinary school, very ordinary. Teng Sheng immediately changed his mind, then King Bei. Gu Lingxi had long been accustomed to the fact that the only mature one among the three was Uncle Pianran. He thought of his mother and stepfather who had just arrived under the banner of Lu Pianran, and opened his mouth to say something. Lu Pianran noticed his expression and asked gently, Lingxi, what's wrong? Gu Lingxi lowered his head slightly. Yeah, it's nothing. He had just drawn a clear line with those two people. If they wanted to show shame, they probably wouldn't come to him again. But I still felt inexplicably aggrieved in my heart. His mother never thought of him when he was suffering in the past, but now that she knows that he and Uncle Pianran are close, she comes over so hurriedly, saying that they just suddenly thought of her son. Who can believe it? Ji Chang's put his arms around his son's shoulders, Lingxi, if you have anything to do, just tell me. Did you have a conflict with your classmates? Or did you fail to get good grades? It's okay. Victory or defeat is a common thing in military affairs. Let's come back to Lingxi next time. Gu Lingxi shook his head and whispered, it's my mother, Gu Kui, she and her stepfather came to see me. Ji Chang's expression suddenly changed, does she still have the nerve to come to you? Also, what kind of stepfather? He's a shitty stepfather. He didn't raise you for a day and didn't give you a bite of food. He still has the nerve to say that he is a stepfather with a big face. Was he a pot seller in his previous life? He has such a dark face and such a big face. After scolding him, he did not forget to confirm his identity immediately, Lingxi, you only have me as your father, so don't let those cats and dogs coax you away. Obviously there was still a bit of sadness in his heart before, but when he saw his father being so anxious to win the title of the only father, Gu Lingxi slowly felt relieved. There was also a small smile on the corner of his mouth. Dad, don't worry. I didn't recognize them. I told them not to come to me in the future. I don't recognize them. Good. What a great boy. Well done. The old father, who finally found his son, immediately beamed with joy, hugged Gulingxi and rubbed his hair. Come on, let's ignore him. Dad will take you to dinner. Let's have a good meal and go and get rid of the bad luck. Gulingxi nodded. Well, let's go and get rid of the bad luck. Seeing that the child was quickly coaxed to become happy again and sat in the back seat, planning to do some homework during the flight, Teng Sheng and Lu Pianran approached Ji Chang's. Nagaze, what are you going to do, or King Tianliang will break it? Lu Pianran also nodded. Of course, it's best if you can trample the ants to death. I know all about the Lu family's property. Let me do this. I guarantee it will be quick and fast. If you add the prince, I can do it for you in a week clean. Ji Chang shook his head and his face darkened. No, if I don't trample her to death, I will watch her die slowly. Forget it about Lu He. He has no blood relationship with my son. I don't plan to do anything to him, of course. If this guy takes the initiative to die, then he can't be blamed. Gu Kui. He sneered in a low voice. I didn't force her to be with me, nor did I force her to give birth to a child for me. She was greedy for wealth and gave birth to Lingxi and wanted to take her to the throne. As a result, when I returned to China, Lingxi it has become a tool that has lost its effectiveness. She is the most disgusting person. Teng Sheng ate melon seeds. How do you want to punish her? My brother is definitely willing to help. I will do whatever you say. Lu Pianran also nodded. Yes, me too. Ji Chang's looked at the two people. The two looked at Ji Chang's. The three of them looked at each other in silence for a while before Ji Chang spoke. I don't know. Teng Sheng. Lu Pianran. I didn't know that what you said was so sinister and vicious. The aura of the villain almost came out of your face. There is not even a theory about feelings. Their good brother is also very confident. I have been the only son in my family since I was a child. My father has neither a woman nor an illegitimate child outside. I don't have to associate with people I don't like. Do you think I know how to be slow? Does the knife cut flesh? Two people. What Ji Chang said was indeed the truth. When he was a child, he was the king of children. When he grew up, he was still the center in all circles. Even the second generation who had been actively working towards becoming the domineering president had to smile when they saw Ji Chang's. After all, although Ji Chang's has no ability, his father does. With his father's current net worth, no matter how hard the motivated second generation worked, they would probably have to work hard for at least 20 or 30 years before they even had the slightest chance of being equal. Ji's father was a protector of shortcomings and treated his only son like a treasure. In the past, when Ji Chang's was a boy, someone coaxed him into treating him as a scapegoat, but Ji's father was directly killed by King Tianliang. So it makes sense that he has never had any experience in fighting in this area. But I don't know why, but this sentence deserves a beating. Teng Sheng, who had an illegitimate child at home, silently looked out the window. Lu Pianran, who was slowly cutting meat with a knife, looked at the cockpit as if nothing had happened, as if she wished she could see something from there. Ji Chang's frowned in thought and looked at Teng Sheng. Teng Sheng, you have many friends. Please help me think about it. Is there anyone who is particularly good at this kind of mental killing method? It would be best to make Gu Kui regret it every night when she lies down. I regretted it so much that I couldn't sleep. Teng Sheng rolled his eyes. You really think of me as Doraemon? I just have a little more friends from all walks of life. Like the scheming otaku king you mentioned, even if I want to make friends my friend, people don't like me either. I don't care. Think about it quickly. Hurry up. What the hell, even if you asked my mother to come, she wouldn't think of it, huh? Teng Sheng suddenly sat up straight and his eyes lit up. My mother. My mom is very angry, but she has a good hand. Let her do it, and she will definitely be able to handle it. Ji Chang's also beamed with joy, then call Aunt Lu quickly. Aunt Lu has watched me grow up and will definitely help me. Seeing that it took a few seconds for the two of them to confirm that the military advisor was the elder, and happily wanted to make a call, Lu Pianran, the only mature person, said, wait, wait, wait. Aunt Lu is an elder, and isn't she cultivating herself now? I heard that she is obsessed with traveling around the world and never lives at home. Is it really good to ask her for help in this situation? Teng Shen waved his hand. Don't worry, it's okay. My mother actually doesn't like traveling very much. She deliberately made my father angry. His father was very angry in his early years, and his health has never been good. He is not very healthy at all. Not to mention traveling around, he would vomit for a long time after sitting in the car too much. But what he loved most when he was young was playing around. It is said that his father and his mother fell in love because of this common hobby. As a result, his father can't travel far now. Although his mother doesn't like traveling as much as before, she first wants to relax and secondly, she is happy when she thinks of making his father angry, so she starts flying around the world. But there is still a point. My mother sometimes goes to places where there is no signal. She may not be able to receive domestic information for 10 days and a half, or several months. I don't know if she can receive it now, so don't hold out too much hope. Brother Teng Sheng grew up in the Teng family. Although he was the child brought by Teng's father and came to the Teng family because he was the posthumous son of Teng's father's close friend, he has always been very sensible and entered the company when he grew up. He never takes a step into the thunder pool. He is even closer to Teng Sheng than his biological brother. It's not the kind of love that dotes on them, but the love that they had when they were in elementary school, trying to persuade Teng Sheng to study hard and grow up and take over the company. Gradually, Teng's father and Lu Xing became completely relieved about their adopted son. Although the number one in their minds is definitely Teng Sheng, the second position is undoubtedly their adopted son. The two of them have been quarreling all year round, but they have the same attitude in this regard. They both plan to hand over their equity to Teng Sheng 100 years later, who only knows how to play. The company will be managed by his very talented adopted son, which can be regarded as a legacy for Teng Sheng. A life-saving card. As long as the equity is there, he will receive a steady stream of money even if he spends his days and nights. Plus, with a big brother taking care of him, Teng Sheng can still be carefree and happy after Teng's father and Lu Xing leave. As for the adopted son, although he only has a small amount of equity, he has secured a position in both companies and will definitely have more money than Teng Sheng, who is a dry stock owner. Coupled with the prestige in the industry, this is the best they can give their adopted son. Teng Sheng cannot threaten his adopted son, and his adopted son will also take care of Teng Sheng. The plan is quite perfect. It can be said that he has a heart that loves his children. The reason why Shikayuki can leave Kyoto directly to live happily is because her adopted son is managing the company, and she is practicing for her two sons in advance. In addition, even if she and her husband are incompatible, if something happens to the two children, Teng's father will be the first to be anxious. She can still believe this, otherwise she would not go to a place without signal. Teng Sheng didn't see that his own mother had to think carefully when going out to play. He was only worried about whether he could get through the phone call. Ji Chang's nodded and smiled, then call quickly and see if Auntie can get the signal. If so, let Auntie help. The good news is that Lu Xing hasn't entered the signal-free zone yet. Listening patiently to Teng Sheng's explanation of the cause and effect, Lu Xing did not blame the other party for coming to her for this trivial matter. She herself suffered from little things when she was young. Some things are just like that. It seems to you that it is just a trivial matter, not serious, and does not hurt you, but it is resentful. If you want to retaliate, Others will say that you are making a fuss out of a molehill. If you don't retaliate, you will feel unhappy for a long time. Of course Shakake chose revenge. And if she hits the snake 7 inches, she must use the best way to retaliate in the most painful way. Looking at the large snow-capped mountains in front of her, she stopped and said, "I just happen to be tired from playing. Since my precious son has something to ask for, I will come back to help you." She didn't feel anything before, but as soon as her son called for help, she immediately missed her son. Even if this child is in his 30s, he is still a baby in her heart who needs a mother. Lu Xing hung up the phone on Teng Sheng and quickly bought a ticket to return home. Teng Sheng helped and was overjoyed to see his mother whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He patted his chest at Ji Chang's and promised, "Don't worry, my mother is definitely a house fighting champion. I guarantee she can make you angry." Ji Chang's chuckled, looking forward to it. "I hope Aunt Lu will come back soon." Enjoyed this meal. When this hotel was originally built, a parking lot was left above it. It's just that the wealthy people in the country are not so high profile after all, and the airport has never been stopped since its establishment. And now, for the first time, it has been broken. Netizens who eat melons are still willing to take advantage of the various trends of the rich, especially if there are pictures and the truth. A blogger who is good at taking pictures of the sky, birds, and cities posted a set of pictures today. It turns out that the novel is true, and the boss really knows how to travel in a private helicopter. The picture shows a slightly blurry scene after pulling in. The name of the hotel is at the bottom, and a helicopter is parked on the rooftop of the hotel. There are several people wearing hotel uniforms standing to greet them. On the helicopter is people come down. Several pictures were put together and posted together, and with this exclamation, enthusiastic netizens who loved eating melons soon poured in. The popularity quickly rose, and it soon became a hot topic and was ranked as a hot search. Is this the life of rich people? Flying here to eat makes me feel sour. Lemon fruit on the lemon tree, I sit under the lemon tree. I know this hotel, it's extremely expensive. If you want to eat, you have to make a reservation in advance. Is this the joy of rich people? What kind of scene is this based on a real-life novel? Is it too late for me to have a commoner love now? I can't see the boss's face clearly. He must be very old. I don't think I'm worthy enough. In fact, I don't like money, I mainly like old men. The discussion was very lively, and the blogger was extremely surprised by the sudden rise in popularity and the rapid increase in his number of fans. After thinking about it, I coded and sent the picture I had taken with a clear picture. Reply to everyone: the picture was taken accidentally when I was taking pictures of the city. It is indeed a helicopter, because the blogger watched it fall at that time. I was still thinking that the bird was really big, but I didn't expect it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a helicopter. As for the old man mentioned in the comment area, please don't think that he is too beautiful. None of them are old. It looks like they are friends eating together, and there seems to be a junior. The pictures taken later are also posted below, and the face is coded. As soon as the picture was released, the comment section exploded again. Holy shit, is this figure real? Is this really the owner of the plane? She looks in really good shape. Then why is there someone wearing a school uniform? Where is anyone wearing school uniform? Why did not I see? There are actually people wearing school uniforms, although they only wear school uniform pants and no jackets. This is obviously a school uniform. Isn't this our high school uniform? Wait until I dig out my school uniform and take a photo for comparison. There is no need for him to take photos anymore, because omnipotent netizens have already found group photos taken by the school through the internet, as well as pictures of school uniforms posted by various students. The 20th high school is the school uniform of the 20th high school, but if it is the person from our school, it is normal for him to take a helicopter to eat. His father is very rich, and his family seems to be busy moving during this time, so I take leave to eat out at noon every day and come back during class in the afternoon. Ag. I am 100% sure that this is him, because his father flew to pick him up at noon today. It seemed that he was in a hurry. We didn't know much about it, so we guessed that it might be some kind of business gathering that we had to attend. Calculating the distance between the 20th High School and this hotel, we are indeed in a hurry, especially it is still noon. If we drive, we will be stuck in traffic for at least an hour and a half. So in order for his child to catch up with class, does his father have to fly a helicopter to pick him up? Oh my God, the love between father and son is so touching. I wonder if my father would mind having another child, the kind who went to college and knows how to squeeze his shoulders and beat his legs. More and more students came forward to testify that a helicopter indeed parked at the school at noon. It seemed that it had greeted the school authorities, parked on the playground, picked up the people and left. That is a classmate of our class. I won't tell you his name anyway. He is a very famous person. He is handsome, has good grades, and his family has money. However, he never said that he was rich. During this time, his father began to frequent. We came to pick him up because he was too low-key before. We all thought he was poor. Black line. I agree with you. Upstairs G is not very talkative. He used to work part-time with us. I heard that he had a quarrel with his father before. His father wanted him to inherit the family business, but he was unwilling. Then his father gave in. I came to pick him up in person, and then the two of them reconciled. Someone posted a sneaky helicopter photo. I risked my life to take this photo. The dean took the opportunity to grab his cell phone. I could only take the photo from a distance. It's a bit blurry, but you can still see it. Let's just make do with it. As soon as the photo came out, someone immediately compared the two photos and analyzed them. Yes, this is the one. I know. Damn, the RMB is over 100 million. This is too rich. I'm so sad. Gee, he has a good temper, but there are times when he gets angry, and he seemed to get angry today. I also heard from others that a relative in his family came to see him. Is he a cousin? I didn't say a few words. He was unhappy. His father happened to pick him up after school, and he left immediately. The two of them were still relatives, and they didn't even dare to go and say hello to his father. Holy shit, this is a real-life version of a wealthy young master. It turns out that the legendary unwillingness to inherit the family business is true. Woohoo, the young master must be in pain. He obviously doesn't want the damn money, but the money still keeps flowing. Let me bear this pain for you. Okay, I'm going to transfer to the 20th High School. What, you said I'm 24 this year and can't transfer to another school? You fart. Transferred to the 20th High School +1, there is a saying, this high school is a public school. Don't rich people usually let their children go to private schools? If such a wealthy family chooses the 20th High School, it will definitely be good. I don't have the money to send my children to aristocratic schools, but it is still possible to send them to the 20th High School. Am I the only one who wants to know what's going on with those two relatives? I always feel like it's another big show from a wealthy family, eating melon. I guess they are the poorest relatives who came to fight in the autumn breeze. Isn't that child just in high school? I heard that they are a couple, so they must be over 20 years old. How can two adults discuss anything with a minor, and they are not just trying to coax him while he is young? It's true that even rich people can't escape the best. I also have a very good relative in my family. A good guy in his 30s blocked my 15-year-old nephew and asked me to help me say good things to my parents. It's really good face. The trending news appeared so quickly, it was impossible for Gukui and the others not to know about it. Looking at the various speculations about them in the comment area, the couple turned green. When had Gukui been insulted like this? In anger, she registered a child to comment, please stop making unwarranted guesses. Okay, you see them being poor, and you see them being excellent? Someone quickly commented below, I heard that both of them are in their 30s. Two people in their 30s came to talk to a 16-year-old student, but they didn't dare to meet his biological father. Tisk. We are all foxes for thousands of years, so stop pretending to be idle. Children may not understand yet, but anyone who has worked hard in the workplace can't see it. You're so anxious, can't you be me? Gukui's face turned green now. She deleted the comment and tried to calm down with a livid face. This group of people know something. They are just a group of ordinary people, with a salary of 2,000 3,000 a month. Why should they laugh at her, a wealthy wife? Moreover, she probably gave birth to a child with Lu Pianran. Isn't Lu Pianran the softest and most fond of children? As long as she seizes this opportunity, even if she cannot successfully become Lu Pianran's wife, she can still get a lot of benefits from this status. She will definitely seize this opportunity. As expected, Shikasin came back as quickly as possible. It's just that he didn't immediately help them make suggestions as soon as he came back, as Teng Sheng thought. Instead, he hired many people at once and terminated several large contract projects with a sweeping attitude. For a time, everyone in the company was in danger. Even brother Teng Sheng, the general manager who was assigned to take the position when Lu Xing went on a trip, was replaced. Teng Sheng saw that his mother was very angry and was too timid to come forward. He only dared to secretly gossip to Ji Chang's and Lu Pianran. My mother came back and found that there was a problem in the company. On the surface, it didn't look like anything, but actually there was a little hole inside. She told Ji Chang's I said that these may not cause losses now, but over time they will definitely affect the entire group. Even if someone seizes these clues, they may go bankrupt. She is angry now. She feels that my eldest brother made such a low-level mistake and demoted him to the department. It is useless for my eldest brother to ask me to plead for mercy, so we should wait a little longer. You are a wretched person. It is not easy to mess with me now. Mom. Ji Chang's actively gossiped, then your eldest brother suddenly lost the position of general manager. Isn't it sad? Are you crying? I must have cried. We brothers have talked about everything since we were little, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to my mother to plead for mercy. But my mother told me not to care about it, and my father also tried to talk to my mother. But my mother retorted and said that if he didn't mind, she would let my brother go to my dad's place. Lu Pianran recalled Teng's father's love for his adopted son and asked, your father asked your brother to go? Go to hell, my mother has such a temper. If my father is getting my brother to his company, then the person my mother will be angry with is my father. He is not that stupid. Besides, my father also told me that my brother it's really time to put some pressure on it. It was obviously good before, but now it's such a low-level mistake, and he feels very disappointed. If this was Teng Shen's mistake, the two of them would definitely not get so angry even if they were angry. The main reason is that Teng Shen has always been unreliable. If he didn't make a mistake, he should burn incense and worship Buddha. But his eldest brother was different. He had skipped a grade since he was a child. He had always been praised for his talent in business. When he became an adult, he also started a successful small company and studied with his adoptive father and mother. Such low-level mistakes would have been fine if his eldest brother was in his 20s and would have been scolded at most. But now, his eldest brother is already in his 40s. Doesn't Chikasin want to doubt whether his adopted son can successfully inherit the company in the future? Lu Pianran quite agreed with Aunt Lu's decision. Compared with the two friends who only knew about eating, drinking, and gossiping, he got more inside information. The mistake Teng Shen made was really too low level. That is to say, Lu Xing trusted him and thought it was just a mistake on his part. If Lu Pianran encountered this kind of thing himself, he would immediately suspect that the other party was deliberately poaching corners of the company, or this silent poaching. If Lu Xing hadn't flown back to help Teng Shen, those loopholes would have been closed quietly in just a few months. Even Lu Xing wouldn't be able to tell anything by then, but the company it will be so fragile that as long as someone with a heart wants to grab the handle, they can grab it. This seems too intentional. Lu Pianran couldn't help but think of the details of how Lu Shuren betrayed him in the first place. He was suspicious in his heart, but looking at Teng Shen who was still foolishly worried about his elder brother, He swallowed the rest of his words and planned to investigate in private. Ms. Shakake is worthy of being a woman who filmed her own experiences into a TV series. After quickly dealing with a bunch of junk in the company, she didn't forget to promise a few juniors and called them directly, so she said. As a result, many people soon received the news that Ms. Shakake was going to hold a banquet. Although Shaka has not returned from her global travels for a long time, she has been making great moves recently, and most people have not forgotten her heroic appearance. In particular, it is said that the richest man will also attend this banquet. People who had not planned to come to join in the fun immediately became energetic, and some who had not received an invitation began to make various efforts to get one. Attending this banquet is not only a chance to meet the richest man, but also a symbol of one's financial strength. Even if he was just a marginal figure, others would only say he received an invitation from Mr. Liu. Yes, even the richest man was there. This is a great help when talking about business. A group of people sharpened their heads and tried to squeeze in. The Liu family was indeed forgotten as always. Not to mention Liu He and Gu Kui, even Liu's father did not receive the invitation. For this reason, the air pressure at home was low all afternoon. Until Liu He answered the phone and told Liu's father with a happy face, "Dad, my uncle said that he plans to take Gu Kui and me to this banquet." Father Liu was immediately overjoyed, and his hands trembled with excitement. "Is what you guessed before true? That Gu Lingxi is really your uncle's child? Is he trying to pull us out because of this?" Liu He was also overjoyed. "It must be like this, otherwise my uncle was still angry last time. How could it go so smoothly this time?" He looked at Gu Kui and said with rare praise, "You are a great hero this time." Gu Kui raised the corners of her mouth, with contentment in her eyes. She was not so happy about Liu He's praise. She even thought with a bit of disgust that Liu He was actually not that good. He was not handsome enough, had a bad temper, didn't know how to make money, and had no ability. There were women outside, and he didn't see any fatherly love for the child in his belly. Far inferior to Liu Pianran. Liu Pianran probably took Liu He along with him, mainly because she was Gu Lingxi's biological mother after all. If, instead of getting married, they lived with Gu Lingxi, would Liu Pianran marry her after finding them? After all, she gave birth to a child for him. Something was fermenting in her heart, and her eyes gradually turned away from Liu He. But the smile on his face was still dignified and gentle. "Since it is Mr. Liu's banquet, we must dress better to avoid others looking down on us." "Yes, that's how it should be." Father Liu reluctantly took out his card and handed it over. "You too buy some clothes, the more expensive the better. Don't lose the face of our Liu family. Get to know more people at the banquet." Seeing the other person's expression of great pain, Gu Kui thought of that beautiful helicopter in her heart. For 100 million, Gu Lingxi's father would buy it as he said. But she, Gu Lingxi's mother, still had to look at eunuch Suoshuo's face for hundreds of thousands or millions. She became more determined in her heart and tried to dress herself up beautifully when buying clothes. They drove to the door of Liu Pianran's house by themselves. Liu Pianran looked at their well-dressed appearance and sneered in her heart. She carefully protected Gu Lingxi into the car and said coldly to the two people who wanted to follow, "Lingxi is not used to sitting with others. You go to the back." The two of them could only obey and sit in the car at the back. They were not sad at all. They were only filled with excitement about going to the banquet. When I got off the bus, there were already many people around who were getting off and walking up. Liu Pianran walked in front, protecting Gu Lingxi, while Liu He and Gu Kui followed behind like the maids and servants. Before I even got up the steps, someone next to me called out in a trembling voice, "Brother." Liu Pianran paused, without looking back, and said to Gu Lingxi, who was puzzled by his sudden stop, "It's okay, let's go. You didn't eat this morning. Are you hungry? There should be small cakes in there, which you can eat soon." He led Gu Lingxi up the steps without even looking back from the beginning to the end. Lu He and Gu Kui looked hesitantly at Lu Shuren, who was staring at Lu Pianran's back. They still remembered what Liu's father said to them before, and they didn't dare to offend each other, so they could only shout awkwardly and flatteringly. "Uncle, you are also coming to Mr. Lu's banquet." The look of sadness on Lu Shuren's face turned ugly immediately after seeing Gu Kui and Lu He. "How did you get in? These two people shouldn't have received the invitation." Lu He was startled by him and said cautiously, "Uncle, brought us in." "I thought everything would be fine if I answered," but Lu Shuren's expression turned even more gloomy. A pair of sinister eyes looked at the nephew like a poisonous snake, full of unwillingness and jealousy. "My brother is actually willing to take you with him." Obviously, Liu He's team was the main force that killed his brother. These people caused their brothers to kill each other. How can they be forgiven now? Lu He's legs were so frightened that he pulled Gu Kui and ran away. "Well, uncle, let's go first." Lu Shuren stood there, looking at the back of Lu Pianran, who had reached the top. There was a young figure standing next to him. Because he was walking up the steps, Lu Pianran had obviously been carefully protecting him. Just like when he was protecting himself. Lu Pianran has always been like this. She likes children and is extremely gentle to them. That's why she worked so hard to bring him up, but he betrayed her. At first, Lu Shuren didn't think anything was wrong, but gradually, no one sent him text messages to remind him to remember to bring an umbrella, and no one strictly asked him to take a rest when he worked overtime. When he was ridiculed by others, no one stood up to help him. Lu Shuren has been scheming since he was a child. From the beginning, he deliberately approached Lu Pianran and pretended to be well-behaved and pitiful. Those people just liked him to be pitiful. The more pitiful he was, the more they thought he was harmless, so they didn't mind giving him a little kindness. He can survive well. He felt that Lu Pianran was like that too. Therefore, he could believe any clumsy alienation plan without hesitation. In a place like the Lu family, there are no real brothers. Ever since we were little, we have been fighting each other to the death. Even if we have the same father and mother, they will plot against each other and wish that the other would die where they are. Doesn't he see that often? Lu Pianran is just not married yet, so she is willing to give him love. When he gets married and has his own children, he will still become like other people, fighting endlessly with his brothers and sisters for his own little family. He thought that instead of waiting for the other party to abandon him first, it would be better for him to give up first. But later, Lu Pianran really didn't want him anymore, but he regretted it again. Lu Shuren retracted his jealousy towards Gu Lingxi and exhaled slowly. That was the child that his brother liked, and he had to take care of him. His eyes fell darkly on Liu He Gu Kui, and he slowly lowered his eyes. Anyone who has hurt Gu Lingxi, let him do it. Lu Pianran shivered and cursed in her heart. Lu Shuren actually came here. Damn, that white-eyed wolf still had the nerve to call him a shameless thing. He gave Gu Lingxi a piece of cake and watched the child eating quietly. He held the wine glass and planned to find Teng Sheng and the others. As a result, while drinking and walking, Gu Kui came. Lu Pianran smiled confidently. He knew that when Gu Kui came, he must have come to ask him who Lingxi's father was. When the time came, he deliberately didn't tell him. In the end, Nagaze made a wonderful appearance, and then shocked Gu Kui. He stood there and waited confidently. Sure enough, Gu Kui came and Gu Kui spoke. Lu Pianran was full of confidence and took a slow sip of wine. Gu Kui softened her voice, gentle and full of pity. "Pianran, I know, are you blaming me? You blame me for not taking Lingxi with you after you gave birth to Lingxi." Puff. Lu Pianran sprayed directly. He was almost scared to death. "What did you say, Behi? Free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Male. Chapter 341. Lu Pianran was so shocked that she almost choked to death. But it was obvious that he was scared to death, and Gu Kui, the one who had killed 1,000 swords, had a gentle look on his face and wanted to come forward and pat him on the back. Lu Pianran was choked just now, and now she was completely powerless and her vision was black. She actually couldn't hide away. She felt aggrieved and was patted on the back by this woman. While patting her back, she could hear the other person saying, "Look, what are you doing with such excitement? Even if it's for the sake of the child, we can still have a good talk. Good guy." Several groups. What he said made it sound like the two of them were an old couple. Lu Pianran held her breath to regain her composure, and as soon as she gained strength, she ran out far away. Seeing the stunned look on Gu Kui's face, she almost threw the remaining wine in her glass into the other person's face. Gu Kui still didn't know why he suddenly turned against her. She was so aggrieved that she continued to try to get closer to Lu Pianran without abandoning or giving up. The two of them were also the parents of the child after all. She thought that they could have a good chat. As a result, when Lu Pianran saw that she was about to step forward, he limped and began to evade in a panic. "Don't come over here. You can eat randomly but not talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. What does that kid from Linksy have to do with me? It's not that he doesn't like that Gu Linksy doesn't want to be a father. The main reason is that Ji Chang's infiltrated people. Since he became a father, that boy has become a good father with 24 filial piety. Whenever he sees anything, he will say, 'My son should have what others have before.' He was jealous because Linksy was close to Teng Sheng. If Ji Chang's knew that Linksy's biological mother had spread rumors that he was Linksy's father, it would be strange if Ji Chang's wouldn't be angry to death. Lu Pianran likes children, but he likes his friends even more. For the sake of friendship, no matter how tempted he is, he will never do anything stupid. Gu Kui didn't know the inside story. Seeing Lu Pianran's evasive look, she thought that the other party really didn't intend to acknowledge Linksy, so she suddenly became anxious. If this child doesn't have an upright identity, how can she, a mother, show her face? I can't help but blame Gu Linksy a little. He looks so smart, but he can't even please others. That beautiful and smart face was really lost. Pianran, do you hate Linksy because of me? I really don't know it's you. I was still so young back then, and I was only in my early 20s. Lu Pianran. He was already looking around to see if Ji Chang's was there. Seeing that he ignored her, Gu Kui became anxious and went forward to pull Lu Pianran's clothes, and said pitifully, "Pianran." Lu Pianran did not forget that the other party was his nephew's wife. Seeing that this woman actually looked like she wanted to seduce him, her face turned green. He was good looking, and even though he was Chinese, he could occasionally attract the attention of some foreign women after he went abroad. Foreign countries were relatively open, and at that time there were still people who wanted to drug Lu Pianran into doing good things with him. It would be fine if he finished the job in a daze, but Lu Pianran woke up midway. The other person was 4 years old, and often ate high-calorie food. He had a little too much meat on his body, and he looked like a mountain of meat when he swayed around. When he laughed, his bloody mouth almost killed Lu Pianran was scared to death. In the end, he literally rolled around and took his crutches to a nearby hospital for treatment. From then on, whenever Lu Pianran met a woman who took the initiative, she would think of Aunt Roshan who was in her 40s. Thinking again, the other party is Linksy's mother, his nephew's wife, and Nagasawa's ex-girlfriend. Vomit. Lu Pianran looked at the grabbed arm again. She was so disgusted that she turned around and retched. Gu Kui didn't realize that the other person was acting like this because she was disgusted with her, and wanted to take the opportunity to comfort her gently. "Pianran, you are sick, ah." Before she could finish speaking, She was roughly kicked away. The kick was on her legs. Her legs went weak and she knelt directly on the ground. She raised her head with a blank face and met the eyes of Lu Shiren, who was standing next to Lu Pianran like a hungry wolf. If Gu Kui was greedy and scheming towards Lu Pianran, then Lu Shiren, who didn't say many cruel words to others and was like a dormant snake, was afraid to the bottom of his heart. Her face was white, her lips were trembling, and her eyes were full of fear. Little uncle. Lu He noticed the commotion and ran over quickly. When he saw his pregnant wife kneeling on the ground in such embarrassment in front of everyone, with an aggrieved face on her face, he first stepped forward with anger on his face. When he found out that it was Lu Pianran and Lu Shu standing in front of Gu Kui, the anger on his face naturally turned into a look of fear. Uncle, did Gu Kui do something wrong? After he asked carefully, he went to scold Gu Kui and tried to take it out. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to respect your two uncles? Ha! Respect. Lu Shiren had never been polite when speaking. After hearing Lu He's words, he sneered, "Is the way you teach your wife to respect your uncle the most shameless seduction?" He didn't talk much, but he was very poisonous. Lu He was originally thinking about how to make the two uncles calm down, but when he heard this, his expression suddenly turned green. His head seemed to have turned green too. She asked Gu Kui in disbelief, "You seduced my uncle? He's not dead yet." Gu Kui's face was full of embarrassment, and she wanted to go underground under the eyes of everyone. No, I just wanted to ask my uncle to say a few words." "Come on, say a few words. Your whole body is going to be pressed against me. My brother doesn't want to pay attention to you and offers himself a pillow mat. He doesn't care what kind of person he is. The wrinkles on his face are enough to open a breeding farm. What else do you think? To seduce men. My brother is disgusted by you, can't you see? Lu He, do you want to give away all the junk in front of my brother? In order to please him, you can even give away your own wife? Tisk, tolerance, magnanimity." Lu Shiren's bombardment was as fierce as a tiger's. The key point was that he was very eloquent and had no intention of gaining fame. What came out of his mouth was poisonous. Lu He and Gu Kui didn't even have a chance to refute, and now both of them wanted to crawl into the cracks in the ground. Lu Shiren won a great victory, and turned to look at Lu Pianran with some joy and expectation, hoping that he would praise himself or change his view of himself. As a result, all I saw was Lu Pianran's indifferent expression. Lu Shiren felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured in his face. The smile on his face slowly disappeared, and he said uneasily, "Brother. I remember I said that we had long since severed all ties with each other." Lu Pianran didn't feel sorry for this younger brother at all. He didn't speak so harshly, but it was no worse than stabbing this white-eyed wolf who was sorry for him with a knife. Of course, he didn't think so. He felt that he was telling the truth. It's true that Gu Kui is disgusting. You are much more disgusting than them. You stabbed me in the back, wiped my face, made a look of pain, and then came over to fight against the injustice. Do you think I can think of you as a good person just like this? Lu Shiren's face turned pale and he wanted to explain, I didn't mean that, I really want to help brother. You help me. Lu Pianran laughed, her expression full of ridicule. Let me think about it. The last time you said you wanted to help me was more than 10 years ago, right? The result of your help was that I broke a leg. What? Now you think it doesn't look good for me to walk with a cane? Do you want to help me break another leg so that I can travel in a wheelchair? Lu Shiren's face turned paler. That's not what I meant, brother, believe me, I really didn't mean it. I really want to help you. I can't bear it if it's not sincere, let alone if it's sincere. After Lu Pianran finished speaking, Teng Sheng's voice came, "What's wrong? What's going on here?" He squeezed out of the crowd. When he saw Gu Kui Liu, he he was stunned. When he saw Lu Pianran, he was stunned again. When he saw Lu Shuren, his face turned ugly. He walked straight forward and deliberately knocked Lu Shuren aside. Pianran, Chang's is waiting for you. What are you doing, singing a big show? When Lu Pianran saw it was him, a smile appeared on her face. He patted his friend's hand gently and said softly, I'm watching someone else sing a big show. Lu Shuren watched helplessly as his brother who loved him so much in the past just ignored him so naturally and turned to Enran who smiled at Teng Sheng. Didn't even mention him. Yes. Lu Shuren lowered his head in silence. What's there to say? He's just a white-eyed wolf who betrayed his brother. Teng Sheng looked at Lu Shuren suspiciously. In his eyes, this was the most pretentious and scheming kid. He had deceived so many of them in the past. Are you really okay? He couldn't help but look at Lu Pianran's legs, especially the intact leg, and asked worriedly, is the leg okay? This was because he suspected that Lu Shuren was eyeing Lu Pianran's other leg. Lu Pianran knew what was going on in his mind and shook her head, it's okay. He won't do it directly in front of a large crowd. Lu Shuren naturally understood. His expression suddenly became stiff. Brother Wei and Teng Sheng characterized his approach as deliberate and found time to strike again. I don't. He wanted to explain, but Lu Pianran didn't even look at him and let Teng Sheng support him and limp away. In his eyes, Teng Sheng and Nagaze were just two children. It was better not to come into contact with Lu Shuren. What would happen if this kid deceived them with his eloquent words? They left, and the other onlookers marveled. Especially after Lu Pianran left, Lu Shuren made no secret of his sinister look at Lu He and Gu Kui. As expected, the Lu family is always so lively no matter how long it has passed. The niece's daughter-in-law has fallen in love with her brother-in-law, but the brother-in-law wants to force her into her even if he doesn't want to. The former supercilious wolf is at odds with his nephew's daughter-in-law again. Lu Pianran is really a sinner. He has been a top-notch person since he was a child. How could he be born into such a family? Gu Kui clutched her stomach and looked confused. Lu He saw Lu Shuren looking at him fiercely for several times as if he had made a mark before leaving. His heart felt cold. When he saw Gu Kui, the expression on his face suddenly turned to anger. He pushed him away and leaned against him. Wife! What the hell is going on? You actually dare to seduce my uncle? Gu Kui's face turned pale, and the most important thing she should do now was to explain. She told Lu He that it was a misunderstanding and that she was just trying to please her uncle for Lu He's sake, but was misunderstood by him. But there were always a lot of things running through her mind. The shirt on Gu Lingxi's body, the private helicopter worth hundreds of millions of dollars. These are all things she wants to have. Originally, she wanted to get this through Lu Pianran, but Lu Pianran didn't accept this trick at all. Liu He. Lu He was useless, not considerate, and not good-looking enough. She was really blind before she fell in love with such a man. If Lu Pianran had half a crush on her just now, she must be confident now, but Lu Pianran doesn't like her. The expression on Gu Kui's face slowly softened, and she said aggrievedly, I'm not trying to please our family. Who knows what my little uncle's nerves are about? Maybe he has a grudge against us and deliberately makes my reputation bad. In order to show that she was telling the truth, she still tried to complain and provide evidence. My uncle is a cripple. How can I like him? Lu He thought the same thing. My brother-in-law's temper is extremely weird. I haven't seen him talking about girlfriends and caring for celebrities. He only raises children every day and stays with a bunch of baby dolls. He is still a cripple, and he is Gu Kui's elder. Gu Kui continued, my uncle just denied that Lingxi is his child. I don't know what the situation is. Since this road is not feasible for my uncle, let's go and please Gu Lingxi. I am his biological mother, and you have to give me some face no matter what. The two hit it off immediately and immediately went to find Gu Lingxi. After searching around, I couldn't find it. Upstairs, Lu Pianran looked numb, listening to Ji Chang's in front of him pulling Gu Lingxi. Look at my son and I, we look exactly the same. Then look at our long legs, we are exactly the same. How about you? Look at our excellent quality, good character, and high nose bridge, they are exactly the same. Lu Pianran, I really don't want to compete with you for Lingxi. Teng Sheng helped. Yes, Nagasawa, I can testify that Pianran just likes to raise children. At most, he will take Lingxi to the company to visit, eat with Lingxi, teach Lingxi to do homework, and help Lingxi analyze test papers. I also took Lingxi to go shopping, just to answer any questions Lingxi had. He really doesn't want to compete with you for Lingxi. Lu Pianran. He couldn't believe that this idiot was his best friend. Ji Chang's became even more nervous after hearing this. You said you didn't want to rob. Lingxi and I are father and son, can't you see it? Look at our eyes, noses, and mouths. Can you buy Lingxi a golden toilet and a golden toilet? Can you drive a helicopter to take Lingxi to and from school? Can you let him wake up in a big bed of 500 square meters? Gu Lingxi, who was eating cake silently next to him, said, Dad, there's no need to talk about this. I want to say it. And I tell you, I specially asked people to sprinkle gold powder on Lingxi's test papers. Can you? Can you do it? Lu Pianran. He said, I think Lingxi's education should be left to me in the future. Just relying on Ji Chang's education method, it was a miracle that Gu Lingxi could still be so well behaved, obedient, sensible, and get good grades. Okay, we are all brothers. Don't be fooled. I think this is Gu Kui's plan to alienate us. She must have deliberately alienated our brothers. Teng Sheng raised the question. Lu Pianran. Gu Kui didn't know the existence of nagays at all, how could she alienate? If Teng Sheng said this kind of comforting words, Nagasawa wouldn't think that he was going to snatch the child even more. He looked at Ji Chang's with great worry, and then saw that his friend, who liked his father's identity very much, also looked affirmative after hearing this, and suddenly realized. You're right, this must be a divorce plan, tut. It's so poisonous. Teng Sheng and Ji Chang's reached a consensus, and the two got together and scolded Gu Kui for his sinister intentions. Most of the time, Ji Chang's showed that luckily his genes were pure, which was why Gu Lingxi didn't look like his mother. Lu Pianran. Most of the time, he felt that he was incompatible with his two good brothers. Teng Sheng also specifically mentioned Lu Shuren. In his description, Lu Shuren got in when he saw the excitement, trying to harm others and not himself, and wanted to continue sucking blood from Lu Pianran. When he arrived, Lu Pianran was so pitiful that fortunately, he was strong enough to fish the person out. Ji Chang's felt very sorry for Lu Pianran. What a piece of shit. Pianran, I think you have such a good temper. If I were you, I would definitely kill him. Yes Pianran, you are just too simple, kind, and stupid. Hey, what would you do without us? Teng Sheng agreed. Lu Pianran. He said, I don't want to have anything to do with Lu Shuren anymore. He helped me back then, so he just treated me as a return favor. At that time, his biological mother passed away, and he felt that he had no life left in this world. Raising children was equivalent to expressing his desire for a family for him. He not only gave Lu Shuren affection, but also drew support from it. Moreover, Lu Pianran knew Lu Shuren's temperament very well. The less he retaliates and the more he treats Lu Shuren as a transparent person, the more Lu Shuren cannot accept it and will only become more and more crazy. After all, he raised him, so he knew exactly how to poke someone's lungs. Why was he the only one who suffered in the first place? More than 10 years later, Lu Shuren just brushed his face and came up to him to please him like a normal person. Do you really think he has a goldfish memory? Ji Chang's and Teng Sheng shook their heads together, with disapproval on their faces. One said, "How can you be so easy to bully? I can't blame others for bullying you." Another said, "Looking at your temper, I really don't know how you built your current business. Tell me honestly, there is actually a portable grandfather behind you, right? It's like the golden finger in the novel." Facing the two friends looking at each other like a holy father, Lu Pianran smiled, "I will handle this matter anyway. I just told Aunt Lu." What did Aunt Lu say? Teng Sheng had received a text message from his mother before. After hearing it, he said, "My mother said, just leave it to her." Gu Lingxi felt that Uncle Pianran seemed to have something he didn't say, but he didn't point it out. After all, this is Uncle Pianran's private matter. The banquet was still going on, but Gu Kui never found Gu Lingxi. But she saw a very popular man at the party. The other person is a foreigner, with typical blonde hair and blue eyes, very handsome facial features, and he looks to be in his 30s at most. When Gu Kui saw him, he was holding a cup and talking to the people around him, and those people were all important figures in the Lu family who needed to be cured. She also saw Lu Xing, the host of the banquet, among them. Lu Xing kept smiling and was very enthusiastic. Logically speaking, according to her status, few people can make her so enthusiastic. Even the richest man, because they are the same generation and it is said that they grew up in the same circle when they were young. It can be considered a bit of a friendship. Gu Kui didn't think much about it at first. She just wanted to find out who the other party was and why Lu Xing was so attentive to him. After getting closer, I learned from the conversations of several people. This Mr. Edward was met by Lu Xing when he was traveling around the world. Although Edward's business was not as strong as Lu Xing's, he was a prince from a well-known and wealthy country. The amount of inheritance he inherited from his father's generation alone has exceeded Gu Kui's imagination. Edward was an only son. Both his parents had titles and properties, which were all left to him. When he was bored, he would travel around the world. After meeting Lu Xing, he simply followed him to China. "I also want to invest and manage the assets in my hands." Gu Kui clicked her tongue when she heard this. She originally thought that being rich would already mean she was powerful, but she didn't expect that this person was a prince, especially a rich prince. It's no wonder that Chika Xing, who has always been indifferent to others, talks so enthusiastically. Edward also looked good, and his smile was almost that of a celebrity. As they were talking, Gu Kui noticed a man walking over. As soon as he came over, people around him immediately greeted him. "Drg, I haven't seen you for a long time. What is Director G busy with recently? I have admired Director G for a long time. Here's to you." For a time, this Ji Dong was praised by all the stars. Gu Kui was thoughtful. Isn't the richest man's surname Ji? It seems that this is the rumored richest man Ji Dong. Facing the enthusiasm of everyone, Ji's father smiled and said, "I'm not busy with anything. I just sit in the company every day. Wow, I'm really old. It's not like when I was young. At that time, it was okay to sit for a whole day. Now I sit, my body felt stiff for a long time." Everyone also quickly mentioned their many problems and tried to resonate with Ji's father. "No, my body and bones are getting worse day by day. I'm afraid I will retire in a few years. I want to retire next year, but it's a pity that my children and grandchildren are not living up to expectations. I am tired and have to sit in this position for a while." Father Ji's eyes lit up. "When I feel sleepy, someone gives me a pillow." He was thinking about how to quietly introduce the topic to children and grandchildren. "Ha ha." He laughed, his face full of "I'm very proud but I have to be very humble. Speaking of children and grandchildren, although my grandson is young now, he is smart and looks like he will be able to stand on his own in the future. I am afraid that I will retire in a few years, and by then I, an old man, will only be able to fish at home. Lu Liyuan, you should come and play with me more often. Everyone was stunned. They knew that Director Ji had a son, but where did the grandson come from? Ji's father explained with a smile, isn't there too many kidnapping cases in the past few years? I never mentioned it. Now that my grandson is getting older, he will take over in a few years. Then I will have to trouble uncles like you. Uncles, take care of me. It should be, that's for sure. DRG is so lucky. I have a lot of grandchildren at home, but it's a pity that none of them are successful. I really can't feel at ease even if I die. DRG did a good job of hiding it. Everyone was smiling on their faces, but most of them were feeling regretful in their hearts. They knew that Ji's father's son was not up to par, and they had never heard of the next generation. I originally thought that when Ji's father left and the prodigal son came to power, they could take advantage of it. As a result, he actually showed up with a grandson who looked quite powerful. To have this old fox personally talk about taking over, even if he is a little immature, he is definitely not easy to get along with. Why is there an extra grandson? No matter what everyone was thinking in their hearts, they were all flattering and congratulating them on the surface. Father Ji knew exactly what they were thinking, so he didn't care much. Isn't that what shopping malls are like? This sentence is not just talk. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so worried about his son before. Now it's better, Linksy is here. The kid is very talented and likes to learn about the business world from him. If someone succeeds him in the future, he won't be afraid that the industry will be swallowed up by others. The more he thought about it, the more beautiful it became, and he wanted to smile like a flower. When others saw it, they knew that he was really satisfied with his grandson, as he said before. Gu Kui listened to the whole process and sighed deeply in her heart. Some people are really good at reincarnation. They directly join the richest family and become their only grandson and future heir. She originally thought that her son would also be Lu Pianran's heir, but Lu Pianran denied the father-son relationship. It seems that everything said on the internet is false. Think about it, if it is true, how could Gu Lingxi still go to public school? Aren't the children of really wealthy families sent to aristocratic schools? I really don't know what Lu Pianran is thinking. Doesn't he like children very much? Why is it that my child is not even given a title when it is his turn? And that Gu Lingxi, who looked so smart before, couldn't even please his own father. She felt for a moment that she should have taken Gu Lingxi by her side to teach him the tricks, and for a moment she felt that it was Lu Pianran's child after all, and she shouldn't have given up so early. Maybe she still had the power to fight back. After thinking about it, the people over there have dispersed. I don't know when a beautiful foreign man appeared next to her. When Gu Kui noticed it, the beautiful man Edward was drinking wine with a melancholy look on his face, with something on his mind written all over his face. Seeing him like this, Gu Kui's thoughts changed. When the other person staggered and almost fell, he stretched out his hand to help him. Sir, are you okay? Edward sat up dizzy and smiled at Gu Kui. Thank you, beautiful lady. When Gu Kui heard these words from the beautiful young lady, the smile on her face immediately became much happier. Sir, I am too old to be called a young lady anymore. What? You look like you're only in your early 20s. How can you be so old? The surprise on Edward's face pleased Gu Kui very well, especially knowing the other person's noble status as a prince. A rich and powerful Wang Ju, who was so handsome, smiled so tenderly at me, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Gu Kui really couldn't control the impulse in her heart. She originally married Lu He for money, but at this moment she couldn't help but think how much better it would have been if it had been Edward. The more they chatted, the happier they became. Edward talked about his property abroad, his manor, and how he felt ostracized and had no friends when he was in school because other students were required to bow when they saw him. Then he talked about his wife. Only then did Gu Kui realize that Edward was so depressed because of his wife's death. He said that he tried hard to keep his wife. He went around buying beautiful gems and jewelry, and bought a gorgeous castle to make his wife happy. But he still couldn't save his wife's life. He went out to travel around and wanted to relax. When Gu Kui heard this, she wished she could take his place. Wang Ju's wife is no better than Liu He's wife. Her heart was full of excitement, and she tried hard to smile. Edward said sincerely, "Actually, I just felt that you and my wife are very similar. You are both so gentle. Maybe if we met later, I would still pursue you." Gu Kui's heart was pounding and she said jokingly, "You can pursue me now." Edward frowned slightly, as if he was confused, "But don't you have a husband? I just heard them mention it." The joy in Gu Kui's eyes suddenly extinguished. "Yes, she has a husband. An incompetent, average-looking husband." Behind the big cake placed on the bar not far away, 3 heads squatted. Lu Pianran whispered, "I have already asked someone to call him Lu He." Teng Sheng and Ji Changs looked forward to it. Teng Sheng smacked his lips, "It's just a shortcoming." Ji Changs immediately took out a bag of melon seeds from nowhere and handed it to the 2 of them, "Come and eat melon seeds. I asked my assistant to buy them." While the 3 of them were smoking, Lu He came over. He saw a foreigner holding his wife's hand from a distance. The 2 were affectionate. He suddenly became furious, strode forward, and threw the 2 away from each other. Holding hands. Teng Sheng / Ji Changs, "Wow." Lu Pianran looked around and coughed dryly, "Keep your voice down." Over there, Gu Kui's face was full of grievances, Lu He's face was angry, and Edward stood in front of Gu Kui and angrily accused him, "She is your wife, how can you be so rude?" Lu He almost lost his temper, "You seduced my wife, how dare you say that?" Edward seemed a little guilty and kept silent. Seeing that he no longer stopped her, Gu Kui hurriedly spoke, "Edward is a duke. If you beat me like before, he won't stand idly by." Lu He was stunned and saw the foreigner's surprised look on his face, "He also beat you?" Gu Kui nodded pitifully, "He beats me almost every day. My family doesn't have much money, so I don't dare to resist." She seemed to be really sad and threw herself into Edward's arms. Lu He's whole body turned green. Ji Chang / Teng Sheng, "Wow." Lu Pianran, "Wow." Edward was a very gentleman. He was a little helpless and raised his hand not to touch Gu Kui, "Miss, you get up first, I will help you." Gu Kui heard that he was a good person, and she felt happy in her heart, and continued to cry, "His family is very powerful, he will not let me go." Edward was indeed fooled and comforted him, "No, I will help you. I am also a duke after all, so I still have some respect." "Edward, thank you." Gu Kui plunged into the man's arms again. Ji Chang / Teng Sheng, "Tisk, tisk, tisk." Lu Pianran took the melon seeds in their hands and ate them while shaking her head, "Tisk." Lu He was almost furious, "Gu Kui, what do you mean? Do you want to break up with me?" Gu Kui felt that she knew Edward's temper and sneered, "If you hit me and scold me and don't treat me as a human being, I can't stand you long ago. Let's get divorced. Edward is a duke, he will help me." She calculated very well. Even if she could not hook up with Edward, Liu He's family had begun to decline. Now it was the best choice to seize the opportunity and leave. With Edward's help, she would be able to get some property during the divorce. In addition, Gu Lingxi's biological father is Lu Pianran. She suddenly had 2 escape routes. She still had money in her hand. If she didn't get rid of Lu He now, why would she wait for the Lu family to go bankrupt? Teng Sheng watched with great interest. When he saw that it was almost done, He patted Ji Chang's and said, quick, 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 it's your turn to appear. Lu Pianran spit out the skin of melon seeds. Hey, I have gained a lot of experience today. You are so awesome. Why do you think all the weirdos gather in my house? Ji Chang's led Gu Lingxi straight over there. An innocent attitude of we are just passing by. Then Ji Chang's accidentally met Gu Kui's eyes again, with a look of surprise and exclamation on his face, Gu Kui. He brought his son forward, as if meeting an old friend in a foreign land. You are here too. I heard that Lingxi refused to recognize you. I told him to return it. Gu Kui was stunned when she looked at Ji Chang's face, which was almost exactly the same as Gu Lingxi's. You. Ji Chang's nodded, it's me, Lingxi's father. Gu Kui. She thought that the people who entered this banquet were either rich or noble, so she did not immediately kill Ji Chang's with a shot. Instead, she forced an awkward smile and asked, why are you here too? Ji Chang's answered naturally, I followed Mr. Lu in. Mr. Lu really likes our Lingxi. The meaning of these words was obviously that Lu Pianran, who loved raising children, loved Gu Lingxi, so he brought Gu Lingxi's father in by the way. He added, we haven't seen each other for many years, let's catch up on old times, shall we? Lingxi is our common child. Are you married now? If not, should we get a certificate? I want to give Lingxi a complete family. Gu Kui. She looked at Ji Chang's as if she were looking at a rich and beautiful young man who wanted to rely on his children to become rich and powerful. But the other party is still saying, didn't you go to Lingxi? I think you also want our family to live together. Gu Kui. He is also a shameless and strange person who talks to himself. Seeing that Ji Chang's was really about to step forward and pull her away, she backed away in panic, don't come over here. I have nothing to do with you, and I have nothing to do with Gu Lingxi either. Ji Chang suddenly looked disappointed, are you really not willing to develop a relationship with me and get married? After Gu Kui shook his head crazily, he could only laugh inwardly, and left with a disappointed look on his face, and Gu Lingxi, who had been silent from beginning to end, because he had no acting skills, so he could only remain silent. After they left, Gu Kui tried her best to explain to Edward, this matter is very complicated. Please listen to me and explain it to you slowly. Before he could say anything, someone walked in with a nervous look on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Edward and took his arm, Sir, why are you walking around alone? Mr. Lu asked me to take you back. Gu Kui stood up with a smile, is the Duke going back? He and I are friends, why don't I give him a gift? The man glanced at Gu Kui strangely, Madam, you may have misunderstood. This gentleman is not a duke. He is an actor. He is just too involved in acting, so he always thinks that he is the Duke of Country E. He was also very surprised and said, don't you know that Country E has a presidential system and has no royal family for a long time? Gu Kui. She usually only knows how to scheming, please her parents-in-law, and shopping around. She doesn't know anything about other countries. The man said kindly, are you a friend of Mr. Lu? Don't worry. This gentleman is a relative of Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu didn't want to irritate him, so he asked some friends to help him with the acting. When he returned abroad, it will be treated. Treatment. Gu Kui was completely numb. My head was buzzing and I didn't know what to say. She looked at Lu He's gloating expression towards her and thought it was a tragedy. But the facts prove that there is no worst, only worse. Because she saw the man who had just brought Gu Lingxi to find her, brought Gu Lingxi to the richest man, and shouted. Dad, Bay he free and fastest update without anti-theft or anti-theft.